Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Oh, welcome to this beautiful 160th anniversary of this terrible conflagration that we call the Battle of Shiloh nowadays. We're not going to take roll call. We're just going to say everybody's here. I'm taking the Federals with me. So whoever wants to follow the federal path, I'll be in the white government vehicle.
Me too.
Thank you for understanding that was funny. I swear I'm funny. Timothy. My name is Chris. Timothy. We'll be taking the corn feds. So you guys go with him. But I'm in a little white Ford Escape over here. We'll leave first. We've got the farthest to...
Good morning.
Good.
Beautiful morning.
I'm awake. This is great. Well, we're dealing with a lot better conditions than they had. So, I feel good about that. So I'm looking for a volunteer to be the color bearer for the hike. Anybody?
Who's the youngest person here?
There you go, sir.
He's the
You have a
youngest.
volunteer.
34-star flag.
Unfurl it.
And carry it with you. Nothing.
If you fall, we'll pick it up for you.
There you go.
Yeah.
If this man shall fall,
That's right.
who will?
We'll see that you get buried in the cemetery. Uh-oh, we got a problem. We got a problem. We're not supposed to do that.
First casualty of the day.
Oh my goodness.
What happened? We sit off the ground.
You like?
Can't see what we're doing. There you go.
Scared you.
You bet.
Is everybody here?
What spirit are you going to
All right.
47 of us.
I hear car door is still shutting, so we'll just wait. Any questions before we get started?
How many stars are on that flag?
34.
Okay. Just check.
Where are we on the battlefield?
Ah. Well, I got to tell everybody that. We are in the camps of Colonel Everett Peabody's brigade. Colonel Everett Peabody. Whoops. Well, it was so good. The plan was so good. Colonel Everett Peabody, actually from Springfield, Mass, was engineer by trade, working in Missouri for the at a railroad. No, he wasn't a railroad engineer, but he was an engineer for the railroads. Got it? Got it.
Yeah.
When the war breaks out, he helps raise the 25th Missouri Infantry. And the 25th that saw some action at Belmont. And now they're here, and Peabody is in command of the brigade of 4 regiments. The 25th Missouri, the 21st Missouri, the 16th Wisconsin, and my favorite, the 12th Michigan. And the reason I say my favorite, the 12th Michigan, is it's sort of their fault that what happens is going to happen. The 12th Michigan, a company of the 12th Michigan had been out the night before on April 5 on picket duty. And the captain of that little picket detail was Gilbert Johnson of the 12th Michigan. Captain Johnson comes back and he goes straight to his commander, his division commander, General Prentice, and says, "Sir, the campfires are there. We hear the voices in the woods. Something's going on." Of course, every division commander on up to Grant on this battlefield has been told, don't go get in a fight. The Union Army here has got their hands tied. The Union Army under General Grant has basically been told until Buell gets here, don't go get in a scrap. No matter what. Until you're ready to move, both armies together, don't go out there and find anything and get in trouble. Don't bring on an engagement. And that's the orders that are come down to General Prentice. Now, one thing about this division, the 6th Division, which Peabody is a part of, all the people we're going to be talking about right now on the Union side are a part of, is Prentice's division is brand new. 2 weeks, it was organized 2 weeks ago. And all these unattached units that are landing down at Pittsburgh Landing, for the most part, are being assigned to Prentice's division. So you got a lot of untrained, undisciplined, brand new, off-the-farm troops in this division. Oh, and by the way, they are camped closest to the enemy. Play Monday morning quarterback, that was a big foul up on the part of the Union High Command here. But that's just the way it plays out. They don't, and again, it shows they don't expect anything to happen. Grant truly believes they're going to have to go down to Corinth and go after the Confederates. They will have to be the attackers, and the Confederates will be the defenders, because the defenders always have the advantage. So Grant does not believe, with the terrible conditions, all the rain, the roads that are almost impassable, all the rivers are flooded, all the creeks are flooded, all the swamps are flooded, everything's flooded. The Confederates are never going to try to come up here. And if they do, we'll know about it. Little did you know, from Peabody's camp, these Confederates are camped about 2.5 miles away on the night of the 5th. So Prentice put,
I mean, how many men are we talking about when you say division?
All right. Grant here has about 38,000 men on the ground.
Right.
Each division, there are 5 divisions camped here. One of them is camped up at Crump, about 4 miles north of us, sort of guarding the rear. But right here in the camp, you've got 5 divisions. Each one technically should have 10,000 men, but none of them are at full strength. All right, and when I talk about a regiment, we're talking about 1,000 men if we're at full strength. When I talk about Peabody's brigade, if it's at full strength, 4 regiments, 4,000 men, really it's about half that in reality.
Okay.
Because you've got attrition, people on sick call, people on furlough, other people gone on detail somewhere. So maybe you're at about 2,400 men.
Okay.
Okay? Sorry, I assume.
But Johnston wanted it to attack yesterday. Isn't that correct?
That is one of those assumptions.
Well, 'cause the
There
weather
is
was so bad?
nothing. That idea or that theory that they wanted to attack on Saturday and it was put 24 hours late, attack on Sunday, that came after the war.
Okay.
There is nothing written prior to. Beauregard never sat down and said, we're attacking Saturday at 5. Johnston never said, we're attacking Saturday at 5. Okay, that was all, I won't say folklore or legend, but that was theories, historical guesses that came after the war. By a lot of men that actually were here, including people like Johnson, the guy I showed you earlier. Now, the 12th Michigan. I don't have a picture of their commander. His name was Quinn. Quinn is an idiot. Quinn is in it for the money and the prestige, to have the rank and to have the service record and to hopefully advance his career. This is anybody who serves in the war as an officer, that's a good way to get into the higher part of society or into politics. All right, so we're going to start moving. Quinn is not a disciplinarian. He's not a military guy. Again, he's doing this for the rank, the authority, the step up in society. Quinn has a second in command by the name of William Graves. William Graves actually fought at First Manassas. He has experience. William Graves is a soldierly character, and he and Quinn do not get along at all. They argue about everything. So their relationship is terrible. So when Gilbert Johnson goes to Prentiss and says, Prentiss, there's something out there in the woods, Prentiss poo-poos him. So Gilbert Johnson does not go to Quinn. He doesn't like Quinn. He goes to the Lieutenant Colonel, William Graves. And he and Graves decide, yeah, your information is solid. There is something out there. So they go to Peabody. Everett Peabody was not a military guy, but he took care of his troops. And his troops knew that, and they were his brigade people were very, very dedicated to Colonel Everett Peabody. Peabody decides, against orders, to send out a patrol at 3 o'clock in the morning. This patrol will be led by a former regular Army officer by the name of James E. Powell. Powell had been with the Army as a career prior to the war, and now he is the major of the 25th Missouri. Major Powell will lead these troops out, 5 companies. When I say a company, that's about 100 men each. 3 companies of the 25th Missouri and 2 companies of the 12th Michigan. And they will be marching down this exact path right now 160 years ago. Powell was a great choice for this patrol because these men are grumbling and angry and pissed off. 3 o'clock in the morning, it's miserable, pitch black. They don't have this lovely pavement. They're in mud and ruts, wagon ruts. They're sinking up to their ankles in mud.
Been there, done that.
They are marching in 3 columns. 3 columns of 4. 2 regiments on our left, 1 regiment in the center, and 2 regiments on our right. Marching in the mud, up and running into each other, not knocking their muskets against each other's muskets, grumbling, griping, and bitching the whole way. And this is the 12th Michigan. They are a rough lot of undisciplined, untrained soldiers, brave and willing to die for this cause, but they're not military men, to say the least. Even by June of 1862, General McClernand is still complaining that the 12th is the least disciplined regiment in his army. And that's months after the Battle of Shiloh. As we march about a half mile out, we will run into the picket line, which is actually manned by the 77th Ohio Infantry. When the Ohio boys shout out, Hall 2 goes there, one of the Missouri boys says, Missouri! Well, the Ohio boys thought Missouri was a Confederate state. And they almost opened fire until Powell luckily shouted out the countersign. Now, this was only a half a mile. The day before, the picket line was 1 mile out. And these are decisions that are made right before the fight that really leads you to question what is going on. But they decided the night before to pull the picket lines back for whatever reason to a half a mile from 1 mile.
Were all these woods here then?
Oh yeah. Aside from the path, In fact, 90% of this battlefield is wooded at the time, and pretty much today. They're fighting this thing in the woods.
So they were trying to march 400 men through these woods
Yes, in columns of 4.
in the mud.
In the mud. You had everything going for you.
Now, how bad was the undergrowth? I've heard different stories.
Depends where you are. On most of the battlefields, undergrowth is minimum because the forest was so old, the canopy was so big that it kept sunlight from reaching ground level. So number one, you don't have a lot of sun to let anything grow down at the, at ground level. Number two, most of your livestock is free range.
Right.
So they're tearing up and eating up a lot of stuff. Places like in the Hornets Nest, which I hope some of you visit later, go on that tour, that was overgrown. And the reason being is because the farmers burned that out constantly. Duncan did. So it did grow. But where there wasn't human interaction, no. It was old growth forest, a lot of big stuff, not a lot of little stuff. Still hard to maneuver, but you had a better view than probably we do today. Now, the important part is once they got past the picket line of the 77th Ohio, they're now all by themselves. They are in no man's land. They don't know what they're about to run into. Powell, like Gilbert Johnson, like Lieutenant Colonel Graves, like Peabody, believe something's going on. They just don't know what. In fact, the day before, 9 Union soldiers were captured at their picket duty station by Confederates, because Confederates were looking for information. So they know there's interaction. They know Confederates are in the area, especially Confederate cavalry. And that's to be expected because they're doing reconnaissance.
Where was the Union cavalry?
The Union cavalry's doing their job. They're watching the flanks. They had gone out the night on the 4th to help, I can't remember. A unit got in trouble. They went out farther than they should have, got mixed up with some Confederate cavalry, and the 5th Ohio Cav had to go rescue them. So they're doing their job, but here's the deal. Just like the picket lines are now 1.5 mile in, Grant has ordered everyone not to go 1 mile from camp. You can have all the cavalry in the world, but they are under orders not to go more than 1 mile away. So if the Confederates are camping 2 miles away,
You don't know.
there you go.
Sounds like Pearl Harbor.
Somewhat. And some people have made that, that comparison. Except we were already at war for a year. And that's the big difference. But it was. The Confederates had to do 2 things to win. They had to achieve 2 goals. Their 2 goals were, number 1, surprise. Number 2, hit the Confederate left flank and push them away from the river. And then trap them in Owl Creek, which was flooded and impassable. And that would destroy Grant's army. So those 2 goals they had to achieve. And right now we're on the way to thwarting goal number 1. Even though it was against orders, Peabody did it anyway.
Was he the one who told Grant that he couldn't dig in here?
So we couldn't what?
That he couldn't dig in?
They were not told to dig in. They were not told to dig in. In fact, most of the commanding officers believed if they started digging in, it would kill the morale of the army. Because the army was supposed to be on a great movement. I mean, this is an invasion. This is nothing but a base of operation, a staging area for a move south overland. So they felt if they start digging in, that would kill everybody's buzz, you know, their excitement, their motivation. So no, they weren't going to dig in.
So I take it Pittsburgh Landing was not a populated area.
The area we know as Shiloh and Pittsburgh Landing is a rural, extremely rural. You've got 30 or 40 families farming small, 5 to 20 acre at the largest 20 acre tracts of land.
Right.
There's subsistence farming. There's some tanneries around here that are tanning leather. Orchards, peach orchards, and apples did do really well here. So of course some distilleries popped up. And they were making adult beverages for the riverboats that stopped at Pittsburgh Landing for the passengers. They didn't have any nice fridges. They are sloshing through.
Cold, wet, and hungry.
Yep.
Where was their camp behind us?
The Peabody's camp.
Prentice's camp.
Well, Prentice, yeah, that's all behind us. We were in Peabody's camp, which was on sort of the right front of Prentice's headquarters. And it is amazing that the Confederates got as close as they did because they weren't quiet about this endeavor. The idea was to achieve surprise for the Confederates, and of course to achieve surprise you'd think, well, we got to be quiet. Well, they're moving 44,000 men, all their equipment and livestock, their horses and mules. They're sinking to the axles of their cannon in mud while they're whipping the horses, trying to the teamsters to get them moving. 44,000 men that have never been on a military march before. 80% of those guys have never been in combat, much less on a maneuver. So it's not quiet. In fact, as they move, talk about cavalry, the Thwarting's Texas Cavalry, which is now morphed into the Texas Rangers. The Texas Cavalry is screening the Federal Army. Every time one of those Texas boys sees a deer or a rabbit or a squirrel, it's a lot better than what they got in their haversack. They're shooting at them. They're hunting along the way. In fact, they are marching with loaded weapons because they fear, and this is the whole army, the infantry, they're marching with their muskets loaded because of the fear of ambush. Well, it's like this. It is damp, drizzly rain. Misty. What do you got to do to fire your weapon properly? Keep your powder dry. So commanders are worried, hey, we might need to reload with fresh powder. So they'll stop, get off the road, and fire by company into the woods. And then reload their muskets along the way. So it's not a quiet movement. And still the Federals are not suspecting what's about to happen. I mean, I don't even think Peabody understood they were about to be pounced upon by the entire Confederate Army. But Peabody was smart enough to know something big is happening and we should deal with it. By the way, it took them about 2 hours in the condition of the roads and the condition of the men to make this march. Oh, there they are.
Oh, yeah.
Right here, at this spot, we are reaching Seay Field on our left. Right here, we get shot at 3 times by mounted troops. Some historians believe it's the Brewer's Alabama Cavalry. I have a problem with that because Brewer never talks about it. Also, there was a small group of staff officers under Jeremy Gilmer, who is the chief engineer of the Confederate Army. He is out here scouting spots for artillery. It was mounted people firing at the Confederates. But the one thing it did do is now they break up the columns and they get in skirmish formation, which are 2 ranks into the woods on either side, spreading their line out even farther. And they move forward more cautiously until they reach the end of Seay Field. You can see the tree line in front of us on the left. When they reach that tree line, they get shot at again. That was Captain Hammock's skirmishers of the 3rd Mississippi Battalion, who are the lead element of the entire Confederate Army. They fire a couple of rounds in fall pack. There's only 9 of them. And we're going to have about 400 men in skirmish formation. We got a pretty wide line, 100 yards or so. 5 in the morning. This is 4:45. In front of us, well, anyway, once Hammock's men shoot at Powell does one thing. He stops. He says, you know what, this prodding around in the dark is dumb. I'm going to wait for a little light before we start moving again. And that's what he does. The light's going to be coming up behind him, which will give a good view of what they're about to run into. To our front, we are going to intersect with the Corinth Road, which is one of the reasons we're here. The Pittsburgh Landing Corinth Road was a direct route between the river and Corinth, Mississippi. And we all know, we're going to learn, Corinth is going to become the target of the Union Army, because that's where the railroads meet. And we got a road leading directly to it.
So what kind of shape is this road in back in that day?
It's mud. It's mud. There's Corinth Road to our left and extending to our right and extending to the left. But we will continue forward into the woods with the 12th Michigan on our left, the 25th Missouri in the center where we are, and to the right. Through these woods until we come out into an opening called Fraley Field, where, much to the excitement and surprise of the Union forces, the Confederates are just as surprised about what they're seeing. This was not supposed to happen. The Confederate Army was supposed to get them asleep in their tents, unprepared, unaware, not moving towards us in a battle formation of any sort.
With loaded firearms.
With loaded firearms. Once the Federals reach the tree line and the open field, the Confederates will open fire. The 12th Michigan is stuck in the woods on our left, And it's the 25th Missouri that comes out here and receives the first fire from the Confederate forces. "160 years ago, right now, a skirmish takes place at about 300 to 400 yards. You have out there where the light is, that's Major Aaron Hardcastle. Listen to them. Banshees, they sound like.
Wild savages.
Aaron Hardcastle is commanding the 3rd Mississippi Battalion, about 250 men. Our troops here will start a firefight with him. This firefight across this open field will last for an hour.
Damn.
An hour. About 250 muskets versus what, 400 muskets? Not a lot of casualties, but yeah, people are getting wounded. Some guys are hiding behind trees, step out for a shot, get hit. In that hour, there's about 30 total casualties. It is nothing, it portends nothing about how serious and bloody this whole day is going to get. But it's an alarm clock for the Union Army camps. Because even if they don't want to admit it, now they know something's happening. In fact, Sherman is at his headquarters about 1.5 miles, 1.25 miles, sort of to the northeast of us by the church. He is having breakfast, drinking coffee, and he is angry. Somebody has gotten into something they shouldn't have. And the longer the shooting goes on, the angrier he's getting.
But no artillery at this point.
No artillery. No. In fact, the reason this goes on for an hour is Hardcastle is waiting for the Confederate Army. Hardee is about 1 mile behind him. So it's going to take Hardee's line a while to catch up. All right? In the meantime, these guys, Powell sends word back about what they found. And to our rear, now, Colonel David Moore of the 21st Missouri, they are manning a picket line behind us. And to the left, Colonel David Moore and the 21st Missouri are now activated.
We're getting close. Is this whole area we see, this is Fraley Field?
Yep.
The entire thing. Okay.
Colonel David Moore, 21st Missouri. We'll start heading in this direction at the double quick. At his side is Captain Edward Sachs, Company A, 16th Wisconsin, who was on picket duty with him. He takes off his coat, grabs his saber, and shouts out, "We'll head them out, boys!" And they go forward. And they're coming to support the 25th and the 12th. After about an hour of this firefight, and there is some movement forward. There's a creek they are crossing right now. We would not get that far, but we would move forward and then sort of fall back as they pour more fire into us. Same on the other side. Everybody fires. I love it.
And by this time, Grant has no idea what's going on, right?
Well, he can hear it.
Well,
I mean,
he can.
and yeah, but he, again, like everybody else, he doesn't know the magnitude.
He can hear it all the way up in...
Oh, God.
Yeah.
At the height of this battle, they could hear it in Florence, Alabama. That's 50 miles away.
Wow.
Well, that was according to the papers. You got to believe the press to believe that.
How far away were they when it started?
About 400 yards.
400
How many of your
yards.
people were new?
You can smell these people closer. What now?
How many of your people were new?
New? How many people are new?
Like I've never done this.
Right here.
No?
You want us to raise our hands in the dark?
Yeah.
I could see.
The guy with the flag has never been here before.
Yay. What's up? We were talking about Aaron Hardcastle.
Yeah.
Good rebel yell there, y'all.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We did it twice. We didn't know if you heard it the first time.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Scared the hell out of me.
Yeah, we started running for the landing.
Oh,
The flag bearer stayed here.
That's right.
When we hit, we'll go over to Seay Field here in a second again. I'll talk a little bit more about what's going on there, because that's when, tell you the truth, that's when the killing really starts. Is Seay Field. As I was telling my folks, this battle, believe it or not, between you got the Aaron Hardcastle's 3rd Mississippi Battalion and 5 companies of Peabody's brigade, 12th Michigan and 25th Missouri. This goes on for an hour, just firing at each other, and casualties do occur. It's reported about 30 men were wounded or killed.
Hardcastle himself.
Yeah, well, yeah, in this skirmish. I mean, but that's nothing compared to what it's about that day is going to bring. You know,
Something happened? You're almost dragging.
and in the meantime, Hardcastle is waiting for Hardee's corps to reach this area, which is that's what he's waiting on. And these guys are sending messages to the rear and for reinforcements and waking up everybody back there. What they have done is thwarted the first part of the Confederate plan. Complete surprise. Complete tactical surprise is now kaput. There is no way in heck anybody's going to get caught in their tent asleep like the Confederates wanted. They wanted to roll up those camps. That was, really their plan was 2 parts with a lot of little A, B, and C underneath. But it was a chief surprise, and then roll up the Union left and push them away from the river and into Owl Creek and trap them. There's a lot of other little things that go in there, but that's the main plan. And really, they had to do it quick. And what happens right now is, boom, you got to stop. It stalls right at the beginning. And the Union Army was as surprised as the Confederates to run into each other out here. I mean, it was not supposed to happen. You were not supposed to see any blue uniforms for a mile or so yet. Much less guys waiting for you with guns. Hardcastle was picked personally by Johnston to lead this unit, to bring his unit into this, part of as a skirmish line for the entire Confederate Army. Hardcastle had been stationed in California with the United States Army. And who was the commander of the Department of the Pacific right before the war?
Johnston.
Albert Sidney Johnston.
my guys know that answer.
So a lot of people don't know this, but a lot of these Southerners resigned their commissions, but didn't leave California right away. And there was something formed, believe it or not, called the Los Angeles Cavalry Battalion or something. Anyway, it was a Los Angeles Cavalry Battalion, and it was formed by the sheriff of Los Angeles. And guess who joined up as privates? Hardcastle and Johnston. And what the Los Angeles Cavalry does is they take off from LA, ride across the desert, trying to get to Texas and the Confederacy. And Hardcastle and Johnston go on that 100-day ride. And there's writings about it. And they make it, even though there's hostile natives and the Union cavalry is after them. They make it to Texas. So he and Hardcastle have a bond. And Hardcastle was picked for this mission with his unit, the 3rd Mississippi Battalion. But that doesn't, these 250 soldiers, they don't matter. You guys have reinforcements coming until we get to that 1 hour mark. When Hardee's corps comes out of the woods behind us, that tree line. Hardee's corps, its front is 1 mile wide.
That's a lot of people.
Oh, it's a lot. Thank you very much. That's a lot of people. And our little 400-man unit, we're going to fall back. So let's fall back down that path we came, and you guys come with us. We'll let you play. We'll go down to Seay Field.
How fast was the tactical attack in the rear?
What do you mean?
When they're retreating down this path.
Well, it's a fighting retreat, but they're falling back. We're not retreating.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We're going-
the tactical. In another
It
direction.
doesn't take anything. I mean, it takes us about the time we're walking right here, and we're probably moving slow.
Yeah.
And we'll be at the double quick. But once they get to this field, you've already got the 21st Missouri reaching that tree line. We're going to stop here and get a good view.
Hardcastle. Now, so Hardcastle had actually been with Johnston from his, like the beginning of his assignment, if you will. Once he's commissioned and such, he's sent out west, and so he is with. There you go. It's
Hardcastle.
He is with Johnston starting in 1857. So it's not just the trip, or not just Fort Yuma, where they in California where they leave, or Fort Humboldt where they leave from, but it's actually his entire time in the service prior to the Confederate Army, and then apparently here as well, obviously here, that he's with Johnston. That's what we got.
And he's killed right off the bat at where we came from.
No, he's just
He's just wounded.
Yeah, slightly wounded. And he doesn't even put it in his report. So the 23,746, maybe 7. And probably 7 more. I mean, really, not everyone.
So I know, yes, I understand. So now, as we reach this area, this is safety. If you look real well with younger eyes, there's a marker out in the field. This is where the 21st Missouri and Company A of the 16th Wisconsin have moved forward. They were on picket duty and received a message from the front, from Powell's expedition, to that they needed reinforcements. So, as I showed these guys earlier, Colonel David Moore led the 21st Missouri, a few companies forward to that position, supported by one company under Captain Sachs of the Company A, 16th Wisconsin Infantry. And the 25th Missouri and 6th and 12th Michigan will fall back onto that position. The Confederates are right on their heels. You talked about, somebody asked me how long did it take them to get here. They didn't, every time they stopped, they didn't look at their watch and put it in a report. There's relative time. Once they started moving at 6 o'clock, about, in a falling back manner, and then reached that position. Sometime between 6 and 6:30. At the latest 6:30, as Moore brings his guys up to support him. But the Confederates are right on their tail. Now, what we have in the woods behind us are Arkansas boys under Colonel Robert Seay and Shaver's brigade, part of Wood's division. These Arkansas boys are armed with crap. Flintlock muskets from a bygone era. Yes, in damp weather.
Yeah.
To make it even worse, right? And 2 of them, I believe it's the 9th Arkansas Regiment and a battalion from the 8th Arkansas Battalion, fire a massive volley. The muskets went off and tore into the Union line. The first officer to fall was Captain Sachs. Killed instantly. His first sergeant, Williams, also dead. Colonel Moore of the brought the 21st up here, musket ball to the leg, shattered limb, carried off the field. So, when they say, the Confederates had crummier weapons than the Union, and the Confederates didn't have, good equipment, and the Union had great equipment, man, those guys don't care. Those antiquated muskets just took them out. Those musket balls going to find its target if it wants to, right?
They were probably a larger caliber too, right?
I'm sure they were 69s.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But and that ball was flying slow. Again, it doesn't matter. They hit their targets, did the damage.
You've been shooting squirrels all your life. You can hit targets.
Yeah. Yep. Captain Sachs, as I said earlier, when he moved forward with the 16th Wisconsin, threw off his coat, his frock, and his belt, grabbed his saber, and said, "Boys, let's head him out!" As he moved forward. So now he's dead on this field. His men are leaving, falling back, and he has no rank, no identification. He's buried as an unknown. There is a stone to him in the cemetery. It's a memorial stone because he was the first officer to fall in the battle. But he's not in that grave. He's in an unknown, or he still could be out here. We don't know. By the way, when you go around the battlefield today, remember that they didn't find everybody. This is still a huge cemetery, all 5,000 acres plus. And that's a reason we have a lot of people think silly rules that we follow, but we do it out of respect. Such as we don't play football on the battlefield. We don't play dead. Reenact on the battlefield, you know, that kind of stuff. By 7:30, Prentice is angry. Prentice, back at his camps, man, what did Peabody do? And he goes to Peabody's camp. When we get back, we didn't see the marker earlier because it was pitch black and foggy, but you'll see where his headquarters was when we get back. Prentice rides over to Peabody's headquarters and says, "What have you done? You are going to be responsible for whatever happens." And of course, Peabody replies, "I'm always responsible for my actions." And Prentice rides off. 30 minutes later, Peabody's dead. 5 times. The last one hit him in the above the mouth. He died of lead poisoning. Anyway. And he was buried right at where that monument is, because that was his headquarters tent. After the battle, his brother comes and gets him. And he's now back up in Springfield, Mass. By the way, nobody here's from Massachusetts, are they? I'm saying Peabody incorrectly. According to their dialect, it's Peabody. Down here, it's Peabody. Okay? But that's how the family pronounces it, Peabody. I want to get that on film, so I don't want to get in trouble in the future with anybody from Massachusetts. By 7:30, all of these Federals are now falling back. They're about 400 yards by 7:30 in front of their camps, defending their camps. And the Confederates are pushing. By 8 o'clock, they'll be out of their camps and falling back. Most of Peabody's guys end up in a place called, anybody?
Hornets Nest?
The Hornets Nest. No, don't say it with a question mark. The Hornets Nest. Because that's where Prentice falls back to. And if you see if you go to Prentice's headquarters tablet, which is right by the road, road, you follow that road north, goes right into the Hornets Nest. That's all he did. He went down that road. He fell back down that road. It's really easy to follow. But so most of these, the 12th Michigan, 25th Missouri, 21st Missouri guys, they all fight in the Hornets Nest. A lot of them, of course, are part of that surrender that takes place that afternoon.
Their weapons are all over the place too.
Oh yeah, tell them.
The 12th Michigan had Austrian rifles, 54 caliber. The 25th Missouri had was it 25th? The 25th Missouri, I believe, had conversion muskets. The 18th Wisconsin had Belgian muskets. So up to those.
This was a 16. I don't know what they had.
Oh yeah. No, they had them.
Okay.
Yeah, they had those.
And just imagine, because he's just talking about 3 different types of weapons and actually 2 different calibers. So, if you're part of the ordnance department and you're asked to resupply, well, what the heck you got? I mean, here's some bullets. I don't know if you can use them, but here you go. And not only that, and this makes it even tougher, a lot of these guys with these, I mean, at this battle, the Union and the Confederates are using, some of them have awesome, brand new, beautiful, accurate, awesome weapons. Other units have junk. And that's on both sides. I mean, those flintlock muskets, that's not that weird, but in the same corps, you had a unit with brand new British Enfields. Rifled muskets with an 800-yard range, you know. So,
Percussion cap.
yeah, and percussion cap, that all-weather percussion cap. So, it ran the gamut, and both sides had good, and both sides had crap. And the ones that had bad, awful, crummy weapons knew it. A soldier knows the difference. It doesn't matter if you've been in the Army for a week or a year, right? Mm-hmm. So what are they doing along the way? Oh, look, there's a dead Federal in an 1861 Springfield.
Boom.
Oh, this Austrian piece of junk.
And a pouch of rounds.
Yeah. So now you've got units that inside the unit have different types of weapons and different calibers. So it got really tough resupplying. And that's what gave the Union Army a little bit of a break here. The Confederates really could, Shaver's brigade really could have rolled up the Confederate line, I mean, at least snagged Peabody's camps quick by like 7 o'clock, but they started to run low and they had to be resupplied. That's going to slow down a lot of the advances on this day.
But that goes back to the Peabody's, reconnaissance and force.
Mm-hmm.
Brought in the engagement, but started everybody shooting
Right.
for an hour. And
True.
so you gotta, I mean,
And those guys are, and Hardcastle gets taken out of line right away. In fact, those guys from Arkansas replace him because they're worn out and they're out of supplies. Ammo. I'm sorry?
Do you have a Confederate soldier on the ground here?
Yeah. Well, son of a gun. Maybe that's not real. It's an apparition. Wouldn't that be cool? All right. Anything else you want to say about this? Part of the field?
So how hard is it to resupply the mud?
Just like resupplying anything. I mean, it's just like doing anything in the mud.
It's hard.
It's harder than doing it in the dry.
Yeah.
wagon and horses.
Even during once the artillery gets involved, because that's what's going to happen here too, is now the artillery is going to start playing a part in this. Because if the Confederates run, the Confederates sort of use artillery as a second thought. They didn't bring them in prior to the attack. Like, let's say, at Okinawa, where we just bombed the crap out of it with battleships, and then we sent in the Marines. No, here the infantry goes, feels out the enemy, starts a firefight. If that enemy doesn't move, then they bring in the artillery to soften up the position.
Damn.
It's sort of the opposite. But the infantry's really got to go in and discover where they're going to meet the greatest resistance.
So did they have artillery here?
No, they're not going to get it here yet. Not in this part of the fight. But it will once we get to Prentice's camp. The Confederates are pressing on Prentice's camp. The Union artillery is going to come into play, and that's when the Confederates have to bring in their artillery and get them to that position. Well, yeah, they're coming from that direction. The entire Confederate army is coming from that direction. And how they had it arranged was very confusing once they hit the woods. They had it in 4 parallel lines, each corps. Hardee's corps first, which was the largest. The reason they used Hardee's corps as the lead element was because it had the most experience overall. Then you had Bragg's corps, then Polk's corps, and then the reserve corps of Breckinridge. But once they hit the resistance that they did not expect, once they hit the woods that they didn't really account for, and reconnaissance really didn't give them a lot of information about, all these lines started to blur and mingle. and some units got in front of other units, and men got in with the different regiments, and it just became sort of a tangled mess that the Confederate Army is going to have to deal with at 10 o'clock in the morning. They decide to break the battlefield into sectors. All right, Polk, you're on, or Hardy, you're on the left. You're in command of all the troops on the left of line. Bragg, you're in the center. You take all the troops in the center. So they sort of broke it into areas no longer. And so now you have men who had no idea who their commander was, being commanded by them.
Commanders not knowing who their
who their subordinates are. They don't know who their subordinates are.
I think the biggest part is in between the generals to the brigade commanders. That may be a bigger issue. And I'm not taking anything away from the enlisted men, trust me. But I think where it can go bad is General Hardee just said something to somebody who's not one of his brigade.
Yeah.
And that's confusing.
Yeah, the mechanism for turning intel in the battle is broken. You just gotta waver around on the field and get killed.
But you do what you're told. And
Yeah,
that's
that's
why it worked like it did.
Any other questions?
Who came up with the Confederate plan?
Well,
Back in
back in Corinth, on the 3rd, or on the 2nd, they drew up the plans, really. But Beauregard drew them up. It's in his handwriting, with his signature. But with the approval of Johnston. A lot of people contend that it was Beauregard's plan that he sort of forced onto Johnston. But, I mean, you're still the captain of the boat. Johnston approved it. Whether Johnston came up with it or not, it is Johnston's plan. All right? But Beauregard wrote it up. But it was those two.
So the thing that we leave out a lot is the woods. So, like the actual terrain, I'm not the terrain, but the vegetation here, since we're at the beginning of the day, so as you're going throughout the programs today, just know that it's an old growth forest. There were fences around in each of these fields to keep everyone's livestock out of everyone's crops. So you've got large trees with not much growing in between them. You can see for a decent distance, the livestock was keeping things trampled down and eaten down in between those large trees. So it's not a dense forest like you see right here. You can see pretty far at the time of the battle. So remember that as you're going around. That's very, very important to know.
Yeah, vision isn't really the problem, but the maneuver is. And remember how these units fought in those formations? Keeping the formations was next to impossible. And if you can't mass fire, you can't create a lot of problems for your enemy. And even if you could see somebody 200 yards away in the dark, in the smoke, in the haze, there's shadows. So is it friendly or... And there are a lot of friendly fire incidents. My guys learned about one that almost occurred this morning between the 77th Ohio and the 25th Missouri. What happened was, as the 25th Missouri was headed out to find the Confederates, coming down this road, they came to a picket line that was manned by the 77th Ohio. 77th Ohio shouted out, halt! Who goes there? One of the Missouri boys said, Missourians! Ohio, and the Ohio boy said, that's a Confederate state, and almost opened fire until Peabody, the commander, Powell, the commander of the patrol, yelled out the countersign, luckily. Or there would have been a firefight about a half mile up this road. They never would have made it to the Confederates.
Did they give did they say what it is?
Not the counter.
No, we know ours.
Yorktown.
Ours is Washington and New York.
No, Yorktown.
No, Washington and New York.
I thought it was Yorktown.
It's written down.
Well, I know it's written down. I read it. No, it's Yorktown.
Wasn't the Louisiana unit? Didn't they have blue uniforms?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
And they got shot at.
the 9th Illinois has gray.
Yeah.
In fact, and I always want to reenact this, and I wanted it in the movie. What happens is they are ordered. All the shooting's already started, and they have been assigned. They're ordered to the front as reinforcements in their gray uniforms and kepis. They're marching towards the front when the wagon arrives with their new uniforms. They strip right there on the field with bullets flying and change uniforms. That's how important it was. But one day we're gonna reenact that one day.
What percentage of the Confederate troops actually wore uniforms?
They did.
It was most.
That's kind of a myth about this time of the war. In 1862, the war's been going on for a year, so they've already been. They've already got a uniform system going. They're already supplying, whether it's back home or not. Yeah, they're supplied with clothing for sure.
Oh, yeah.
They've actually, some of them are on their second set. Like they've already had.
So you read a lot of stuff that they were just dressed like farm boys.
Yeah, that's kind of like an old mentality.
Romantic. It's a romantic.
But yeah.
I mean, if you go to Missouri in 1860 during Bleeding Kansas, or early 1861, I know there are some up at Donaldson that don't have full proper uniform, but that's rare by this time for sure.
Tim.
Yes.
When you made your comments about the terrain and the way the force was, I was told years ago that if you wanted a good representation of what it was like to stand up at the Michigan Monument and look at West Cloud Field and see how that field looks. And
that can work. You know, they've recently cleared out over here at Ray Spring to Shiloh Church too. So I think that used to be like one of the few places, like just to kind of get closer. But right now, the clearing over here looks pretty nice. So if you can get over to Tour Stop 6, I advise that just to kind of get a better idea of what it looks like.
And to sort of end this section of the of this part of the battle, Prentice, like I said, and most of his division are going to end up in the Hornets Nest, except for the 16th Wisconsin. It's very interesting about the city. We know Captain Sachs didn't make it, and he had brought Company A up here. And by the time they fall back to the camps, the 16th Wisconsin is involved in defending their camps before they start falling. In fact, they run out of ammo, and they have to fall back to resupply. Well, they fall back behind, all the way past the Hornets Nest to resupply, and they wait. And they wait. They are in the fight at 8 o'clock. When they run out of ammo, they fall back. They're resupplied. Nobody sends them orders till 2 p.m. For all that 6 hours, they're forgotten, even by Prentice. And finally, they're sent over to the Peach Orchard area at 2 o'clock to help support the 9th and the 12th Illinois Infantry and the 50th Illinois, the MacArthur's boys, to support them until 3 o'clock when their commander gets seriously wounded and they fall back to the landing. So, this is the confusion of the day. The 16th Wisconsin was pretty much intact. You're talking 700 rifles. And they're forgotten about for all that time and not pressed into service. It's just one of those. It was one of Prentice's units. But remember, Peabody's dead, so the head of that brigade is gone, so he can't command the 16th anymore. Major Powell, the guy that led the patrol out here, he's dead, gets killed in the Hornets Nest. So most of the people that were part of leading this patrol that went and actually ended any Confederate hope of tactical surprise are dead. So afterwards, when the newspapers and historians realized this was probably one of the most important parts of the fight, what Peabody did. And of course, guess who takes credit? Prentice. Oh yeah. For years, this was called Prentice's Patrol. Why not? Yep, it was a good thing. I did it. Those are my guys.
With no one around to say you
Yeah,
did.
nobody. Right. There's nobody to contradict them. They're all dead.
And he got the medals.
Yeah, but that's just the way it is. At least today we understand a little bit more. It is Peabody's patrol. It is not Prentice's. Prentice was 100%, as we know, against anything. He didn't believe anything was happening.
Makes you wonder if the Confederates had gotten past here and up to the actual camps. I mean, the pickets would have.
It would have been more of
Would
a
have
story
engaged,
that
but-
became a myth.
I mean, but that
Yeah.
pickets would slow you down
Right,
at all.
right.
So
Depending on the quality of the pickets.
yeah.
Or the quality of the guy commanding the pickets.
Well, I don't know if you got a line of battle a mile long, and I mean,
Yeah.
you know,
Not much you can do.
You know, really, I think, like, speaking of the 77, there's that element over there, but that's if they had deployed over there. Over here, you know, it's a question of where Sherman's pickets are. So,
right. But Johnston really wanted to get down to the river and bring up, you know, where Stuart was, right?
Right.
Off by himself.
And then push. Well, they didn't know that. But that's where they wanted to hit.
Right, yeah.
We'll learn that at 10 o'clock.
Almost like a swinging door,
Oh, so you got
almost.
over there. So, just to kind of like another thing, because the talk of maps comes up every once in a while, and it came up the other day. And so the map by I always mess up pronouncing after his name, Primo, whatever it is. His drawing is like condensed in a way of the area.
The scale is
Scale is off. And even it's not even to some sort of a scale, in the sense that you couldn't blow it up to the right. Anything. It's off this direction. It's off this way. It's off. It's just off. And so their intelligence of moving through here is the river's over here. And so when you're on these different programs throughout the day, it's where do they think they are now? It may be a question to kind of think about, especially if you're staring at a map.
Well, all right, next question. How good, not they're inaccurate, but how good were the maps? I
It was
mean,
bad. That particular one.
Terrible.
no topo maps, no nothing.
Right. Now, the way they drew topography then was just to kind of show that it was falling, in which direction it was falling. So we're not talking layers of contour lines
Right.
to show, you know, the closer the lines are, the harder you're going to fall,
Yeah.
kind of thing. It's just that it falls off here to an extent. But they know they've got ravines, but it's where the ravines are, and they don't know how many and which one's the last one. So when Johnston's in Prentice's camps, and he says the phrase that checkmates them, you know, he's got to think he's a lot closer to Pittsburgh Landing, which is his first of his two military objectives.
Where are all the ravines?
They're all closer to the river. Yeah, those deep ravines.
run across this way to us.
Yeah, right. They're all towards the river.
When Johnston wanted to roll up the flank, did he know that there were those ravines in the way? Yeah.
I mean, he knows. He's got to know that there's ravines, just like naturally. I mean, there's going to be
I don't
because all
think
the
he-
water's draining towards the
Yeah,
river.
there's a lot of water in them, though, they say.
Right.
They're
And there is
flooded,
a lot of water.
and they're, some of them are 80
Yeah,
foot
100,
elevation changes.
hundreds of yards across, 100 yards across.
And yet that type of, those little things, the specifics, probably not.
Right.
But another thing they're also concerned about are the gunboats. So there's two things going on. They have to find the Union left. They also got to avoid the gunboat fire.
The Union left to be anchored on the river, right?
Right.
That's a hard
Yes,
thing
but
to turn.
Well, there wasn't that many people there, though.
they didn't know. See, that's just it. They don't know it. They don't know exactly where all these camps are. They don't even know the direction they're oriented. They believe that the Union camps are all oriented towards the west. So if they come in from the south, they flank them. They can't even get in line of formation without being flanked. If they come out to their color line in formation to go into battle, the Confederates will be over here, not at their front. But what happens is Confederates come in and the Union camps are facing them. They really thought, so there's a lot of problems with their intelligence. It was very limited. One of the maps they're using was drawn by a riverboat captain. On his boat. Not on the ground. All right? So, and like they said, even the scale, the wood, they didn't know the woods that they would be fighting in the woods. They didn't understand that until they got here.
Did either side have any local guides? Any locals that were?
Not that that's really not known. I mean, Nelson found a guy to help him get up to across from Pittsburgh Landing on the 6th. That was a local dude. But remember, the Union Army's camped here now since March 17th. So they know the area. They have a map of all the roads. Their engineers drew that for the people camping here. And they know where all the camps are. And really the reason that it's done is because of fresh water. Where are all your fresh water sources? That's vital. If you find a Union Army camp, there is a spring there. All right? That's as easy as you can say it.
So the Union had all the advantages except for surprise, and the surprise really wasn't a surprise.
Well, yeah.
Oh, I think it was a surprise at 8 o'clock.
Defenders always have the advantage. You know, you've just got to hold your ground. The attacker's got to take ground. That's why you got to have almost a 2-to-1 numerical superiority to be an attacker. Even if there isn't any dug earthworks, there's a lot of the ravines is a great example. There's a lot of great natural cover, including the woods, including the ravines, including the elevation changes.
Seemed to be easier with artillery to defend than attack too.
Well, and that's why the Union brings the artillery in as quick as it can. Luckily, back then, the artillery batteries were assigned to specific infantry brigades. So technically, all of your artillery is under the command of infantry, an infantry commander. The battery itself is under an artillerist, artillery commander, but like Prentice has 2 important batteries under him in his division, with Hickenlooper and Munch. Thank you. And yes, he brings them up to defend his camps. You know, by 8 o'clock they're online, but they're not out here. They don't get out here that quick. Anything else?
What was the name of that unit again that had to switch uniforms in the middle of the battle?
9th Illinois.
Well, I thought in the film, isn't the 9th Illinois the guys with the Scotch bonnets?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's with MacArthur.
Now,
Right,
you
yeah.
got to remember that was we're trying to tell this story of not MacArthur's brigade and the story of that kid joining up with the 9th and his experience. There's a lot of stuff going on there at the same time.
If anybody's interested in Arkansas or following Shaver, 200 paces down that tree line, there's a tablet down there for Shaver. A lot of people don't find that, so just for general information.
Cool.
Robert Shaver is also very important to this battlefield because when this battlefield's created, he's still around. And when Arkansas decides to put a state monument on the battlefield, Robert Shaver is right in the middle of that and actually decides. He's the decider. He decides where the monument goes.
He's also one of the guys that's recorded on film doing the Rebel Yell.
Ah, really?
Yeah.
And so when you see the Arkansas monument at Tour Stop 10, Shaver was the one that said this is the spot. And the reason he picked that spot, that was as far as any Arkansas unit got during the entire battle. Their high water mark, if you will.
Yeah, and I think if you read that Arkansas tablet up there, that's where the Lieutenant Colonel Dean, I think, the tablet says was killed 200 yards or 200 feet or yards to to the west, I think. There's a description on the tablet about why that monument is there. I mean, basically.
Now, the rebel yell on film, is that where Tim got his rebel yell?
We don't know.
Study the real people.
We don't know where he got it. We just smile.
Well, you never know. Back in that
Nah.
ancestral tree, there might be.
Nobody has any idea what it really sounded
Yeah, yeah. There's some good evidence. Yeah, there is. Because of those recordings and stuff. There's been some stuff done where some sound technicians have mixed it, multiplied it, changed pitches, all sorts of stuff, and it's out there. It's amazing, and it's terrifying, as it was then. Yeah.
Tim, we were terrified.
Stop scaring the visitors. All right, well, we're going to head back to Peabody's camp.
And we're heading the other way.
See you success later.
Don't move aggressively out toward Corinth until he's properly reinforced, because Buell's Army of the Ohio is marching from Nashville to reinforce him, and only when he's reinforced is he to make any aggressive moves. Now, as they settle into these camps here, there's been constant back and forth action between some of the cavalry units out there between Corinth, so there has been a good bit of activity, not quite as much as there has been in the last 2 days, starting with a sizable skirmish on April the 4th. Also, it's noticed that as they are parading in their fields here, there are Confederate cavalry watching them, so it's a little suspicious, and some people are getting a little excited over it. One of Sherman's officers of the 53rd Ohio, Jesse Appler, gets excited, and Sherman tells him, if you're so concerned, take your regiment back to Ohio. So he doesn't really think there's much to be excited about. Now, this is there's a series of camps. Sherman's camp is over here. McClernand's camp is here, facing more or less west. And there's another camp here, Prentice's camp, which is just being organized. Madison Miller's unit is just brand new, just being put together. And the Confederate plan, Albert Sidney Johnston, is to march up from Corinth, hopefully surprise the Union Army, and push this portion, which he knows about, over here to the swampy ground along Owl Creek. The problem for Johnston is that he doesn't know about Hurlbut's division or W.H.O. Wallace's division, nor does he even realize how long Prentice's line has become now, because the scouting of the Union position and the reconnaissance has not been completely adequate. So he has something of a false impression of what the Union dispositions are. Now, somebody's got a camp, perhaps a diagram. Nobody has a diagram. No. At any rate, what you would have seen here would be a whole series of tents. This would be Peabody's headquarters tent right here. There would have been a line of officers' tents. There would have been enlisted men's tents. There would have been cook fires. Some people say there were even bake ovens. There would have been latrines, officers' latrines and enlisted men's latrines. So what you're looking at would be a massive number of tents all along here. So although it's all woods today, it would have looked a good bit different back in 1862. Let's take the final roll here and then we'll get moving. Okay, I think some more people have arrived perhaps. Kevin Randolph? No. No?
From there to Pruitt.
What's that?
Pruitt.
Pruitt, okay. No name other than that. Okay. Now, the evening of April the 5th, they've heard signs, seen signs of Confederates lurking in the woods, as we have just recently, and they're getting a little excited about it. And one of the 12th Michigan has gotten particularly excited about this. One of their soldiers, Gilbert Davis Johnson is in charge of Company H, and he's out with the pickets. When they see campfires of the Confederates, he reports this to General Prentice, to Benjamin Prentice. And Prentice says, no, don't be too concerned. Everything will be all right. Don't worry about it. He in turn reports it to the Lieutenant Colonel of the 12th Michigan, Lieutenant Colonel Graves. And Graves goes to Peabody. And they discuss what they should do. And Peabody will make the decision to send out a patrol to check it out. That patrol is 2 companies of the 12th Michigan, 3 companies of the 25th, which does have some experience in fighting in Missouri. And Peabody's been wounded there at the Siege of Lexington. And they'll go forward on a patrol in the night, led by Major James Powell, a very interesting character. We have James Powell out there. Yeah, come on out. All right, there he is. Hold it. Okay. James Powell is an Englishman. He had, his father was a jeweler. His father died when he was young. He's one of a number of siblings. He will move to the Midwest from England, and he's kind of an adventuresome sort of guy. He's going to move down to Texas, and he marries there, and he decides one day to go hunting. And he comes back. The Karankawa Indians have killed his wife and 2 children. He will decide at that point he's going to join the army. So he will fight in the Mexican War, become a color sergeant. He's dismissed in Rhode Island at Fort Adams, and he decides to go off to Maine, where he invests in some property and marries again. Has several children, including his young son James, and it just doesn't suit him exactly. He's still looking for adventure. 1855, he leaves his wife, who divorces him, takes his young son with him, and rejoins the army as a lieutenant out in Texas, and he'll be involved in fighting the Native Americans there. And at one point, his son, somebody has his son, James Powell Jr. At any rate, somebody does, but his son, at one point, being attacked by the Indians, is trying to get his pony loose and manages to slice his eye a little bit with his knife. Now, when the Civil War breaks out, Powell, along with another group of men led by Major Sturgis, will escape being captured by the Confederates, make their way to Fort Leavenworth, and he'll fight with the artillery, Battle of Wilson's Creek. And then he's promoted to be major of the 25th. And oh, by the way, I forgot to mention his dogs. When he's going across to Kansas City, he has 38 hunting dogs with him. And he loses several of those dogs who decide they want to go chase bison. So he's minus a few dogs. So he's here, he's leading that patrol. His young son, who's about 12, is with him. And he goes off on that patrol, and they get involved early in the morning. Some of you may have done that this morning. And they have a fight, they stir things up. So if you're back in this camp, you're expecting a nice, peaceful, normal Sunday. You're getting ready to fix breakfast. You're probably going to polish things up because you're probably going to have a little bit of an inspection. Joseph Ruff, a native of Germany, who's with the 12th Michigan's gone on that patrol, and he's been involved. At the first streak of daylight, they see action. He returns back here with a wounded soldier, and then thinking, well, that's it. That is over. He goes off to get water for cooking, and comes back to the camp to find total confusion here, because things haven't gone as he expected. So there's some problems. Now, back here at the camp, Samuel Ells is getting ready. He was had gone to Harvard and decided to become a physician, and he's at this point a hospital steward. He's back here with the 12th Michigan as well. Now, Graves, who has suggested this patrol, doesn't get along with the man who's in charge of the 12th Michigan. The commander of the 12th Michigan is Colonel Quinn, and he's not very friendly with some of the others. He's something of a disciplinarian and not too effective, actually. And the night before, while they're sorting things out, while this patrol's going out, he accidentally shoots himself in the hand while trying to clean his gun. Later on, the governor of Michigan will call Quinn the worst colonel I ever met. So, there's a little bit of trouble there. Now, as the patrol runs into Confederates, they're still not sure exactly what that means. Is there a whole army out there? What's going on? So what they'll do is they'll send out reinforcements under Colonel David Moore, the commander of the 21st Missouri over here. So they're marching out, and they'll join with the patrol. They'll take a place in Seay Field, just this side of Fraley Field, and they come under fire from the Confederates there. Colonel Moore goes down, shot in the leg 3 times, and Lieutenant Colonel Woodyard will take over command of the 21st Missouri. Woodyard and Moore had been in command of separate Missouri Guard units for the Union earlier in the war, and they had been combined to form the 21st Missouri. Now, as they go out, they pick up Company A, 16th Wisconsin, and as they're approaching that field, Captain Sachs is there in the front from Saxville, Wisconsin, town named for him, where he has a mill, and he's anxious to be in the front of the column. And as they're approaching, he'll be shot, instantly killed, the first officer to go down here at Shiloh. And his sergeant also next to him will also be killed. So the casualties are beginning to mount. Finally, Peabody will advance the entire brigade. So it'll be the 25th Missouri, where we are, then the 12th Michigan, 21st Missouri, and then a little over, the 16th Wisconsin are going to go forward the full battle line against the approaching Confederates. So now we don't have the situation where the Union forces are completely surprised. They are in fact marching out to meet the enemy. And because of Peabody's patrol, there will be no overall surprise. They're not expecting this massive attack, but no one is caught sleeping in their tent unless they're sick or possibly have gone back out to get souvenirs as the camp is overrun. Every Union unit will be in advance of their camp, or right on the color line, which would be right here where they would form. So the Confederates have lost the element of surprise they had hoped for, and they're going to have to fight all their way, and they're going to be losing time. Time is critical for the Confederate Army. They have to do this fast. They've been slowed already by the slow march from Corinth. They don't know when Buell is going to arrive, but the sooner they can take care of Grant's army, the better for them. We're going to march over to the place where the battle starts in this area, where Peabody, full force, encounters Shaver's Confederates, mainly from Arkansas. Any questions?
In the days leading up, why wasn't the Union cavalry more active?
The Union cavalry was
they'd be out on the road.
fairly active. 5th Ohio had been fairly active, but for some reason they did a reorganization right before this, and they exchanged the 5th Ohio with 4th Illinois in Sherman's command, perhaps to give them more experience in the field. So the 4th was not as familiar with the terrain and what was going on. They had a sizable skirmish on the 4th, which should have given them some, and that's why some of Sherman's argued that there were Confederates in force, because it included some artillery and infantry fire. But Sherman interpreted it as being a reconnaissance in force, and there had been continuous skirmishing like that, just not to that degree. So Sherman knew there were Confederates there. Prentiss knew there were Confederates there. They just didn't realize how many. So they should have had better reconnaissance, but they didn't. All right, we'll go. Going to deploy along this line with the 25th Missouri here, commanded by the Lieutenant Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel Van Horn, a newspaperman and politician from Kansas City. The 12th Michigan over that way, in the 21st Missouri, now commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Woodyard. And a little further over, the 16th Wisconsin, which is going to be eventually become separated from the rest of the brigade. It's a little bit more experienced than the other brigade. The 21st and 25th have some experience in combat in Missouri, and this is where you'll go into line of battle. Focus toward the enemy over that way, armed with Austrian smoothbore muskets, we believe. So you've got 40 rounds in your cartridge box, and you're going to start shooting away here, too deep in a battle line against the Confederates. We're going to go over to the Confederate side, and we're going to switch sides. Let's see, who's got the first map I handed out? Yeah. That one, yes. All right. This is Shaver's brigade, mainly Arkansas troops. We just left the 25th Missouri, 7th Arkansas here, 2nd Arkansas there. This is Bob Shaver, Colonel Bob Shaver's command, and it had been up until just the day before General Hinman's command. But at the last minute, they decided to give Hinman a division of 2 brigades. Shaver had originally been in S.A.M. Woods, Sterling Alexander Martin Woods brigade. They did not get along because when they were retreating from Nashville, or from Bowling Green, Wood went off and left Shaver with his regiment, the 7th Arkansas, behind, and there was bad feeling. So he asked for a transfer to Hinman's brigade. Now he commands it. Now, these units, these Arkansas units, they're armed with old flintlocks that they have got from the arsenal in Little Rock. They're not converted yet, so somewhat inferior weapons in some ways. So they'll be fighting with those. With Colonel Dean here, originally from South Carolina, who now commands the 7th Arkansas, Lieutenant Colonel. As his men are marching forward in battle, he has the band playing Granny Does Your Dog Bite as they advance. Govan here will eventually be promoted to general, but they're advancing against the Van Dorn and poor Quinn here. And at first, well, this gentleman is here, this is Johnston. He's following the course of battle, and some of these Arkansas boys get a little shaky and start to give way. Johnston comes forward to personally rally those men. He's going to make sure that they go forward. His staff caution him not to expose himself to fire. He ignores them, but and he is determined to have a victory. Earlier in the day, when he runs into Marmaduke, John Marmaduke, who he's known from the 2nd U.S. Cavalry from the Utah Wars, he says, I hope you make it through the day safely, but we must have a victory. So he's determined, no matter what happens, he's going to make sure that the Confederates get the victory they need here at Shiloh. Now, pretty soon, if you look at this, okay, if you're in line of battle here, you're facing forward. What happens if something gets on your flank there? You're in trouble.
You're in trouble, exactly. And Sam Wood's skirmishers are beginning to come in on the flank. So that's going to be a bad thing for Peabody's men. So we're going to go just a little ways in the woods to find Sam Wood. Now, Sterling Wood, who leads this, Sam Wood, who leads this brigade, is also from Alabama, from Thwarting, Alabama, and is a lawyer, as many of these officers are. Also the editor of Florence's Gazette, has organized the Florence Guard, elected Colonel of the 7th Alabama, and then he's promoted to Brigadier General.
and he'll be leading his brigade here. And part of the brigade's over to the left, and they'll come under fire from some of Sherman's artillery. Where's our map? First map again. All right. So you got these guys coming in on the flank here. Kelly, he's going to go on to be killed at Franklin. So they're coming in on the left flank here. So if you're in the 25th Missouri, these skirmishers coming in on your flank are going to be causing some problems. Peabody, already been wounded several times. He'll pull back, since he's outflanked, to the main camp, where he tries to form a battle line. Things are beginning to fall apart. He's trying to rally the men near his headquarters tent when he's shot in the upper lip and the bullet goes out the back of his head. And he's instantly killed. He'll be eventually buried there next to his headquarters tent. But he has a brother back in Massachusetts. He's from Springfield, Massachusetts. He's a graduate of Harvard, had gone into the railroad engineering business in Missouri. And his brother will come all the way back and retrieve his body and take it back to Springfield, Massachusetts. So in the meantime, Van Horn's now in charge, and they're going to be pulling back later in the day. They'll rally near the sunken road and fight there through the afternoon, a portion of them, and they'll be under the command of Major Powell. Their Major Powell will be shot and killed, and he'll end up in an unknown grave somewhere in the Nashville Cemetery. His son, though, is left alone, and they'll have to figure out how to get him shipped back to Maine, which they eventually do. So I don't know what happened to all these dogs, but at any rate, Peabody's brigade is being forced back by overwhelming numbers and outflanking forces. Now we're going to march back here, go out in the woods to the rest of Shaver's brigade, and we'll be talking about the 21st Missouri and eventually the 16th Wisconsin. All right.
So on that map, we're roughly in the center of that.
We're about here.
Okay.
The map is not exactly to scale, but
Yeah.
it's the best I could do. I didn't put any terrain in it. Just I didn't like confuse you
We're
with.
facing in the right
Yes.
direction.
Yes.
This one.
You can still hold on.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Any questions before we go back? All right. So they'll fight here at their camp for only about a half an hour before they're overwhelmed and forced to retreat. Now, as the 12th pulls back, Lieutenant Colonel Graves and Quinn become separated. Later, after the Battle of Graves, will accuse Quinn of cowardice. It's not clear that's the case. They were simply with different parts of the regiment that had become separated. And many of these did break up. Some of them, like the 16th Wisconsin, will make it back to near the landing and recover to an extent. Others will end up with portions on the sunken road. Others will make it to the landing. So these units start to break up. Now, as they fall back from these camps, some of the Union soldiers will go back in their tents to recover letters, pictures, things that are of importance, letters from their loved ones, pictures of them. There's some men who've been on sick call who are getting out of the tents when they see the Confederates coming. Also, there's some unfinished breakfast there that had been prepared it was being prepared when they moved forward. So the Confederates occupying this camp are under the impression that they've completely surprised the Union forces because they see men coming out of the tents. They see food that's been prepared. There's some fresh bacon there, so they'll take that. They go into the tents and they will find items of interest, maybe some shoes that are good, or might even look at the letters that are left behind. So they're basically looting, and it's causing a delay in the Confederate advance. Confederates can't afford to lose this time, so this becomes a bit of a problem as they continue on. So this is going to be a problem for these. Well, and many of the Confederate troops are green. Some of the Arkansas boys pick up better muskets here, although they'll get better ones later. But so they are leaving their ranks and looting. We're going to go out here through the woods and catch up with the rest of Peabody's people. The 21st Missouri and the 16th.
Who's got the second map?
Sammy rolls. These 5 guys.
Yep, is there another one?
Number 3.
That's the one I need. Okay, this is where we are. We're right here at the 21st Missouri. There's a slight gap. The 16th Wisconsin will be over there. And that's our closest artillery, Munch's Minnesota Battery. Now, here's the 6th Arkansas, 3rd Confederate, and the 26th Alabama. And they've got artillery back here, Harper's Mississippi Battery and Sweat's Mississippi Battery. One with from Shaver's Brigade and one from Wood's Brigade. So they've got some artillery support as they go into action here. Oh, and the 6th Arkansas has another young private with it. His real name was Rowlands. Does anybody know who he was? Anybody familiar with Private Rowlands, who's changed his name?
Is that Stanley?
Henry Morton Stanley, yes. He was born a bastard in Wales. Was put in a, I guess what you call a foundling home. Ran away from that. Made his way to New Orleans where he adopted his new name. Went to Arkansas. And when the Civil War breaks out, he's not really all that excited one way or the other about the two sides. But everybody in his neighborhood in Arkansas is joining the Confederate Army. He's given a gift of ladies' petticoats in the mail. It's embarrassing. So he decides to join up. He'll be fighting here with the 6th Arkansas. He and his buddy go into action. They'll put violets in their hat bands. Since violets are a symbol of peace, perhaps they won't be fired at. Of course, this doesn't work too well. His buddy will be wounded. He'll be captured. Eventually sent to Camp Douglas, not a nice place in Chicago. And there he gets an offer he can't refuse to get out of there and join the Union Army. So he joins the Union Army, he gets sick and he'll leave. And he joins the Union Navy and serves with them for a while before the ship is dry docked, and he leaves that and becomes a newspaper reporter. So he's actually deserted from both sides, served in both the Union Confederate Army and the Union Navy. And then he becomes a newspaper reporter. He sent on a story in Africa to find Dr. Livingston, who's actually not lost. He knows where he is, just nobody else does. So when he finds him, he says, Dr. Livingston, I presume, as though it could be anybody else. And he becomes a famous African explorer in his own right, but he was right here at the Battle of Shiloh, armed with a flintlock. So, now the 21st Missouri here comes under fire, and the major, B.B. King, goes down. That's Bernard Beach King, by the way. He's not a guitar player that I'm aware of. But at any rate, so they are taking some losses, and they'll be retreating back to their camp. All right, we'll continue on to the Confederate position. The other part of Schaefer's, over there where we were, on the road was the 7th Arkansas and 2nd Arkansas, which were over there where we first stopped on the Shavers line. 7th, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Dean, who will be killed attacking the Hornets Nest later in the day. And where he went down, he's mortally wounded, shot in the throat. Union soldiers come out to cover his face with a handkerchief. And that's where the Arkansas monument would be put up. Shaver, after the war, is involved in various organizations, including the Ku Klux Klan. He's a marshal for a while in Arkansas. He flees for a while during Reconstruction to New Orleans and briefly to British Honduras. Comes back, and he'll be involved in veterans organizations, and he'll give the speech to dedicate that Arkansas monument where Lieutenant Colonel Dean died. Also, 3rd Confederate here is commanded by John Marmaduke, whose father had been a governor of Arkansas. He was a West Pointer and goes into the Army. He served with Johnston in the Utah Wars, and he's commanding a Missouri unit, and after it runs away at Boonville, Missouri, he decides to get himself another commission. He ends up with an Arkansas unit that becomes a Confederate unit, regular Confederate unit, and he'll be leading them here. Later on, he'll be across the river in the Trans-Mississippi, where he becomes angry at another general who he will kill in a duel. He'll finally be captured at the Battle of Mine Creek in Kansas, the largest battle fought in Kansas, and he will be promoted to Major General right toward the end of the war when he was in prison. After the war, he will eventually go into politics and become governor of Missouri, just like his father. He will die in office, though. But this is the position with their battery, which is what we're going to visit next. Right over this way. Any questions before we...
Can you explain, this is off that a little bit, can you explain just like real briefly the Utah Wars? I know like Johnston's involved and they're out there fighting Mormons basically, but can you, just a broad strokes of what that is?
Well, people are learning what to do. The officers, the generals have never commanded anything this large before. Johnston has commanded not much more than a regiment, or a little bit larger than a regiment-sized unit, and never in battle. So he wants to get the job done. He's staying near the front to provide guidance and leadership, which is perhaps not the place you'd expect the equivalent of a four-star general to be. Grant, who's had some experience in the war, almost gets left behind at one of the first battles at Belmont, and has fought at Fort Donelson, will visit the front line, inspiring men saying, hold your position at all costs, to divisional commanders, and he'll go back and start moving reinforcements and supplies where they're needed. So these guys are just learning what their job is. Johnston hasn't quite picked up what the role of an army commander is. He's acting more like a regimental commander. Is that...
It's when he goes out to Utah and fights, is Johnston in command of that?
He's
like
in command of that
1850s?
expedition, which involves a certain amount of logistics, but not a great deal of men.
Okay.
And there's some minor skirmishing. Mormons steal some of their cattle and horses, but then the government works out a deal with the Mormons, so there's not no major battle. Then Johnston ends up in California in command of the Division of the Pacific, and that's where he is when he resigns his commission and joins the Los Angeles Rifles and comes across the desert and joins the Confederacy. Anything else?
At this point, does Grant know what's going on?
Oh yes, Grant hears the noise of battle at his headquarters in Savannah. He's staying there because he's waiting till Buell shows up marching from Nashville. But he hears that noise, he knows something's up. So he comes down on his steamboat, stops at Crump's Landing, yells at Lew Wallace that something's up, get ready. Then he gets to Pittsburgh Landing, probably around 9:30 or so, and goes out to, well, he probably doesn't quite know what's going on at this point, but he will fairly soon. All right, we'll go this way. Okay, we've got two batteries here. One's Woods, and just a little ways over there, one that's with Shaver. Harper's Mississippi battery here. Harper will be wounded early on, and Lieutenant Israel Putnam Darden will take command. He's a well-to-do planter who's attended the University of Mississippi, owns a cotton plantation, and is a lieutenant in Jefferson Flying Artillery. And after the war, he will enter politics and become powerful with the Grangers in Mississippi. He'll be the chief, and he actually does get involved in running for governor, but doesn't do too well. Okay, next we'll stop at Sweat's Battery, another Mississippi battery. So this is where your artillery is at this point. bombarding Peabody. We'll catch up with the Union artillery and see what they're doing for us. Okay, so this was Sweat's battery, and it'll have 6 guns. It has 6 guns. They had 4 guns, so you've got 10 guns here firing. And Sweat will become fairly important within the artillery in the Army of Tennessee eventually. He'll become the inspector and have other roles. Go on, catch up with the Yankees. Here, led by Colonel Benjamin Allen. And they will take heavy losses. They'll lose 6 of their color bearers, their entire color guard here. Of course, Captain Sachs is already gone. And somebody may have the card for Private Joseph Carpenter Quiner. We don't know too much about him, but he was wounded and died after the battle. He was buried in the National Cemetery. D. Lloyd Jones, Company C, 16th Wisconsin. He was the first lieutenant, and he would be wounded later, but he would survive this battle and war. Now, Cassius Fairchild, the lieutenant colonel of the unit, whose brother became governor of Wisconsin, is leading his men, and he will be shot in the hip during the first day's fighting, forced to return to Wisconsin. This will eventually result in his death. He comes back to the Army, manages to survive the war, and then right after he's appointed a United States Marshal and gets married, 9 days later he's serving as a pallbearer, and as he's carrying the casket, his old wound ruptures and he dies in 1868. So even though some of these people may recover from wounds, it does sometimes have a long-term and serious impact on their lives. Now, later in the day, Benjamin Allen, the commander of the unit, will be wounded, and so the lieutenant colonel and the colonel gone, who's going to take over? Major, but the major's under arrest. Major Thomas Reynolds been placed under arrest. We don't really know exactly what for, but he'd been deprived of his sword. But he leaves and borrows somebody's sword, takes command of the regiment, and he'll manage to get his sword back afterwards. So the 16th, he rallies the regiment, and so he'll be back in good graces again. We don't really know what he did wrong. Okay, we'll go over to Munch's battery and pick up the Union artillery.
Okay, so I'm a little confused.
Yes.
This is saying that this regiment was on line here from 7 to 8:30. But didn't we just leave a Confederate battery like a long stone's throw away over there that was there from 8 to 9?
I'm guessing that they weren't quite in the same place at the same time. Now,
Seems like a very fluid situation.
yes. Now, these tablets are placed by the commission. When the park's created in 1894, they start gathering information, interviews from veterans, and sometimes those don't necessarily, I mean, no doubt 16th Wisconsin was here. This is probably as far forward as they were. And that's usually what a unit does when this is where we were. They'll put their position as far forward as they possibly can. And so they probably, when the artillery was there, they were probably a little further between here and the camp. So the commission sometimes tries to argue with the veterans, sometimes successfully, sometimes not. Sometimes they didn't think their monuments were in the right place, but the veterans would eventually appeal to the War Department and the commission would get overruled. So. But it's the only one. What's that? Okay.
Fog of war.
The war continues after the war. It's commanded by Emil Munch, who had been born in Prussia, part of Germany now, in 1831. He immigrated in 1849 to the United States. He was a carpenter and miller, and he sets out to organize a battery with the help of William Vander from New Ulm, which is a German community. and he'll be fighting here. He'll be wounded fairly early in the action, and Fander will take over. Munch, shot in the hip, seriously wounded, will eventually have to resign because its military activity is too strenuous. He will fight against the Dakota or Sioux Indians in 1862, and he'll join the Reserve Corps. So the picture you see of Munch, he looks in a almost gray uniform. You have Munch?
That's Philander.
Oh, that's Fander. Okay. It'll look almost like a gray uniform because it's a sky blue. That was the picture was taken from when he was in the Reserve Corps. Fander is also from Germany, born in Heilbronn in 1826, and he's into the Turner movement, which is a liberal movement that also espouses exercises and so forth. And he's may have been involved in the 1848 revolution there against the Kingdom of Prussia. He leaves from Germany, goes to England and visits briefly with Karl Marx and Engels there. And he writes a letter on practical Turnerism and the Turner Society, and he gets into settlement to settle German people who are of a more liberal persuasion, and starts the New Ulmer Turner Society in 1856. And he'll take command of the battery after the Munch is wounded, and he'll move back to New Ulm after the war, enter politics. Now, as they go into action here, one of their guns, as they fire it, the trail breaks. So they'll take that one offline, but they keep fighting here, and then they'll pull back to the position where their monument is at the Hornets Nest. And across the road here, you can see what you're going to see a lot of here in a few minutes, a controlled burn. That is not an accident. That was set on purpose to eliminate some of the undergrowth and kill some of the exotics, and it's supposed to make the forest healthier. So it's not a fire that got out of control, just so you'll know before we...
The monument that you mentioned,
Yes.
the Hornets Nest, that's the big one at one end of the Sunken Road?
Yes.
Okay, so that is
artillerist on it. Yes, that's for the Munch's battery.
The Minnesota monument.
Well, yeah, it's the Minnesota monument, the only Minnesota unit that was here. There will be other Minnesota units coming online at Corinth.
So who would Munch's battery have been firing at? Because
firing at Gladden.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're about to see.
All the people the Confederates we were just dealing with were all back over
Yeah,
here.
we're on a different part of the field. Now we're getting into Gladden's brigade.
Okay.
Confederates we were dealing with they were part of Hardee's Corps, the advance element. Originally the idea was to have a column of corps. Hardee, behind him would be Bragg, and behind him Polk, and then bring up through Breckinridge. Already as they attack near Shiloh Church, they're beginning to become intermingled. Here, Hardee's line isn't long enough because there's another brigade here under Madison Miller that wasn't on the Confederate maps. So Gladden, part of Bragg's corps, is put over here, and they're going to be engaging. And Gladden, it's a part of the Bragg's so-called Army of Pensacola. Been organized under Gladden's command, supposed to be an elite unit, has the 1st Louisiana Regulars in it, and is considered to be a fairly decent unit. It's all part of Jones Withers' command. Jones Withers, another one originally from northern Alabama, from Huntsville, and he'll go on to be promoted to Major General and have some issues and eventually be relieved, but then restored to his rank and become a cotton broker after the Civil War. Gladden here is eager to get at the enemy. He says, I'm just as anxious to get at the enemy as anyone else. He's originally from South Carolina, had been the lieutenant colonel of the Palmetto Regiment during the Mexican-American War, and when the other officers were wounded or killed, he took command and earned respect for his fighting at the Battle of Churubusco and at Mexico City. He moves to New Orleans after the war. When the Civil War breaks out, he's offered the position of Lieutenant Colonel of the 1st South Carolina Infantry,
but instead he joins the Louisiana Secession Convention and then is made colonel of the 1st Louisiana. And then he'll be promoted to brigadier general. He does well in Pensacola, and his brigade is an example of discipline and official excellence, apparently. And he's advancing here on the morning of April the 6th, scouting out the Union positions. When he comes under fire from either Munch's or Hickenlooper's Ohio battery, it's an exploding shell shrapnel, and a case shot, I would say. And it hits him in the arm. And basically his arm is mangled completely. And he'll be removed to Corinth. It'll be amputated, but infection has set in. He'll die the night of April 11th. So with Gladden down, next one to take over will be the colonel of the Louisiana regiment. This will be Adams to take over as the commander.
You want the card?
Oh, sure. That's the best picture. Now his brother is actually also a Confederate cavalry commander, but he takes command of the unit, and they charge. Now by this time Miller will originally send his units out here with the 18th Missouri, 61st Illinois, and the 18th Wisconsin. Some of these are very green units. 61st is pretty new. The 18th has just arrived the previous night. Without any food, they find their camp out in the woods and have inadequate ammunition. So, and it's a brand new unit. It's just been organized, just arrived. So they're going to have some issues. Now, as Adams deploys here, the Confederates will be charging across Spainfield. They'll come under heavy fire from the infantry and artillery, and they'll take some losses. Now, Adams himself is an interesting character. Born in Kentucky, had moved to Mississippi. He'd been a second lieutenant in the Mississippi militia, and in Vicksburg he had killed a newspaper editor in a duel when that man insulted his father. He was a member of the military board that created for the war, and became lieutenant colonel of the 1st Louisiana and was promoted to colonel. Now later in the day, Adams will be leading this unit into battle. He'll be shot above the left eye. Bullet comes out behind his left ear, and he's knocked senseless. He's put in the back of a wagon to be taken to Corinth. The guy driving the wagon decides, he says, I don't need this guy, he's dead. He throws him in a ditch on the side of the road. Somehow, Adams regains consciousness and manages to stagger up covered in mud. And he is saved by one of the Mississippi units and taken to Corinth, where he will recover, resume his duties. He'll be promoted to brigadier general. At Chickamauga, he'll again be wounded and captured. And he'll fight through the end of the war. He'll spend some time in England before returning to his law practice in New Orleans, and he'll be doing his real estate business in New York. And all of a sudden, 1872, in his office, he'll have a stroke and instantly die. So he survives everything else, getting shot in the head. Now, Dease will take over after Adams. Dease is the commander of the one of the regiments here, the 22nd Alabama, and he is a cotton broker from Mobile, educated in South Carolina and in France, served in the Mexican-American War, as did many of these men, and made a significant fortune. He's aide-de-camp at the Battle of Manassas, and he returns to Mobile, where for his unit, the 22nd Alabama, he purchases 800 Enfield rifles to equip them, pays for them with gold. He is apparently fairly wealthy, and he'll have a severe wound here on the second day. So they're taking some heavy losses. He becomes a cotton broker after the war and settles in New York City and has a cottage of sorts. They don't look like cottages in Newport, Rhode Island. So
Also in the 22nd is John Marist, whose family had immigrated from San Domingo, where they owned 600 slaves and settled in South Carolina. He eventually moved to Alabama. He was, his parents had died. He became the guardian of Alabama Senator William King, who also became vice president, who was the close friend of President Buchanan. He was a cotton factor, and he fights here, has a horse shot at from under him, but he suffers from rheumatism and he'll die of paralysis on December 14th, 1863. Also in the 22nd Alabama, Jeremiah Manasco, who will be wounded here, bullet shattering his left arm, necessitating amputation, and he will die from that wound. And his coat is preserved somewhere. We don't know exactly where, but it shows has the arm missing. Also here, another individual of interest is a George Dixon. Does anybody have a gold coin as their card? Okay. We don't have a picture of George Dixon, but they do have the coin he carried here. Dixon is in the 21st Alabama. He's from Mobile. He's been a steamboat engineer before the war. He becomes a sergeant, and he's charging across the field here when he's hit in the hip, or in the thigh rather. And in that thigh, in that pocket where his thigh is, he has a $20 gold piece, which his girlfriend supposedly has given him. And it bends, there it is. It bends the gold piece, and afterwards he has written on it, April 6th, 1862, my life preserver, GED, George Dixon. So he's saved by the coin. Later on though, he becomes interested in the first successful submarine, the Hunley, and he'll be captain of the Hunley when it sinks the Housatonic, the first submarine to successfully sink an enemy vessel. Unfortunately, it also sinks afterwards, and it has been recovered, and they recovered the coin as well. It was not his life preserver when he was on Hunley.
He has some cojones, that's for sure.
What's that? All right, now we'll be going across the field because these units are withdrawing to the wood line over here on the other side of Spain Field to put up their defense. Let's see, we got one more map there. Need the third map. Or do I have it? You might have it.
You might have it. Play monkeys.
Okay, yes, all right. I have it. Okay, we've got Coltart here with the 26th.
Could you hold that up so we can all see it?
25th with Loomis, who'll be wounded. 22nd with Dees, who ends up taking over the brigade. Case here in the 21st Alabama, and the 1st Louisiana with Adams and Farrar. That includes a young Captain Wheat, who is from Louisiana, and he'll be shot in the head here. His older brother, Roberto Chatham Wheat, will fight at 1st Manassas, be badly wounded there. He'll also be killed about a month after this at the Battle of Malvern Hill. So one family losing several sons.
No problem.
All right, we'll head across the Spain Field. Pounding the Confederates as they come across the field. Hickenlooper from Cincinnati. He had been a surveyor and became an engineer. Organizes his battery. As the infantry starts to give way, Confederates are right on top of the battery, and they're forced to abandon 2 of their guns as they pull back toward the Hornets Nest area, toward the sunken road. Hickenlooper thinks he's lost his own horse, Gray Eagle, which apparently looks as though it's gone down, badly wounded. He gets his saddle and his pistols, makes his way down the eastern Corinth Road to catch up with his battery as it deploys. Later on, through the smoke of battle, here comes his horse, not hurt so badly after all. So he remounts Gray Eagle and he'll ride him for the rest of the battle. And so Hickenlooper's battery puts up a pretty good defense here. This is part of Madison Miller's line. Madison Miller had been the colonel of the 18th Missouri here, which was a militia unit from Missouri. The first commander had problems. He apparently executed Confederates. He burned Platte City, Missouri, and although he was ordered to do so, but he was discredited, and Madison Miller was given command of the regiment. Miller, the former mayor of Carondelet, Missouri, had been involved in the railroad industry, and he had been badly injured when a brand new line with a bridge that had just been built and wasn't really finished yet collapsed and killed a number of people, badly wounding, trains weren't safe back then, badly wounding Miller, but he recovered enough to organize an artillery battery. He fought at Wilson's Creek, and now this was his opportunity. He's now in command of a brigade. Before the day's over, he's going to be captured along with his Lieutenant Colonel Pratt here. So all of these units are going to take heavy losses. Move on to the 18th Missouri and on to the 61st Illinois, commanded by one of the oldest men on the field, Jacob Pratt, who's 62, I believe.
Ooh.
Those of you that were on the earlier tour with me, welcome. How many, first time to Shiloh? Anybody? Yep. Good. Have you been here before? No? Good. Welcome. And welcome to everybody that's been here before and come back to visit this hallowed ground. We are on the left flank of the entire Union Army on April 6th of 62. The Confederate plan coming up here, and those of you that were on the earlier tour know, was that the Confederates wanted to sneak up on the Federal camp. That's all this is. Shiloh is nothing but a big Union Army camp. 38,000 men are camping here under the command of Mount General U.S. Grant. 38,000 men in 5 divisions camped on the battlefield, and there's a separate 6th division about 6 miles north of us guarding our rear. But this is the main camp. We are here because of that Tennessee River. The Union Army has military has complete control of the Tennessee River. From the Kentucky border all the way down to Muscle Shoals, Alabama. The only thing stopping their boats at Muscle Shoals are the shoals. They can't get the boats over the shoals. All right? So they've got this whole area of river open to them. And initially, Grant, if you didn't know this wasn't the initial plan to drop everybody off here at Pittsburgh Landing. What they were going to do is send a strike force somewhere to drop them off and go and cut the Memphis and Charleston Railroad somewhere close in Mississippi to the Tennessee River. Well, they tried that. As you know, prior to the Battle of Shiloh, this area was inundated with rainstorms, thunderstorms. It just rained. It was a wet March and April. Everything is flooded. The Tennessee River is over its banks in most areas. All the creeks, ponds, swamps, everything flooded above their banks. It is a mess. When General Sherman, who is part of this strike force, heads down the river to find a place to offload and go and cut that railroad, they offloaded at a place called Eastport, Mississippi, south of us. And the minute they got off the boat, with the artillery, the horses, the infantry, they sank in the mud. And it fell over and sank into the swamp. And then the next one sank into the swamp. It was a catastrophe. They could not maneuver. They couldn't get the artillery to move. So the whole plan was abandoned. However, on that trip, Sherman realized not only do we have control of the entire river, I found a place to land the troops that's still above water. And that was Pittsburgh Landing. Some of these bluffs are 80 feet above the water line. And the thing is, even if it continues to rain, their camps will still be dry. So, they pick Pittsburgh Landing, and on March 16th, they start offloading troops here, and they build this huge army camp. Sherman is the first one to disembark his division. And you know, if you've been here before, he sets up his headquarters by Shiloh Church, over 2 miles away to the west of us. This is Stewart's brigade. Stewart's brigade, commanded by Colonel David Stewart. Colonel David Stewart, born in Brooklyn, New York. Oberlin College graduate. He's a man of letters, not a military guy. He passes the bar in Michigan, sets up a practice in Detroit, has a falling out with some people in Detroit, and moves to Chicago. And when the war breaks out, he's an engineer in Chicago for a railroad, a lawyer, for a railroad in Chicago. And the war breaks out, he organizes himself 2,000 men into the 55th Illinois Infantry and equips them all out of his own pocket. This guy's done pretty well for himself. They fight at Donelson, and now Colonel Stewart is in command of a brigade, 3 regiments, his own 55th Illinois Infantry, plus the 54th Ohio and the 71st Ohio. They are one of the brigades in Sherman's army, in Sherman's division. They're one of the brigades that got off the boats first. Sherman's camp is over 2 miles away with his other 2 brigades. This is Stewart, one of his brigades. We're 2 miles away from him. What is this all about? What this is about is Sherman is worried about his flank. To the east of us are fords over the creeks coming from the river. Over Lick Creek and Locust Branch. He's worried about that. What if the Confederates somehow put together a quick brown water navy and get troops down the river, land them, and get into our flank and attack us? That's why Stewart's here. They are the guard of the left flank for Sherman. Not only that, but this Hamburg-Savannah road we see behind us, and most of the road beds we're going to drive on today, or you drive on today, they are all the original road beds. The commission made sure to do that so the soldiers could reorient themselves, or the veterans, when they came back to the battlefield. Because that was initially their first tourists, their first visitors were the veterans, bringing along their grandkids. So they wanted the soldiers to be on those original roads. So anyway, this Hamburg-Savannah road also feeds into what's known as Bark Road. See the second tree line out in the fog? Bark Road is on the other side of that tree line, and it runs east to west. They're worried that the Confederates may come up from Corinth on the Corinth Road. That feeds into Bark Road. Bark Road then will feed into the Hamburg-Savannah Road and boom, come in on the left flank. So that's the second target that Sherman was worried about. So he places Stewart here to guard the left. It's smart. It's smart. Until 2 weeks before the battle. 2 weeks before the battle, there is a brand new division created. The commander of that division is General Benjamin Prentiss. It will be the 6th Division of Grant's Army of the Tennessee. And they will camp on Stuart's right. All these new units coming in off the boats that are unattached are being thrown in. Apprentice. We talked, for those of you with me earlier, we talked about Prentiss's brand new division. In fact, these guys here are calling it the embryonic division. Brand new, just birthed. You've got this brand new division to our right. Now, between us and our boss, 6,000 soldiers, the tentage, the horses, the equipage, the artillery, everything between us and our boss. I would say that Sherman maybe made a mistake not ordering them now to that area, but these guys have set up a great camp. When I said earlier, when you find what, you're going to find one of these Union camps. Water. A fresh spring. Boom. Right here. Right where those 4 buildings. Oh, and you got structures already here. In fact, the 71st was not using those structures for regular folks. That was for their sick folks. Anybody that needed hospital rest or was sick, they utilized the buildings that were already here. The tentage was for the soldiers that were that were okay. And that'll come into play in a little bit, these sick folks. So now we are 2 miles away from our boss. We've got impediments between us and our boss for communication. But not only that, Prentiss's camp is about 3/4 of a mile from our right. So there's this big gap between us and Prentiss and basically the Union line facing south. There's a gap of about 3/4 of a mile. Now, of course, what was the Confederate plan? What did Johnston want to do? Find the left flank of the Union Army, hit it, turn it away from the river, away from Pittsburgh Landing, push it into Owl Creek and the swamps that were all flooded, and trap him there. Because you got to remember, Pittsburgh Landing provided Grant and his army with everything they needed. All the supplies, Pittsburgh Landing. All the ammo, medical supplies, Pittsburgh Landing. Any opportunity to retreat, Pittsburgh Landing. If they could get him away from Pittsburgh Landing, they could defeat this army. And they wanted to surprise him. For those of you earlier, you know, they wanted to surprise the Federal camp and catch these guys unaware in their tents. Did that happen? No. They did not achieve tactical surprise. The Federals went out with a patrol and found the lead elements and engaged them and started this fight. Basically, it was the alarm clock, like I said earlier, for the Federals back here. Now, if you're David Stewart and his 3 regiments, let's head out here and we can look at to where the camp was. We won't go too far. Most of the fields you're going to see today on the battlefield, we try to keep them in the same at the same size, if you will, as the original fields, the open fields. Like I've always said, this battle is mainly fought in the woods. 90% of this battlefield is wooded because it wasn't supposed to be a battlefield. It's a camp, and people like camping in the shade. Things haven't changed that much for humans in 160 years. So, in front of us, you got the camp tablet of the 55th Illinois. and the 54th Ohio, and into the woods on the right is the 71st Ohio camp. 71st is on our right. Still, their right flank is 3/4 of a mile from Prentice's left flank. This is the road they're guarding. They're also guarding the fords to our left. And in front of us is that rise. Now, this field was open. This is where they were drilling every day, practicing. They knew the area. Across the way where that the second tree line is barren. We would have been able to see that. There's a tanneries up on Bark Road on the other side of that hill. And there's a reason they call it Bark Road. We're tanneries. They need bark in the process of tanning. So all that is denuded. They have cut all that down and used the bark. When you talk about fallen timbers, if anybody's going to go to the fallen timbers program on the 8th, that was all the timber that was just left there by the tanneries because they took the bark and left the rest after they chopped down all those trees. So we can see over there on the top of that hill, there is a deep ravine between Larkin Bell Field and that hill over there, and a creek, Locust Spring. So on the morning of April 6th, we all know that at 4:55 a.m., way out in Fraley Field, 2 miles from Peabody's camps, shooting starts. They can hear it back here. That's no big deal. They can hear it. They don't know what it is. 5 in the morning, they can hear something's going on. But it's unusual in the sense that we have heard shooting in the woods before. Men practicing, firing their weapons for the first time. People clearing their muskets after coming off picket duty. They have had minor run-ins with Confederate cavalry, which have been reconnoitering the area, which is just would have been normal military operations at any time. This is different because it doesn't stop. And in fact, after an hour, it grows in intensity when more people join in, more muskets. It is not till 7:30 in the morning that Prentice sends a messenger to Stewart and tells him what's going on. That they are being pressed on their front by a strong enemy force. So what happens is, at 7:30, these 3 regiments will fall in, they say, on the road behind our camps. For those of you not with me earlier, when you see those camp tablets, that is the front, the head of their camp. All the tentage would have been behind that tablet. And they fell in behind their camps on the road. And this is the road they're talking about. Now this is 7:30 in the morning. And this is sort of a big deal. The way that battles. It has an effect. Let me say this. Them falling in at 7:30 in the morning has a big effect on the battle. And it's sort of lucky for these guys too. This very small force. Oh, and by the way, when they were originally established here after landing at Pittsburgh Landing, they had a battery with them, Stone's Battery. On April 5th, Stone's Battery was recalled and reassigned. So there is no artillery up here. You've just got this infantry brigade. Well, 5 o'clock, we'll back up a little bit, 5 o'clock in the morning, Albert Sidney Johnston, whose battle plan was what? Yep, find the Union left, push it. He wanted to make sure they were going to hit where they wanted to hit. So he sent out a reconnaissance party at 5 a.m. Unfortunately, what also started at 5? The shooting! A little bit late to to change everybody's disposition, right? Which is pretty much what he said at breakfast. Too late now, let's go. Only he said it a lot more eloquently than I would. He set out this party led by the chief engineer, his chief engineer. Where are you, chief engineer? I can't do it without you. Come on. There you go. This dashing looking dude, Captain Samuel Lockett, who will be all over the battlefield on this first day. If you're in the Hornets Nest later, you're going to hear about this guy again. Samuel Lockett is the chief engineer on his staff, on Johnston's staff. Samuel Lockett graduated second class of 1859 at West Point. Smart dude. He and a group of cavalry soldiers are out scouting the Union left. And they come out over on that rise and they see this huge brigade falling in on the road. Then the brigade, for some reason, and the soldiers write about this, move forward through the camp into the open field. And they're watching all of this. Then, for some reason, we don't know why, these are the soldiers writing about this, they moved us into the shade of the tree line. Now, Lockett sees all this, all he knows is he sees a mass of troops and a lot of movement. He has come to the conclusion it's an entire division that they knew nothing about. And he's got to get this word back to Johnston. Because right now, they're not even touching this part of the battle. They're hitting the middle of the battlefield. And there's an entire division over here unmolested, deploying, preparing defenses, whatever. So Lockett immediately takes off and rides back to Johnston. Johnston doesn't get this information till 10. Okay? So everything else is still going to play out. Well, now on this side of the field, you still got all this firing. By 8 o'clock, artillery is now involved. So it's really gotten loud, but you have no orders and no communication from your boss, Sherman, who's already been shot this morning, by the way. You didn't know that right through the hand. But then they get worried. They're like, oh no, we think, well, when we saw those riders earlier, we think that was just an advanced patrol, and now cavalry is going to try to get around on our flank. So what Stuart does is he organizes 4 companies of the 54th Ohio and sends them down that road to make sure the cavalry doesn't get around on their flank. Those 4 companies, never sees them again. The 54th Ohio is now half strength of what it was a minute ago. This is the beginning of the depletion of Stuart's brigade. By 10 o'clock, 10:30, they start to see elements because at 10 o'clock, the minute Lockett gets that word to Johnston, Johnston starts to redeploy. He is going to send people farther to the east, down Bark Road and forward. Because he realizes now he's not hitting where he wanted to hit. He's hitting Prentice. They're doing a wonderful bang-up job. The left flank is left open. So Chalmers and Jackson's brigades of infantry. Of course, you've got John K. Jackson headed this way. He will deploy in our front. And where is he? James R. Chalmers and his Mississippi boys. They will be in our direct front. And Stewart's watching them. He can see them on that rise. So they will send forward under Lieutenant Elijah Lawrence skirmish line. All the way out past the open field, down into the ravine, and across the Locust Ranch Creek. And they can get a very good vantage of what's deploying in front of them. And what they're seeing is Chalmers' brigade of Mississippi and some Tennessee guys. And now these guys have gone out there as skirmishers with loaded muskets. And one of the young bucks who has gone out on this skirmish detail is very anxious. And he sees an officer on a white horse. Beautiful target. And he aims his musket, shoots it, misses. But all the other nervous skirmishers now, oh crap, and they all fire. And they hit the 2nd Tennessee Infantry, killing one of the officer's horses, and the 2nd Tennessee Infantry skedaddles. First time ever under fire. And a bunch of bullets just came out of the woods. We're out of here. 2 of the companies are able to be rallied and will fight with the 5th Mississippi that day, but for the most part, the 52nd Tennessee is gone. And now the skirmishers skedaddle back here. Well, now Chalmers is going to wait till Jackson deploys on his left, because they've got something in their front. They were told it was a division. You know, they're only brigade size. And when I talk about divisions, brigade, blah, 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 on paper, during the war, a division consisted of 10,000 men and officers. Usually in 3 to 4 brigades. That's on paper. Rarely would these divisions be at full strength. A brigade at full strength, again, 3,000 to 4,000 men, if at full strength. None of them are at full, for lots of reasons. But, you know, sick call, attrition, retirements, furloughs, they didn't have replacements. Didn't work like that during the Civil War. So as they lost men, that unit got smaller until they were combined with another unit. They call it consolidation. But anyway, so now he's deploying across the way, and we'll head forward at about 10-ish, 11-ish. Oh, and not only that, but they also have 2 batteries with them, 4 guns each. Gage's battery and Girardi's Georgia battery. One of the only Georgia units. Very few. There's only 2 Georgia units on the field. They will move forward, and they will also start an artillery firing on this position. But remember, this is until 11. These guys have been sitting here waiting, technically since 5, but they got up and in formation at 7:30. 11 o'clock, they actually start getting shot at. Once they start getting shot at, they will fall back to these positions on the other side of the road, on this rise, where you see markers, to defend themselves as these units come forward. As they continue forward, of course, we're talking about, right now, Chalmers and Jackson, about 4,247 muskets and 8 artillery pieces. Almost 5,000 men. You've got the 71st Ohio, the 54th Ohio, which is at half strength, about 400 men, and the 55th Illinois at about 500 men. Their largest unit is actually the 71st. They have the most men. They have almost 800 men here. The problem is 300 of them are sick. Those buildings being used for the hospitals, mainly for the 71st. What happened to the 71st happened to a lot of units. When they arrived at Shiloh a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. There wasn't room for them. There's only a finite amount of room for docking boats at Pittsburgh Landing. That's why they cut out another landing. But that's a different story. So they have to wait and wait. It's like the circling airplanes over an airport waiting for a gate. Same thing. They were out in the water once they got here for 10 days. They ran out of fresh water on the boat. So what did they do? Drink it out of the Tennessee River. I will admit it's probably worse today than it was then, but it wasn't good then. They have 300 men on the sick rolls. They've only got 500 active for duty. The first thing when they start getting shelled by artillery is they send all the sick to the rear. Well, here's the issue. I want you to remember this. All the sick are from one unit, and they are all together. And they are leaving the front, going to Pittsburgh Landing. People asking them, who are you? 71st Ohio. And there wasn't just one person asking. This is the beginning of a huge controversy about the 71st Ohio. 300 men, if you looked at them with the naked eye, 300 could look like 500. 300 could be a whole regiment in 1862. Some of the regiments here are at 340 men strength. 300 men is a whole regiment, and they are leaving the front. This rumor starts. They left the front. They're running away. You know, so that's the beginning of a controversy. Well, now we come into the second part of the controversy. As the Federals shell and move forward, Stuart has to pull his men back again. Excuse me, the 71st Ohio, who had all those sick guys, but still has 500 men in the field, fall straight back to where their monument is. Behind Stuart's headquarters. And they set up a defensive posture right there. Stuart, along with the 54th and 55th, will fall back to the north and east, to the ravine, so he can get his men shelter, some sort of cover. So what we'll do now is walk to where they fell back to.
Do we have to walk backwards?
Got to walk backwards if you want. All right. 55th Illinois Infantry was, as I said earlier, it was organized and by David Stuart. But Stuart, after his wonderful job he did at Donelson, was promoted to brigade commander, so he can't be in charge of this one regiment anymore. That falls to his second in command, Lieutenant Colonel Oscar Malmberg, a crazy Dane. This guy, as I said earlier, David Stuart was not a military guy. He was a man of letters, a lawyer by profession. Malmberg claimed to have a lot of military experience. He did serve with the Swedish army, and he also served with in Mexico. And you got to realize, when the war breaks out and all these new volunteers, recruits start volunteering, and these units start being formed, there's not only an equipment problem, there's a knowledge problem. There's nobody around to train them. There are very few experienced people around to train these guys who are still in the military or your state militia. That's why Grant, it comes back into the Army after quitting in 1854. The state of Illinois needed him. They needed somebody with experience, and these West Point guys or anybody who was in Mexico, they fit the bill. Problem is, Malmberg didn't tell anybody he was a desk jockey. But anyway, now he's here. There is an issue, think about it. And David Stewart, not being a military guy, lets Malmberg call all the military shots, meaning he did all the training, all the drilling, everything. David had sort of a hands-off policy. Well, that's a problem now. You throw David into the fray, and he doesn't have a lot of experience because Malmberg did everything. Now, the men made fun of Malmberg. They always said that that Colonel Malmberg's idea of infantry, use of infantry, was to guard against cavalry. And that's it. And every time they drilled, they would form what's called the hollowed square, which is how they would use their bayonets in a square, the whole regiment, to protect against cavalry. And they did it in fact, they did it out here, sort of confused the Federals. Like, what are they doing? But and some of the Federals write about the square and going, why? But anyway, so that's crazy Oscar Malmberg, one of my favorite dudes on this battlefield. And he'll be in command of the 55th. Like I said, the 55th right now is going to be brandishing about 550 muskets at most. But, boom, they are pulled back here for this reason, the ravine. And in front of them, that big ditch, another big gully or whatever you want to call it, that ravine, the enemy will have to come through there if they want to get these guys. So they've got a perfect place, not only to protect themselves, fall back, reload, move forward. That was a favorite tactic used on the fly here in Shiloh, is that you would pull a company up, fire, fall back, reload, the second company would come up. Loaded, fire. So you'd have continuous fire, keeping most of your men protected. Same thing happened in the Hornets Nest. The Federals used that tactic. And they'd be able to hold out here. And by noon, they are in this position, with the Confederates bearing down on them. Chalmers coming straight at them with his force. And they are still dealing with the incoming artillery. I believe the artillery batteries, they're both 4-gun batteries. Gage had 2 3-inch ordnance rifles and 2 12-pounder howitzers, and Girardi's had 2 6-pounder field pieces and 2 12-pounder howitzers. And they're letting it rip in this general area. Now, what will happen, though, is the same thing that happens near the Hornets Nest, is they're overshooting. A lot of that ordnance is flying right over their heads. They're not taking casualties by the artillery. It's those 4,200 muskets. In fact, some of the Federals felt bad because they could get shots off at these guys that were out in the open, not in the ravines, and it was just easy pickings. And they wrote about that afterwards, and that comes into play even in Beauregard's book by Alfred Roman. They talked about the Federals actually feeling bad for the Confederates who were caught out in the open here on this side of the field. Sir.
I'm sorry. The 71st was still on this other ridge?
71st is on there, will be in that open area where their monument is right now, defending that position. Now, when Stewart moves
more or less
to the left and rear, right? They move to the left and rear. He loses contact. Well, here comes the second controversy with the 71st. When Stewart writes his report after the battle, he talks about losing contact, and I think his actual quote is, "I didn't see him for the rest of the day." What a bad thing to have written about you when people are saying crap about you. Oh, wait a minute, I need to have a witness.
edit button.
I swear. And also, when here's another fact. Earlier, Prentiss had moved forward to deal with those Confederates. At the same time, you've got Stuart starting to move to the left. Remember I said there was a 3/4 of a mile gap between these two forces? Well, now that's over a mile. And if the Confederates would have known this, they could have walked right through that mile gap without even being shot at. But they're not. Now these Confederate forces are dealing with what's in front of them, which they still think is a huge force. Because that's what they were told earlier. All right, let's head down. My favorite mine. What one? 54th Ohio Infantry, under the command of Colonel T. Kilby Smith. They're a Zouave unit, trying to replicate those French Africa forces. Days gone by with the pantaloon, the big blousey red trousers stuffed into the white gaiters. Small jackets, usually with one button or a ton of little buttons. Blue coats with the red, a lot of red piping, and some sort of fez for a hat. This is Joseph Combs, one of the young privates fighting here in the 54th Ohio. The Zouaves had a different dress, yes. They also had a different drill. Their drill wasn't Hardee's or Casey's like the normal troops were using, like the regular infantry. They had their own drill. I've never done it. Apparently there's a lot of laying down, a lot of firing from the prone position, the belly position, things like that, which actually seems pretty smart. Even their artillery guys would lay down sometimes, and I don't have any idea how that all worked. And at Shiloh, yeah, I bet their dress is extremely similar to this or what Joseph Combs I just showed you was wearing. But as this stuff wore out, the War Department's not going to re-equip them for this. Okay, the gaiters go. The sky blue trousers are going to replace the red pants. The small no, they're going to be these expensive coats with lots of brass buttons, a lot of sewing of the trim and the braid and all that junk. No, they're going to have a 4-button cheap 6-piece sack coat that's been sewed together. And of course the standard forage cap, unless they have a private purchase cap. And a lot of these Western soldiers realized pretty early on, you don't want a small cap. You want something with a big brim around your whole darn head. Because, you know, in this part of the South, there's a lot of sun, and then there's a lot of tropical rain, and there's a lot of snow, whatever. You get everything. You want to keep it from getting down the back of your neck or the sunburn on your face. You know, these guys, they're practical. They're not idiots. These guys, once they get in the field, are all of them, practical. They're not going to carry what they don't need, and they're not going to wear something that isn't comfortable. But here, hey, we are at the left of the entire Union Army. This is it. This is what Johnston was salivating for. If he could have found this early, wow, it's over. Oh, and by the way, by now, as we get into the afternoon, early afternoon of April 6th, Stuart is down to 800 men from both of these regiments, total. And they're cut off from everybody, meaning supply. When they start running out of rounds in their own cartridge boxes, the only rounds they have are what's left in the wounded and the dead. 800 muskets versus 4,247 muskets and 8 artillery pieces. This is where I start defending the 71st. If you discount the 71st Ohio with their 500 muskets between us and Prentiss, then you're pretty much saying that John K. Jackson was the biggest idiot on this battlefield. If there was nothing in front of him, first he could have come in with Chalmers and destroyed this 800-man defensive unit. But they're dealing with something, and Jackson writes about it. We are being fired on from the front, not the flank. They are being hit from the front, and there is no other Union unit in this area. They could have been in the area that writes about being in this area, except for the 71st Ohio. That is it. So if they weren't there, where are these magic bullets coming from that Jackson writes about in his report? All right, that's my first defense of the 71st Ohio. But again, the word now is the 71st ran that their colonel skedaddled. We'll talk about that in a second. But this is the flank, and this is the flank. Believe it or not, they're going to hold out here until after 2. 800 guys against Chalmers and Jackson. 800 guys with limited supplies, no artillery. And the only reason they get out of here through these deep ravines, which is their only means of escape. It was protection, yeah. You know, now it's escape. The only reason they skedaddled, they had no more ammunition. They were completely out. And they had to retreat or they were done. They were captured. And they started falling back a little after 2 o'clock. Also at 2 o'clock, more Confederate units are going to start arriving in this general area with Johnston between noon and 2 and start moving forward. All right, any questions about where we are right now?
Is that the river there?
Probably not. I don't think we're close enough to see it. I don't know what that is. Now remember, some of this was just bought by the trust. That's where the area is. That was just bought by the trust. Somebody mentioned that earlier. It's right over there, bottomlands. So I don't know what that is.
Do you know how they got this monument here up here?
There's pictures.
Is there?
Yeah.
Through these ravines?
Oxen.
Oh, okay. All right.
The Ohio monuments got here in 1902. And they were brought on the field on big carts pulled by oxen. And then put into position with the pulley system.
Well, it seemed like even with oxen, it'd be tough to get through these ravines.
Yeah. It was.
A lot less trees back there.
Probably.
Where's Pittsburgh landing from here?
From here, about 3 miles directly south.
So when they retreated, they were going towards the landing.
Well, they're going towards their friendly lines. Because there are going to be lines behind us on ridge tops. They're going to run into the 9th. They're going to run into MacArthur first. MacArthur's going to be the next line behind us. But they're not in contact with him. He's not in contact with them. In fact, what happens is, and I think this had more to do with the 71st, but once these units actually start falling back with a quickness, the Confederates see it and start a quick pursuit. And they start getting intermingled. And I think it was the 50th Illinois, they see one of their color bearers from one of these units running towards their line with the Confederates right behind them carrying the First National flag. And they mistake it for 2 U.S. flags until the Confederate unit got behind them. And they're like, crap. So that's what's going to start happening. Yeah, and that's these guys falling back with, like I said, with a quickness. Because they've got no reason to be here. They have no more ammunition. They are out. Save yourself. Jesse Appler, that's the general. Save yourselves. 53rd Illinois. All right, let's take it back.
The two timber clads get a lot of press, you know, at the end of the day on the 6th at Grant's last line. Would they not have been effective?
They are not effective here, but they are way. Those 54th guys that went down to check about cavalry, remember that? Those 4 companies? Well, by the time they realize they're on a fishing expedition, they are behind Chalmers' line. They're in no man's land. They go down to the riverbank and flag down one of the gunboats. Hey, come get us! So that's what one of the gunboats does while they're down here.
I don't suppose you have any idea who the model is for that. 'Cause that guy looks like he's not seen his 12th birthday yet.
Well, I mean, look at
No, I know. He
this
looks
kid.
Even, I know, he looks even younger than that
Yeah,
kid.
I mean, it is
Yeah.
amazing.
He looks like he's about 13 maybe.
That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, you said 13? Boom. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
13. All right, here's my favorite colonel, Oscar Malmberg, with a young man of 14. Anybody know who that was? From the 55th Illinois Infantry?
That Clem?
Orion.
That's him. Orion Howe. He won the Medal of Honor at Vicksburg at 14. He is 13 here. That is little Orion Howe. Yep. If you go down to Vicksburg, they'll talk about him all day long. Okay? But it's cool. I mean, 14-year-old win the Medal of Honor. I will never argue with that guy. And this is interesting. Regulations said, and this is Confederate and Federal Army alike, you've got to be 16 years old to carry a drum in the Army. 16. Okay. Well, Orion was 13 when he joined us. Did he lie? Nope. Everybody knew he was 13. Oh, was he just a volunteer? Nope. He's on the muster rolls. He's on the payroll for the United States military. How and why did a 13-year-old get in the... And everybody knows it. And everybody's cool. How? Orion Howe. But how did this happen? Any ideas?
His dad.
His father. His father was the drum major of the 55th Illinois. And he's coming with family and they want to keep the morale up. Sign him up. Happened a lot during the Civil War. Now the Civil War, a lot of people say, God, they were so damn young. Yes, it is not our youngest army. We, as an average, our youngest armies were World War I and World War II because of one thing, the draft. The difference is, during the American Civil War, the ages range. The range of the ages was huge. Yeah, you got 13-year-olds. We got a 60-year-old on this battlefield. We got a 63-year-old volunteer. T. Lyle Dickey is in his 50s on the staff of W.H.L. Wallace. I mean, so that's the difference, is the ages are, you got this huge range of ages with a lot of young folks. But really, the overall average youngest ages of our armies, World War II and World War I, are our youngest armies ever put in the field. All right.
So the 55th and 54th, we're kind of moving back and to the left.
Right.
Initially.
Mm-hmm. They're back into the left again towards those ravines, where they really couldn't go any farther without retreating. You didn't want to get caught down there, of course, and you didn't have to. But it was also that, you know, you're on a sort of a crest. You do have that, incline in front of you that you're hoping the enemy will deter the enemy also. And there's, of course, a lot better view than we have today because all that stuff isn't in front of our faces. The woods was a lot older in '62. You had big stuff, not all this little stuff. So You had lines of sight. Problem was maneuver and keeping those those formations together. That's what fell apart. Or getting artillery, a lot of artillery carriages stuck between two trees and things like that. Well, sometimes horses do have a mind of their own, and it's just like, they're stupid minds, mind you, but little potato brains. But anyway, well, I call them tater tot. Those are mine anyway. My horses are really stupid. And maybe it's a reflection of the owner. Anyway. Yeah. I go out there and yell at them every morning, make me money! So, 71st Ohio, formed around Cincinnati, 61, and it is organized by a guy named Barton Kyle. Barton Kyle actually recruits and organizes the 71st Ohio. And he's their first drill instructor, etc., etc., etc. And the men really like him. However, there's a guy whose dad is the Adjutant General of Ohio. And he wants command of a unit. And here comes Rodney Mason. And Mason is promoted to Colonel of the 71st, with Barton Kyle, his Lieutenant Colonel. Rodney Mason had a little experience. He fought at Manassas with a 120-day regiment, and they were part of the Union Army that ran at Manassas. So that's his experience. But his family are huge muckety-mucks in the state. Dad is right now the Adjutant General of the state, so he gets command of the 71st. The men don't know him. They don't really know him, and they don't really care about him. They don't like him. They like Kyle. He was the guy that personally enlisted them and had started training them initially. Well, they're camped here with the rest of Stewart's brigade, and just like the rest of Stewart's brigade, they will fall back to, they will assemble on the roadway. They will be part of the movements that Samuel Lockett sees at 7:30. When the initial fire begins, they will fall back to that first fallback position. As the Confederates move forward and pour more artillery in, this is their second fallback position, right behind Stewart's headquarters. As Stewart, now, we all know, breaks away to the left and rear to those ridges. Now, the controversy already began by sending those 300 sick soldiers to the rear, all from the same unit. Now, Stewart loses contact with the 71st for the rest of the day. Stewart said the 71st had fallen back under the shelling of the enemy's guns to some position. As I am informed by Colonel Mason, about 150 yards to the rear, and reformed on a ridge of very defensible ground for the infantry, but I couldn't find them. I had no intimation where they had gone. It's all quotes. At this point, I had not to exceed 800 of the 55th Illinois and 54th Ohio, and I saw nothing more of the 71st Regiment through the battle. And this is where the legend begins of this unit running away. Another part of this is that after they fell back to this position, they had a quick respite, and Kyle got shot in the head and killed. So now the guy leading them and the guy they liked is dead. It is reported that Rodney Mason now ordered a retreat, to which most of the men apparently did not concur. But the rumor starts that they retreated under the command of now what they will call in the newspapers runaway, not Rodney, runaway Mason. Well, he had run it at Manassas. The whole damn Yankee army did. Okay, it wasn't this guy's singular issue. And then the newspapers really start letting into Mason. It's all from Ohio newspapers. The Mason and Dixon line is well known, but the Rodney Mason line is not. In the line of battle, anyway. Rodney Mason has been said a graceful speaker. All know him now to be a disgraceful officer. Rodney Mason should run for Congress. We know no man who can make a better race. This is rough stuff. It is said that Colonel Runaway Mason left his men on the battlefield in reach of an intelligent contraband to get information regarding Beauregard's intentions. But the contraband was on the opposite bank. So he was planning a submarine telegraph to get the information underwater after the fight was over. Bully for Mason! One of the soldiers wrote that Mason was a globule of adipose pomposity. This is rough. And of course, Mason will write a report after the fight saying none of this is true, and this is what we did. They did fall back to that original position on the other side of the road. They did fall back, even as Stewart said, to this position about 150 yards south, where Kyle will be shot and killed. Mason is now, he's not cashiered from the Army yet, but he is under a lot of fire and a lot of bad, obvious press. Now his family can only do so much. If the media is really coming down on him that hard, I mean, this isn't a new thing, coming down on him that hard and want him out. The thing is, there's got to be a groundswell of support in the Army and especially in the unit. Remember, this unit didn't know him very well. So why would they defend him? They loved Kyle. They didn't love Mason. Mason was thrown at him. Well, 71st Ohio is now removed from this army and sent, 4 of the companies are sent to Donelson as garrison duty, and 4 of the companies with Mason are sent to Clarksville, Tennessee on garrison duty. Well, that little garrison at Clarksville got surrounded by Confederate cavalry, and Mason surrendered them. That's it. Mason is cashiered and kicked out of the Army, and now he starts petitioning the government to reinstate his commission. This is a big deal. This guy was on the way up. He's a big way. His family is huge, and this cannot stand. And something very interesting happens. The Army splits up the 71st, and now let me take that back, not the men, all the officers. They split them up, send them to other units. They feel that they don't want to keep that group, that team together. You know, Mason may have, sort of hurt everybody and was a stain on that whole officer corps from that unit. So let's go place them in different units and get retrained, if you will, in the Army. Get them away from the Mason influence. Well, now with all the petitioning by Mason and his families and all his friends, the Army will go out and now start interviewing all these junior line officers who worked with Mason and was here in this battle and witnessed what Mason said. Now remember a couple of things. Number one, none of these people are friends of Mason. They are just like the men. This guy was thrown upon them. Wasn't part of the original deal. None of these men were recruited by Mason or promoted by Mason. They are just line officers in what's now Mason's regiment at Shiloh. Not only that, none of them really have contact with each other. They have been sent to different duties all over the Western Theater. So it's not like they're comparing notes. And they start to interview these people and conduct interviews and gain testimony and depositions from all these former line officers of the 71st. Lieutenant J.N. Hester said, and this is in his testimony, sworn testimony, he seemed cool and collected. I saw nothing in his manner to indicate want of nerve or self-possession. There's Adjutant T.T. Moore. Colonel Mason was with us during the entire day and led us to the attack the next morning. On Colonel Mason's movements, Corporal Joseph Yunt. Colonel Mason came up on the extreme right where I was and told me that Lieutenant Kyle was killed. He remained there until word came up that the other regiments had gone back, the enemy flanking us, and he gave us the command to fall back. Captain Lewis. Colonel Mason standing on the right about 10 minutes before retreat commenced, staring back with Lieutenant Moore and separated from him after going about 200 yards to the rear. Captain H.K. McDonald. Colonel Mason led the regiment back and reformed it 150 to 200 yards to the rear where the first fire opened. I saw Lieutenant Joseph Babb. I saw Mason repeatedly on that day, and he did not observe any unusual excitement. Mason never got his job back. But it appears that some of this is a little bit overblown. This isn't a Jesse Appler situation. If you're familiar with the 53rd Ohio and Appler commanding, "Save yourselves!" which everybody saw and he took off. This isn't the 13th Ohio Battery under Captain Myers in the Peach Orchard, where the first shot against them hit the first sergeant in the shoulder and tore it off and killed the first sergeant. The second artillery round hit one of their limbers. It blew up. Myers and everybody left everything, all the guns, and took off for Pittsburgh Landing. Which is true, and everybody saw it. That doesn't seem to be the case here. Number one, nobody saw it. Then again, they're sort of alone. But number two, why, to a man of all these line officers and some non-coms, why were they supporting it? And everything they witnessed seemed to be normal. So it is a little bit strange. Again, the 71st would go on to become a very respected unit. By the time of the Atlanta campaign, of course, Mason's got nothing to do with that. Mason, of course, was not in the Army for the rest of his career. And no, he really didn't make it in politics either in Ohio. But that is the controversy in Colonel Rodney Mason and the 71st here in Ohio, here at Shiloh. There is a book that has come out recently which contains all the interviews and depositions and the later activity of the 71st Ohio in the war, and it's called Redemption. It's a pretty good book. It's not a great read, like you sit down and go, wow, this is great, but it's got a lot of great information in it. And it tells the entire history of that unit, if you care to read that. Well, I'm going to leave it at that. With the Ohio falling back, Stuart is now 2 o'clock, having to fall back, no recourse. Again, they're out of ammunition. And they will fall back behind MacArthur and just keep head on. They will reform on the Union left at Pittsburgh Landing, supporting one of the gun batteries, and be held in reserve the next day. They're in the ready for the fight that night as the Confederates continue to come at them. But they're, as you might know, that line never gets pressed. Beauregard will call it off before it gets dark. and pull the Confederates back that night, they feel they've won. The Confederates really feel they've won the fight at the end of that first day. Of course, far from the truth, as we all know now.
Forrest wanted to keep pushing them though at night.
I'm sorry?
General Forrest wanted to.
Well, yeah, but there's nothing he can do. I mean, you gotta, he doesn't realize this till midnight. And he can't get word to anybody till 2 a.m. Well, what are you going to do at 2 a.m.? You can't reorganize an army in the pitch black. They're going to wait, and they haven't even been resupplied. Those guys did not care about getting more bullets. They were looking for food and shelter. They didn't give a rip. They were spent. So yeah, Forrest made, and then there's a lot of made about that, especially as you get farther away from the event. There was nothing anybody could do. In fact, when Forrest finds Claiborne, Claiborne says, "I don't even know where my guys are. What do you want me to do?" And Forrest couldn't find Beauregard, so he doesn't talk to the person he had to talk to. So yeah, it's sort of a romanticized hope. Oh, what if only? Well, no, we know what happened, and the Army was in no shape to do anything at 2 o'clock in the morning of April 7th. Any other questions?
Hey, Chris, it seems to me if you had 500 guys in a regiment that are shooting at Confederates, as close as we were there, as a regimental commander over there, I would have heard that. I would have known that they're firing up here. Why didn't they know that and say, well, yeah, we heard them firing to our right?
Jackson knew. I don't know.
Okay.
Why that wasn't mentioned, I don't know. And could they really distinguish this from other firing? This isn't the only game in town. It's the closest game in town to them, but it's not the only firing going on. And there's artillery involved. And so that really, there's a lot of, you read about these sonic issues during even the Indian Wars, where there's a battle taking place over the next hill, and they never heard it. So some of it, it can't really trust that sound.
Chris, I've read that Stewart didn't even realize how close he was to the 9th and 12th with MacArthur over there.
Right, when they fall back, yeah.
So, and they were how many 100 yards over?
Probably about 4.
Yeah.
And I mean, the 71st, Mason talks about, in his report, falling back to another ridge. Well, there's a ridge on the other side of that ravine right there. The one thing I think that would solve a lot of this issue is if there was a serious archaeological study of that ridge. If they really fell back to that ridge and continued that firefight that he talks about, there's dropped bullets all over that ridge. And we would know. We match them up with the weapon. Yep, 58 caliber, 58. This is them. Because there's nobody else here. And nobody else comes here. So, that would be cool. But, oh well. Anything else? Where at?
We were on this tour and the interpreter reported that some of the Confederate regiments were armed with pikes only.
Who said this?
I had your job 5 years ago.
Oh!
That's why he's not here.
I don't know anybody. I don't know anybody, any unit in this fight that was not armed with muskets. Whether it be antiquated flintlocks, conversions, or modern for 62. I don't know of any unit that came onto this field with pikes. I have never heard that in my life.
Yeah, it seems odd.
It would be stupid. I mean,
especially if you're one of the ones carrying one of them.
Yeah, I'm not going. Sorry, Sarge. Because you can lock me up in the brig. I'm not going.
Blame that one on Bjorn.
I doubt that's Bjorn, man. If it's Bjorn, I'm going to drive up to Chicago tonight and kick him. Yes.
You might have said, but I missed. Who finally took command of the 71st on 32?
I don't know. Once Mason is cashiered, my interest drops. I don't know who takes over, but I'm sure somebody the Army approved. It wasn't I bet it was not a state thing. Well, thank you all again. Thank you. I hope you're having a good 160 outside. I hope you're having a good 160th, everybody.
Those of you who see the so-called bloody pond behind you there, we will not mention in the course of this talk, because it is not mentioned by anybody who is here in the official records or anywhere else. It's only mentioned by a local civilian many years after the battle. There was undoubtedly water in a number of places, but not enough for them to really mention it. So we will not mention the bloody pond, although it's very popular. Everybody comes to see it. Every battle has to have a bloody pond, a peach orchard, a wheat field, a sunken road.
Yes, sir. Sunken road.
Yes. Now, Antietam has a truly sunken road. Yes, sir. Our sunken road isn't very sunken. All right, go ahead and get started now. And let's see, who got Hurlbut? Yeah, come forward here. Stephen Augustus Hurlbut, he's going to be our hero here. First we'll talk a little bit about Albert Sidney Johnston, though. By this time in the afternoon, Johnston's become somewhat frustrated with the way things are going. In the morning, he had reached the Camp the 18th Wisconsin right over there, and he thought he had turned the Union left flank. So he had sent 10 of the 16 brigades in the Confederate Army that way, thinking that he would just roll up the Union left and push them against Owl Creek, the swampy land there. So it looked like victory was in his grasp. Shortly after that, he learns from Major Lockett, aide to Bragg, that there's reportedly another division over on the right of the Confederate line. So he will deploy 2 brigades, Chalmers' brigade and Jackson's brigade, to deal with that new threat. It turns out it's not a full division. In fact, it's a brigade of 3 regiments under Colonel Stewart. They are pushed back to a ravine they'll be holding on the left flank. Meanwhile, as the Union Army out here has come under attack, Sherman has sent word back that he needs assistance. That gets to Hurlbut at Cloudfield back this way. Hurlbut dispatches Vetch's brigade to reinforce Sherman. Then he gets news from Prentice's division over here that they're in trouble. They need reinforcements. So Hurlbut will start 2 brigades under Williams, Nelson Williams, and Lauman to start this way. Going up ahead of the rest of them is the artillery of Mann's Missouri Battery. Now, I can tell you a little bit about Hurlbut here. He's originally born in Charleston, South Carolina, so you might wonder, well, how did he become a Union general? How does this make any sense? Well, he had been, actually his parents were from New England, but he had served in the Seminole Wars as a adjutant, I believe, and had come back to Charleston. He's involved in the law business, and he is a member of a social organization there in Charleston. And he misappropriates some of their funds and decides he needs some extra money to make good on that. So he gets a loan from a gentleman there in Charleston in the form of a check. He decides that check's not really large enough, so he enlarges it a little bit, makes it a little bit more. And eventually they're about to catch up with him. He's advised that he needs to get out of town. So he does that. He moves to Illinois. And he becomes a lawyer there and a firm supporter of the Republican Party. And he decides he needs to be rewarded for supporting Lincoln. And sure enough, he does get a commission. Now, it's popular to celebrate when you get a commission by wetting your commission, so to speak, and he does that. And this is an easy thing for a general in the Union Army to do. Drunkenness is fairly common among generals if they're interested in getting drunk, because By regulation, the Union Commissariat issues 3 gallons of hard liquor to each brigadier general per week. So, entertaining, of course. So he watches commission and drinks every day in Chicago. And when he leaves the city, along with the 19th Illinois, he's in such sad condition he can scarcely walk. Later on in his camp, he drinks heavily. And a correspondent for the New York Times sees him in his Missouri camp so intoxicated he's unable to walk. Private soldiers have to pick him up from the ground where he's fallen in drunkenness. Now, Colonel Isaac Pugh. I don't know if we have a Pugh there.
I believe we do.
Yes. Now, Colonel Isaac Pugh here is an old veteran of the Mexican War. And he is, as they're leaving the camp, he's yelling out at the men as they're marching out. Men, make sure you got water in your canteen. Some of you are going to be in hell before night. Not exactly the most encouraging words to go into battle with. But nevertheless, he is a good colonel. He's in charge of the 41st Illinois. And he's not too happy with Hurlbut nor his superior, Nelson Williams. Now, Nelson Williams is an interesting character. He actually did go to West Point with the same class with Grant, but he only made it 1 year because he flunked out. He couldn't do math, apparently. But he's taken over the 3rd Iowa, and he's not very popular because he's a very strict disciplinarian. And he has some run-in with Hurlbut. And Pugh writes to his wife, telling her how he feels about all this. He says, General Hurlbut's a drunkard, drunk all the time when he can get anything to get drunk on. This Colonel Williams, his superior, brigade commander, was tried by a court-martial last fall for drunkenness and cowardice, which charges, I am told, were begun by 2 of his officers. But he managed to worm out without being dismissed from the service and was restored to command of his regiment. The men had signed a petition for him to resign, but he refused. So you see that men of ability are set aside for just such drunken, cowardly dogs. If I get into the fight under him and he shows the whole feather, cowardice in other words, I shall assume the command of the brigade. If it costs me my commission, I've taken about as much as I intend to. So a little bit of dissension there among the ranks. And we're going to find out how Colonel Pugh manages to take command without having to get in too much trouble. We're going to start by following Mann's Missouri battery as they go out to engage, and Williams' brigade as it marches to the other end of this field, and Lauman's brigade over here. Any questions before we start out? All right. This is Mann's Missouri battery, a mainly German unit. A lot of German units coming out of St. Louis. Lyon, they seized the initiative in St. Louis and marched to Camp Jackson, seized the Confederate sympathizing Missouri Guard, which included General Bowen, who organized the 1st Missouri in Memphis after he was exchanged. The Confederate 1st Missouri, the only Confederate Missouri unit here. But Mann's Missouri gets here first, moving ahead with horses, ahead of the rest of Hurlbut's division. And they opened fire over here on a hill that they could see back when there was less thick woods than there is now. And they opened fire on a group of officers there, which happens to be Johnston and his staff. And that gets their attention. Pretty soon they'll have the report that there's a division over here. And Johnston will send Jackson's brigade. Jackson's from Georgia. His brigade includes a number of Alabamians and one Texas regiment, 2nd Texas. Also, they'll send Chalmers, Mississippi brigade to take care of the situation, and they'll be tied up for the most part until about 2 in the afternoon. They'll against Stewart over there. Chalmers is mainly Mississippi, has one Tennessee unit, 52nd Tennessee, which when their colonel goes down, they sort of disintegrate. All but one of 2 companies will scatter. And So Chalmers doesn't have too much good to say about them. But so this is the opening shot as Hurlbut's division moves into position. They'll be taking a line. This unit will retreat back to the main division as it forms on the south end of Sarah Bell's field, where we'll catch up with Colonel Williams and find out what happens to him and how Pew doesn't have to do anything to take command here yet. So for a while there's not too much to oppose Hurlbut's division here. Jackson and Chalmers are tied up over there. The remains of Gladden's brigade now under Adams will advance briefly, but they've already been pretty well damaged attacking Prentice's brigade at Spain Field. So they're not going to be able to do too much, but very accurate artillery fire begins to come in, especially from Robertson's Alabama battery. So we'll go over and see what that situation so far. You can see Mann's battery where we just were. They've been firing over here at Johnston's headquarters where Adams is somewhat disorganized. Jackson and Chalmers are advancing to hit Stewart. Statham and Bowen are being brought forward as reinforcements. So Mann's Missouri has gotten their attention. Shortly after this, Johnston will accompany Jackson's brigade as they enter Stewart's camp, and he's heard to say that mates them. The officer with him says, I don't quite understand. Maybe I don't play chess well enough, but I don't understand what you mean. So we'll go to map number 2. All right, this is where we are now. Okay. Williams out here. They formed the line here. You see over here is Stewart's brigade still holding on. The 55th Illinois, 54th Ohio, and the 71st Ohio, which is falling back across the ravine. We're right in here. 41st Illinois, Colonel Pugh. And the 28th Illinois under Johnson. 32nd Illinois under Logan, not to be confused with Black Jack. They have the same name, which is very confusing. And Stone over here, 3rd Iowa. He's a major. So the artillery has now pulled back. So you've got a pretty good line of artillery here. Mann's battery. You've got the Willard's battery has come up, part of MacArthur's division, or MacArthur's brigade rather. Ross's Michigan battery. Over here is the 13th Independent Ohio battery under Captain Myers, and then Lauman with 2 Kentucky units, 17th and 25th Kentucky, and a section of Welker's battery. So they've taken a position here. Unfortunately, they come under fire from Felix Robertson's battery, which is over that way. Robertson's battery is armed with 12-pounder Napoleons that have just been made in New Orleans, brand new guns. They're fully equipped. Robertson has just graduated from West Point. He's up on the latest in artillery, and they'll start. And by the way, Robertson becomes a general. He's the only general in the Confederacy actually born in Texas. His father will lead the Stonewall Brigade in Virginia.
Texas Brigade.
Huh?
Texas Brigade.
Yes, the Texas Brigade. I meant Texas, not Stonewall. In Virginia, but Polly Robertson. But they will open fire. And one of the first shots apparently hits Williams' horse and cuts it in 2. Williams is thrown off the horse and knocked senseless. So, and Williams does suffer some permanent injury from this, although he'll ultimately die from cirrhosis of liver. But he is taken off the field. So Pugh gets to assume command of the brigade without waiting for Williams to show the feather. So this fire is pretty severe. Pugh decides, you know what, it might be better if we pull back across this field. So the Confederates will have to cross this field in order to get at us. His men are armed with smoothbores, and he's a Mexican war veteran. He's keen on using buck and ball to shoot down the attacking enemy. So he makes that decision. Hurlbut apparently approves, so they'll be pulling back to that line of monuments that you see right there where they'll make their stand. So Williams is out of the picture now. We're going to follow up on Lauman's brigade here with, well, first we're going to go over here to the 13th Independent Ohio Battery and find out what happens with them. So, Myers Battery is a green battery, inexperienced, to take a position here on the, a little too far on the forward slope of the hill, and they come under severe fire from Robertson's battery over this way, and it's fairly accurate. One of their sergeants is hitting the shoulder, his shoulder's ripped off. One of their members on one of their caissons blows up. Some of their men are killed. Private David Skeen Price is apparently killed. And we have a picture of him somewhere. I don't know if I issued it or not. But at any rate, they're pretty scared. There's never been anything like this before. So what do? They take off. They abandon their guns and their horses, and they take off. They're headed toward Pittsburgh Landing. Hurlbut's disgusted with their behavior. He will send men from Ross's and Mann's battery to deal with the guns, spike the guns, so that the Confederates can't use them, but the guns are left on the field of battle. So after the battle is over, the officers are dismissed from the service. Enlisted men are assigned to other units. So that's the end of Myers Battery, and that's one reason why there is no Ohio monument here for Myers Battery. It's the only unit Ohio unit that does not have one. So we'll pick up with Lauman's brigade and the Kentucky troops. 17th Kentucky, the first one we went past was commanded by John Hardin McHenry, who had been appointed to the West Point, but he left after 3 years, so he did not graduate. And when the war breaks out, he'll be organizing the 17th Kentucky in Owensboro, Kentucky. And they see action at Fort Donelson and here at Shiloh. And he runs into a problem later in the war. It has to do with the changing policy on slavery. Now, when the war starts, if a slave escapes and gets to Union lines, they're supposed to be returned to the master. Benjamin Butler in Virginia comes up with another plan to consider them contraband of war. Now, by this time, the policy has changed slightly. If they reach Union lines and they're belonging to a Confederate, they are to be not returned. Later, General Order number 199, an order is sent out ordering men to not return runaway slaves. And back in Kentucky, McHenry has some slaves that run away to his camp, and some Kentucky owners come and reclaim them, and he lets them have them. So he will be getting in trouble for that. He's dismissed from the service. Lincoln says maybe we should give him another chance, but Secretary Stanton says no. So he will go back to his job as a lawyer. So he runs afoul of that change in the policies. His Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Stout will be wounded here. The other Kentucky unit is in Lauman's brigade is commanded by Bristow, Colonel Bristow, who will eventually, when they combine the two units, he will have a problem. But Bristow, after the war, becomes Secretary of the Benjamin Bristow. He'll become Secretary of the Treasury. He'll be prosecuting the whiskey ring, which gets him in trouble with Grant, since some of Grant's friends get involved. He's also involved in destroying the Ku Klux Klan, especially in South Carolina. And he will become U.S. District Attorney after the war, after he resigns from, well, later after he resigns from Grant's cabinet. And he'll take cases before the U.S. Supreme Court. he'll be wounded here at Shiloh. So these are these Kentucky boys. These two units will eventually be brought together and combined. Now, as the rest of the line pulls back this way, they'll obviously be shuffling to the left to form in line with the other units in Lauman's brigade. We'll go over and pick up the 3rd Iowa here. 3rd Iowa was Nelson Williams' unit. He had been the colonel of it. However, this day he's already been taken off the field, and it's commanded by William Stone. And they'll be fighting this position. Eventually, after 2, they'll pull back toward Wickerfield. Then he's in contact with Prentice, who urges him to stay on their left flank while the rest of Hurlbut's men are pulling back. They'll stay in position. Eventually, they'll fall back to their camp, where they'll be captured. And Stone will be captured, and Lieutenant Crosley, obviously we've skipped a number of people here to get to a lieutenant, will command what's left of the unit. Many of them will be in prison. Stone will eventually be exchanged and come back in the Army. Eventually he's going to run for governor of Iowa against another Iowa veteran, General Tuttle, who may try to work against Stone being captured. I didn't let myself get captured, but Stone will win the position as governor of Iowa. Oh, there he is. He's got Stone. William Milo Stone. Yeah. So, and over here to the right, now we're getting the area of the Hornets Nest over here. We're going to see how the Indiana units that are part of Lauman's brigade contribute to the earlier defense of the Hornets Nest for about 2. On the Sunken Road and what's left of Prentice's division, they'll be in a position to inflict flank fire on those units, which has a devastating effect on them. And the next one is going to be Colonel Cruft, who will later be promoted to general. Hornets Nest. So as you can see from this position, the 31st Indiana is in a good position to support what's left of Prentice's division. Although Cruft looks over there and he sees Prentice's guys that are pretty badly shaken, and he says that they're ready to go at the slightest noise. They're like a flock of sheep ready to go in any direction. And he sees a group of them lined up like behind a tree, all lined up together, wavering one way or another. So some of Prentice's men aren't doing too well, but they do have the support of these 2 Indiana regiments. Cruft had witnessed the first Battle of Bull Run as a civilian, then decided he wanted to go home and raise the 31st Indiana. He'd be wounded during the fighting here. He wounded at Fort Donelson, wounded again here in the head, shoulder, and left thigh. While leading his regiment, he will be promoted to brigadier general. He'll recover. The Battle of Richmond, Kentucky, he'll be wounded again. Eventually, he'll be promoted to general and will return to his law practice. So he is one of the fighting officers here. So eventually, though, as threats build on the left flank, which is what's happening, as more Confederate units came in with Statham and Bowen, Jackson begins to hit the left flank, Lauman is pulled out of this position and sent over toward the left to try to hold on back at Wicker Field. So we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, but they will not remain in this position. About 2 o'clock, they'll be moved out of here. And go down the line and over to the left flank now. Find out what's going on over there that's causing problems for Hurlbut. Is that map number 3?
No, it's a little later.
Yeah, see 2 maps. All right. This is the position. We're Hurlbut, Stephen Augustus Hurlbut here. And we know that Stuart is somewhere over there holding out still, over on the left. But we're going to need some help. And we send word back, and MacArthur's brigade sends 2 regiments along with John MacArthur, a Scotsman who had organized the, there we go, the Scottish Brigade. He's actually born in Scotland.
Told you he looked like a drinker.
And wears a, he's got a neat little Scottish hat there. He issues those to everybody in the brigade, whether they wanted to wear Scottish hats or not. And he's got 2 units here. His own 12th Illinois, which he had organized. He moved to Chicago, runs the Excelsior Ironworks there, and organizes the 12th, the Scottish Guard in Chicago before the war. And he's in charge now. Actually, he was under arrest when the battle began, but they don't keep him. He had been granting too many, and this became a problem with Halleck. He was granting too many leave requests to soldiers. They weren't expecting an attack, of course. And his own 12th will be commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Colonel Chetline. And he has also the 9th Illinois, a mostly German unit, commanded by Colonel Mercy. And they'll be taking their place over to the left. Interestingly enough, they probably started the day with gray uniforms. Now, typically, when the war started, nobody knew what color uniform you're supposed to wear. Traditionally, the National Guard wore blue. I mean, not the National Guard, the regulars wore blue, and the National Guard or militia wore gray. So that's how they started out. The 9th and 12th had gray uniforms. Fortunately for them, they issued their new uniforms just before the Battle of Shiloh. Apparently, one of these units is issued their new uniforms as they're marching forward into battle, and are changing their clothes as they're marching. And then eventually they need more help. So Colonel Bain's unit from Sweeney's brigade will be sent over here to occupy a position further on the left. So Hurlbut apparently realizes his left is being threatened. There's Colonel Bain. We'll get back to him shortly when we get over there. Hurlbut is trying to fortify his left flank. He'll pull the 32nd Illinois out of line here. They would have been between the 3rd Iowa over there and the 28th Illinois, and this is their monument right there. And they're pulled out of line and sent over there to help shore up the left. So they're not sure how Stuart's doing over there. There's been some communication, but there's a gap between Stuart and Hurlbut. So he's trying to flush out the left there, try to flush up the left and get more people over there so he can hold on to this position. So 41st Illinois, which was Pugh's unit, it's over there. It's now commanded by Colonel Tupper, and Amory Johnson commands the 28th here. So we'll go over and see what's going on. Well, first we'll stop at the 41st Illinois. Any questions? All right. So you've got a long line here of infantry, artillery. Chicago 1st Artillery Battery over here. 2 more regiments over there. 50th Illinois out in the woods. Across this field, you've got a great line of fire with the infantry and artillery. Several batteries here. So if you're a Confederate, you're going to be anxious to come across this field? Probably not. It looks like it would be a possibility of death. So some of the Confederate units are hesitating to charge across this field. Statham's brigade over here is having problems. Some of their men have been killed. Captain Aldrich with the 15th Mississippi has been killed. The 45th Tennessee is kind of holds up back in the mule lot after they accidentally fire at the 20th Tennessee under Joel Battle. Will be captured the next day, and so things aren't going as well as Johnston had hoped. Chalmers and Jackson are still tied up to some extent, especially Chalmers over on the other line. So the Confederate advance has been stalled, but they are shooting at these guys, and Lieutenant Colonel Tupper, who's now commanding the regiment, is killed, shot in the head. Colonel Pugh has, of course, taken over the brigade. Major John Warner will take charge. Here's Tupper.
There's Tupper.
And Warner. So Warner's now in charge. Warner has, holding his horse behind the lines, a young man named Andrew Jackson Smith. Smith is an escaped slave who's reached the lines of the 41st Illinois, and he's back there holding the horse. Warner himself will be wounded, as will Andrew Jackson Smith will be shot. It's not a fatal wound, but he is wounded, and Warner will take Smith back to his home in Illinois, and there Smith will learn that they're now beginning to organize U.S. colored units in Massachusetts. So he'll travel all the way to Massachusetts to join the 55th Massachusetts, the second unit organized there right after the 54th. They will see action in South Carolina at the Battle of Honey Hill, where Smith will seize up the flag when the color bearer is shot down and carry it forward. For this, he will eventually be put in for the Medal of Honor, but he won't receive it, but his descendants will receive it much later, along with, I think it was from Clinton, I believe, along with the same time they give one to Teddy Roosevelt. But so they do finally get the Medal of Honor, and the 41st by this time is running low on ammunition, so they'll be pulling back to get ammunition. Meanwhile, things are not going well over here on the left for the Union side. Also, the Confederates are beginning to move forward as Johnston decides he has to lead the battle himself.
If we had to lose, we all lose ladder.
Patrick's wife and his brother, they're fighting the same people.
All right, 50th Illinois, they're alone here on the end of the line, the end of Hurlbut's line, left flank. Form a position here. They know somewhere over there is the Highland Guard, the 12th Illinois. Over there, it's supposed to be Stewart's brigade. At least the 55th Illinois and 54th Ohio. We don't know if the 71st Ohio is still there or not, but they're not quite sure what's going on. There's a lull in the fighting over that way. We're not sure quite what to make of it. But Colonel Bain is here with his regiment, and they had been organized in Illinois. They'd been issued old, converted muskets, which were in really bad shape. They called them Bain's rifles. They weren't too happy about getting those, but he says the best he could get, he'd get something better when he could. Fortunately for them, when they investigate at Fort Donelson, they find cases of brand new rifles produced in Richmond after the Harper's Ferry patterns, and they arm themselves with those Confederate Richmond rifles. So as they go into battle here, they're armed with Confederate guns. And across the draw here, they see a flag, and the wind isn't hitting it. It's this flag. They can't quite tell. They can tell it's red, white, and blue, and they wonder, is that Stewart's people? Are they withdrawing? Are they going to take a position on our left flank? So what are they going to do? How are they going to find out? They send this guy, Lieutenant Colonel William Swarthout, and a sergeant out to investigate, find out who those people are. They go over there, they run into Jackson's Confederate brigade. Stewart is now retreated. They've run out of ammunition. They're pulling out, and the sergeant will end up being captured, who goes with him. I mean, he won't be captured. He'll be shot and killed. The horse comes back. Swartout will hide behind a tree, pull out his pistol, and try to defend himself, but the Confederates are firing at him. He finally surrenders. So he'll be captured pretty soon. Confederates are on their left flank. Their flank has been turned. Bain will be shot in the arm, taken back to the landing where his brother, a doctor, will amputate his arm with his wife Harriet standing by. And so the 50th will be pulling out. This turns the left flank of this position, so Confederates from Jackson's brigade are moving this way. What's over there? 12th Illinois, 9th Illinois. So pretty soon they're going to be in trouble as well. And we'll go pick up the story with the 9th Illinois, and who are fighting in what had been a defensive ditch, which now becomes a ditch of death for them, as they'll lose over 60% of their men as casualties within a short period of time. All right, we'll head back that way. 32nd Illinois had been pushed over here to stiffen the line, but as they're trying to hold this position under Lieutenant John Logan, the 12th is, and the 9th, they're stampeding through them as they retreat from the ravine in front there. So they'll be forced to pull back as well. This is Colonel August Mercy, the commander of the 9th Illinois. The unit had been organized in Belleville, Illinois. It's supposed to be an all-German unit, but but Mercy didn't speak English very well, so the governor appointed Eleazar Payne to be the colonel of the unit. He was the lieutenant colonel. Payne eventually got promoted to general. By that time, some of the German units had quit, and other people had joined, so it was not an all-German unit as intended. Mercy is has moved from Germany. He's a veteran of the wars over there in Germany, the 1848 revolution, and he'll lead them to this position. And they take a position here in this ravine. They get their height slightly ahead of the Confederates, and it provides a good place for them to duck down, reload, and then stand up and fire from that ravine. The 12th is also forward in this ravine. The problem comes when the Jackson's brigade begins to turn the 50th Illinois flank. They'll be entering this ravine. Meanwhile, Bowen's brigade is beginning to advance. So they'll be trapped in this ravine with Confederates firing from the top and from the flank. So they're going to lose a lot of men real fast that way. And they'll lose about 60% of their men as casualties. Did I hand out Private Nevius or Nevis? He has on a strange little cap.
He's right here.
Okay, yeah. Take a look at him. Okay, he's one that's going to be buried here originally. You can see he's got on one of those Scottish caps, not quite as stylish as the one MacArthur had, but they will lose a lot of men here, more than any other Union unit. When Mersey sees the what's left of the regiment after the battle, he says, my poor 9th Illinois. So they've lost so many casualties when they formed their ranks. So this becomes, in fact, had been a defensive position for them, becomes a ditch of death as they get outflanked by the Confederates. Over here, the 12th Illinois, their commander, Colonel Chet Lane, has thrown off his horse and badly bruised. So they will take casualties as well, but not as many as the 9th. The Chicago Light Artillery, we went past up there. They will be abandoned by the infantry at one point, a little later, and they'll be fending for themselves. Confederates will be right on top of them. They'll be trying to withdraw with all their guns intact. They're putting their wounded on one of the limbers, pulling the guns. One gun's pulled by only one horse, and that horse doesn't seem too anxious to move, and they're trying to help push the wheels and get the cannon moving. It's about to be overrun when that one horse is hit by a spent bullet in the rear, and that one horse begins to pull like 6, as they are able to rescue all their guns. So, and they're an elite unit from before the war. They had been formed in Chicago, the Chicago Light Artillery, and we believe they may have still been wearing their gray uniforms as they go into action here.
Is the private assumed to be interred at the
Yes,
cemetery?
yes.
Okay.
And we're going to go over to the Confederate side now and see what's happening with Albert Sidney Johnston. Albert Sidney Johnston is the highest ranking Confederate commander to take the field of battle during the Civil War. He's the second highest ranking general in the Confederacy. The highest ranking is Samuel Cooper, who's too old to actually take the field of battle. He'll be staying in Richmond. Johnston, born in Kentucky, has gone to West Point, and he is then involved in the Black Hawk Wars. His first wife will die. Her name is Preston, and after the death of his first wife, he'll go to Texas, where he will be appointed the commander of the Army of Texas, but another gentleman doesn't particularly care for that. He thinks he should be the commander, Felix Houston, no relation to Sam Houston, but Felix challenges him to a duel, and they go across the river, shoot at each other, and Johnston gets hit in the right hip. Some people think he's going to die, but he recovers, but he will have very little feeling in his right leg after that. He will join a Texas unit during the Mexican War. They'll go home, but he'll stay and serve on the staff of General Taylor and get some experience, but he won't be leading troops. He will have some experience leading troops against the Cherokee Indians in Texas a little earlier. After the Mexican War, he tries his hand at being a planter in Texas. He's a bit of a failure at that. And then he is given a position as a paymaster, and then his old friend Jefferson Davis gives him a position as colonel of the newly organized 2nd U.S. Cavalry. Robert E. Lee is his lieutenant colonel. He's posted in Texas just before the Civil War. He's put in charge of an expedition to go out to Utah, where the Mormons are in a state of rebellion against the federal government. They will march out across the plains and get to Utah. There'll be some minor skirmishes, but the federal government and the Mormons work out their differences, so there'll be no battle. When the Civil War begins, he's in charge of the Department of the Pacific, with his headquarters in San Francisco. He will resign his commission, go to Los Angeles, where he leaves his family. He'll head across the desert with the Los Angeles Rifles, makes his way to Richmond, where Jefferson Davis is glad to see him, and appoints him to a high position in charge of the armies in the Western Theater. And so far, he hasn't done so well. He's lost Nashville, the first capital in the Confederacy to fall into Union hands. Tennessee congressmen say he's not a general. Davis's response is, if he's not a general, we have none, but he is under pressure to get something done, to get a victory. We badly need a victory if we're going to save things for the Confederacy. So he's determined to do that here at Shiloh if he can. So far, he's become frustrated because every time he thinks he's turned the Union left flank, there's another force that ends up in front of it. This time it's Hurlbut's division. And the Confederate attacks have stalled. Bowen's brigade here, Adams' brigade over there is stalled. 45th Tennessee refuses to go forward. Breckinridge, the former Vice President of the United States, who commands the Reserve Corps, comes forward and says, I have a Tennessee unit that refuses to fight. And Johnston tells the governor, Isham Harris, well, you can go over there, I'm sure you can get them to fight. But at this point, Johnston apparently realizes with this offensive, this is stalled. He has to do something to get things moving. He goes past some of the Arkansas troops of Bowen's brigade. He pulls out the tin cup that he picked up earlier in the Camp 18 Wisconsin. He asks them to fix their bayonets. And he goes down the line and he hits their bayonets with that tin cup. He says, these must do the job. The enemy is stubborn. We must give them the bayonet. So he'll start to lead the charge. And it's fairly successful because by this time, Jackson's brigade has been relieved from attacking Stuart. They'll be outflanking the line. So the Union line begins to collapse. They have some success as Bowen's and Stadman's brigades go forward. Stevens' brigade on the other side, now under Manny's command, will stall out as they make their attack, but the attack is fairly successful. So Johnston's excited. Things have gone well. He's probably happy at this point. It seems to be he's on the verge of victory at last. He's excited. He's been hit a couple times. His horse has been hit. He's been hit in his left boot heel. Isham Harris, the governor of Tennessee, Confederate governor, comes to him and says, "Are you badly hurt? It looks like you've been hit." He says, "No, they almost got me. They almost made me orders to combat, but I'm okay." He gets hit by a spent bullet in the thigh. He slaps it and laughs. So he seems okay. And he sends Isham Harris to push the charge against Welper's battery over on the other side of the field. Harris comes back a short time later. At this point, Johnston's only accompanied by Jax from Texas, who's an aide who doesn't seem to notice what kind of trouble Johnston is. When Harris gets here, he sees the general is about to faint. He's turned pale. He's about to fall off his horse. Harris doesn't know what's wrong, but he realizes he's in trouble. He asks him, "Are you badly hurt?" And by this point in time, Johnston realizes that he is. He says, "Yes, and I fear it is fatal." Harris and other officers from the staff will take him down to this ravine, place him on the ground. Harris is cradling his head. Another officer is at his foot, and apparently doesn't at first notice the blood coming out of his boot. They're not sure what's wrong. They give him some whiskey and some brandy. At first he swallows, and it just dribbles out of his mouth. His brother-in-law from his first marriage arrives and says, "Do you know me? Do you recognize me?" He smiles, but he doesn't make any response. Probably dead within a short period, 10-15 minutes. What's happened is he's been hit by a bullet which has nicked an artery behind his right knee. He's been slowly bleeding to death, the blood going into his large cavalry boot. He doesn't realize, because he doesn't have much feeling in that right leg, how badly he's been hurt. So he'll die here in this ravine. Well, if a private soldier dies out here on the field, they're just going to leave him there. But if a general dies, especially commanding the army, what do you have to do?
Haul him back somewhere.
Well, you have to, first of all, you got to let the next guy know. Who's in command now?
Beauregard.
Beauregard, okay. So, messengers go over and tell Beauregard. He's already received the news a couple times. Isham Harris doesn't know that. He'll try to ride Fire Eater a short distance. Fire Eater's wounded, so he finds another horse. He gets over to Beauregard. Tells Beauregard, General Johnston's been killed. Beauregard already knows this by that time and says, "Yes, but other than that, the battle seems to be going fine." I think Harris is probably shocked by this response. But in any case, there is a lull here because some of the Confederate units have run out of ammunition. Chalmers is going to have to pull back to get more ammunition, so there is a lull. Breckinridge is still here. Eventually Bragg will come over here and launch more attacks against Hurlbut's position. Hurlbut is forced to pull back at this point. We have the last map there.
Just once.
Let's see how much time we have. A little bit. All right. So, Hurlbut will pull back to the other side of Bloody Pond. And the Lauman's Brigade over on the other side of the road now, with artillery pulled back. 3rd Iowa, 28th Illinois, 12th Illinois manages to regain their position. And a new unit comes in, commanded by Silas Baldwin from the 57th Illinois, which is part of Sweeney's brigade. Comes in and takes position on the left. Now some of these units are getting a little low on ammunition. The 28th Illinois here is very low on ammunition, and they look back across the field. They're about to run out of ammunition, and between them and the Confederate lines, this is what they see. A box of cartridges right in the middle. They badly needs that. Who's going to volunteer to go get that? Anybody? No? Nobody? Well, there is a man and his buddy who volunteer to go get that. Elwood Williams, the 28th Illinois, born in Philadelphia. He is now part of the 28th Illinois, volunteers from Havana, Illinois. He and his friend William P. Price volunteer to go get that box.
which 1,000 desperately needed cartridges. Weighs about 107 pounds. So imagine you're going to go through enemy fire, pick up something that weighs, I don't know if you ever picked up a 50-pound bag of grain. Imagine 2 of those. They get over there and they come under fire. Price is badly wounded. Williams continues with the box, gets it back to the lines. Then he goes back for his comrade who's been wounded. Price will receive medical attention and gets him back to the line. He will die a few days later. Eventually, Williams will receive the Medal of Honor for this deed in 1897. Just one of several people who received the Medal of Honor for deeds done here at Shiloh. In the meanwhile, the 57th Illinois over here, the 16th, has come forward briefly to let Lauman's men get some ammunition. 57th is over on the left flank under Silas Baldwin out there, again, on the far left. There's a lull as Chalmers is getting ammunition. Then they come under fire, and the 57th has terrible muskets, old, decrepit muskets that are not in good working condition. They're trying to reload them, and after they've fired a few shots, they can't get the ramrods to push the ammunition down. They're hitting them against trees to try to force the rounds into the guns. They're hammering them down with rocks. They're trying to, so they're in a bad position. Again, Chalmers' brigade is on their flank. They're going down. Many of them suffer many casualties. They'll be forced to withdraw. Among those who go down is a young Swedish immigrant. Had joined a community in Private Carl Mountain, I don't know how to pronounce this, Mertingen. There he is. Okay, he has come from Sweden. He has joined Company D, composed of Swedes from Bishop Hill, Illinois, which is a commune formed by a religious group who had left Sweden to form a commune there. And so he's come all the way from Sweden in this commune established in 1846, and he'll be killed fighting here at Shiloh. So eventually Hurlbut's division is forced to pull back. They'll try to reform again near their camps at Cloud Field, but the Confederates are right on top of them. They'll be forced to pull all the way back to Grant's last line, but they will continue fighting. And Hurlbut has held the Confederates off here from mid-morning until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, making it impossible for the Confederates to turn the Union left flank, giving Grant time to build up his last line. As a result, at the end of the day, Beauregard thinks he has a victory, but what does he not have? He doesn't have Pittsburgh Landing. What does that mean? That means
reinforcements
Grant
are coming in.
is going to get reinforcements and supplies. Lew Wallace, who wasn't lost, arrives on the other end of the battlefield. So the Union gets sizable reinforcements, which will turn the tide of battle the next day. When it's all over, the Confederates are forced to retreat back to Corinth. They've lost their best opportunity to regain the initiative in the Western Theater. They've lost General Johnston, and they basically, although they've inflicted more casualties, they basically lost the battle by not gaining what they had intended to. They'll be put on the defensive after this. And be the end of the Battle of Shiloh. Be 23,746 casualties, killed, wounded, and captured, more than all the wars added together before this. So it's a great shock to both sides. And of course, the highest ranking general ever to die in American history dies here on the battlefield. I said they didn't leave the body here. Well, they will take him over, and the surgeons will examine him, determining what happened. And then he'll be taken to Corinth, where he'll briefly lay in state at the Rhodes Cottage. Then he'll be sent to New Orleans, where they'll have a ceremony, and he'll be buried in an above-ground crypt belonging to the mayor of New Orleans. But that's not where he stays, because if you've done something for Texas, then they consider you one of theirs. They're going to come and get you. So when the war is over, Johnston will be taken to Austin, Texas, where he'll be buried in the old city cemetery there in a very ornate grave now. So leaves behind a wife and children. And his last child he never saw. She was born after he left. So, if you're ever in Austin, go look up Johnston's grave. It's surrounded by a big iron platform. It's got an effigy of him in stone.
Wow. Cool.
Let me show you a picture of it. Here it is.
Oh yeah.
They have to put these bars around to keep him inside.
Yeah.
Keep the vandals out. Actually, that's the real reason.
They have a similar one, I believe. But it's supposed to be depicting that he's asleep, not dead. Is that the same way for this?
I guess you could say he looks like he's asleep.
Okay. They have a similar one of Lee.
Originally, he was buried under a more normal tombstone, but they did that one later.
The federal government didn't want to have him move his body.
No, they did not. They were not excited about that idea. But if you've ever done something for Texas, they'll probably come and get you. There was a woman in Georgia who had helped design the Texas flag, and they came and dug her up out of her family cemetery and took her to Texas. So, at the Civil War Museum in Fort Worth, you can see his original headstone. All right, if you have any questions, hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. Or no, this isn't a weekend. It feels like one. The rest of your time.
Well, thank you, Charlie.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
Join us. I'm going to go ahead and get started, and anybody else who wants to join up can catch up with us. So my name's Anthony. I am a park guide at Shiloh National Military Park. I usually work down in Corinth at the Civil War Interpretive Center there, but every now and then they let me leave and come up here to visit all of you up at Shiloh. So this is the highlight of my day so far, is actually being at the battlefield instead of that building in town. We're going to be together for a while tonight. The schedule has us together for about 2 hours. If I'm long-winded, it might be a little bit more than that. If I run out of anything to talk about, it might be a little bit less than that. But all told, we're going to be covering probably 2 miles of walking around what we call Grant's Last Line in this area here, looking at the terrain that Union soldiers were defending and Confederate soldiers were attacking as the sun went down on April 6th, 1862. We're going to be looking at some of the people who were here and give ourselves a feel of what this last line was actually like, what conditions were at the end of the day's fighting on April 6th. All told, there were about 13 hours worth of combat that day. So you can imagine what the soldiers who were here must have been like as the sun went down and the shooting stopped, what kind of condition they were in all over the field. A couple of housekeeping notes as we start off. We're going to be walking through the grass for a little bit. We'll be going off into the woods for a distance along the road. Watch your step. Deer have been out here. You might see some of their leavings on the ground. Ground can be a little uneven. The speed limit on the roads is 25. Not everybody travels that speed, so as we're walking along the road, keep an eye out for traffic. If there is lightning, that'll be the end of the program. I don't mind a little bit of rain. I'm happy to keep talking in a sprinkle or a light rain, but superintendent says he doesn't like it if we all get struck by lightning. It wouldn't be good press. So we do see lightning here, thunder. Unfortunately, that'll be the end of our time together tonight. We are going to be together for a while, so feel free to be neighborly with each other, chat while we're walking. As we do start off, I want you to use your imaginations a little bit. I'm going to ask you to use your imagination a few times this evening. 160 years ago, the visitor center wasn't here, the bookstore, the headquarters building, the National Cemetery, these monuments, they wouldn't have been here. Pittsburgh Landing, for weeks leading up to the Battle of Shiloh, was a staging area for an eventual strike by Grant's Army of the Tennessee at the rail crossover in Corinth. Soldiers were arriving daily. Ammunition was arriving, artillery, horses, food, everything you need to make war was piling up where we're standing. And on the morning, about 5 a.m., April 6th, you can hear gunfire in the distance. It gets louder as the sun comes up, the day goes on, more and more of the army's engaged. So as we start walking, try and think about how that atmosphere here might have changed. As the people who are at Pittsburgh Landing realized that gunfire they heard wasn't pickets discharging their weapons or skirmishing like it had been happening for a few days, but was battle. 60% of Grant's army was green. They were going to see the elephant by the time fighting gets to where we're standing today. So we start walking, trying to imagine what that would have been like here. And feel free to ask questions as we move along. If I can answer them, I will. If I don't know the answer, I'm not going to make it up. Told my supervisor I wanted to share some pictures with everybody. During the program, our big printer kind of gave up the ghost the other day. And I guess overnight, a part arrived. I came in this morning, the printer was working. I asked for something 18 by 24. She thought that was too small. I have like full-size pictures of everybody. Might need some help unrolling them here in a minute.
Like a sale.
They were not what I asked for, but I'll take it. She's a nice lady. So when we talk about Grant's last line or the Battle of Shiloh in general, one of the first things I think we have to start with is ecology and the landscape here at Shiloh. The forest we're looking at today is not the forest that the Army of the Mississippi and the Army of the Tennessee was fighting in 160 years ago. This is a second growth forest. It's thick. The undergrowth is tangled. You can't really see that far in it, even here before the trees have fully leafed out. 160 years ago, when Grant and Johnston soldiers were here, this was old growth forest. It takes centuries for an old growth forest to develop. There's periodic forest fire that keeps the undergrowth clear. You know, generations ago, American bison roamed through this area. They grazed. They kept shrubs and grasses close cropped. The pioneers and settlers who lived in this area at the time the battle took place had cattle that were free range. They roamed over the hills and ravines here. They did what the bison did. They ate the grass. They ate the shrubbery. They kept it close to the ground. You could see 200 or 300 yards through the woods. It was a thick canopy. Not a lot of sunlight reached the forest floor. So the second time I ask you to use your imagination is as we look at the forest around us, I need you to imagine there are about a third less trees in it. You know, as soldiers were filing into line where we're standing after the Hornets Nest fell, they could see to the other side of Dill Branch Ravine in front of you today. The forest looked different. And this area being preserved, who knows, generations from now, this will be an old growth forest again. Our descendants might be able to come here and see the forest as it looked during the battle. Unfortunately, I don't think any of us are going to be here that long, but we have to make do with our imaginations. At 8:30 in the morning, I don't think I have to linger very long on this photo, which is large. This fella, Ulysses Grant, he shows up at Pittsburgh Landing. He gets off his flagship. He'd been up in Savannah. He heard firing, got on his boat, came here to Pittsburgh Landing. He went off on the front lines, met with his commanders, get a feel of what the situation was. How long can you hold? How many of the enemy are at your front? By the time he finishes his rounds, he turns to basically his chief of staff, Colonel Joseph Dana Webster. At 2:30 in the afternoon, he orders Colonel Webster to start establishing a final line of defense where we're standing at Pittsburgh Landing. The military measures success in terms of objectives met. And Grant has given Colonel Webster 2 objectives. The first objective is to protect the bridge over Snake Creek off to your right. That's going to be where Lew Wallace's division comes in to reinforce the Union right. So they need that route kept open. Second objective is to protect Pittsburgh Landing. That's an escape route if the Army needs it. It's where more supplies are going to come in, and more importantly, it's where the Army of the Ohio is going to arrive and reinforce Grant's left. Between those 2 objectives, Colonel Webster decides Pittsburgh Landing is the more important one. That's what he's going to give higher priority to. So he starts constructing his last line right where we're standing. Colonel Webster was about the best person on either side any commander could have asked for establishing a defensive line. He was a graduate of Dartmouth. He'd been an engineer in his civilian life. And during the Mexican War, he had enlisted as a topographical engineer. He'd been in combat. He'd been under fire. He understood how terrain worked, how to use it. 80% of Johnston's soldiers were green, 60% of Grant's were green. Having an officer who'd been in combat was worth its weight in gold. They knew how to carry themselves. Webster had been tested. He understood terrain, and he got to work establishing this last line. Set him down for now. The very first unit he pulls in, I might need some help keeping this straight. If you would pull that up. Thank you, sir. Is this Madison's battery here of siege guns, 5 24-pounders and an 8-inch howitzer. You can see, looking at the photo, what the forest was like right where we're standing. It was a lot thinner than what you're seeing today. These guns were supposed to be used for the attack on Corinth. They're very good at long-range bombardment. They might not be that great in the field, as Webster is planning on using them, but they're also going to have a psychological impact on both Union and Confederate soldiers when they come up this hill behind me in front of you and they see these guns sitting here. If you've been a Union soldier and you've been pushed back all day and you see these guns as you come up to your last position, might you feel a little bit hopeful? If we have these in our arsenal, maybe we're going to be okay. If you're a Confederate soldier and you've been pushing these Union soldiers back all day, you come up over this hill and see these, might you think, oh boy, they've had these all day. What's attacking this position going to do to me? So, good place to start anchoring his line. Thank you.
Those big guns, what kind of ordnance? Would they have canister type ammunition or just big shells that they would...
I do not know for sure. Being siege guns, I would be surprised if they had much anti-personnel munitions.
I'm going to find somewhere else to go.
Yeah, either way, it's going to have an impact on you, right?
It is. I was just curious. I can't imagine a canister coming out of something that big.
Scary. These guns weren't here at the beginning of the day. They were down at the bottom of the hill. There wasn't any siege in sight, so Webster ordered them up here, put them into position, and this is where he started his defense of Pittsburgh Landing. To your right, General Hurlbut's division is going to start coming into line, and a few more batteries down in that direction. Grant ordered Hurlbut to take control of that section of the line, and after the battle, Hurlbut wrote, "On reaching the 24-pounder siege guns in battery near the river, I again succeeded in forming line of battle in rear of the guns, and by direction of Major General Grant, I assumed command of all troops that came up. Broken regiments and disordered battalions came into line gradually upon my division. Many officers and men unknown to me, and whom I never desired to know, fled in confusion through the line. Many gallant soldiers and brave officers rallied steadily on the new line." As the day goes on, there are more and more people flooding back to this area. There were a lot of non-combatants in the Army: ambulance drivers, teamsters, musicians, settlers visiting the area. Thousands and thousands of people are back here in panic and confusion. A lot of soldiers too, who when they were tested under fire couldn't stand up to it. They came running back to this area. As many as could be put in line were put in line. Some of the soldiers were ordered forward of the guns. They were laying down on the ground. Not a whole lot of them. One of them was in the 15th Michigan. After the battle, he wrote, "We are startled by a cannon shot above us, a signal for more. It is answered by a blinding flash, a mighty roar. The earth trembles. Something strikes me. The darkness falls above me. Smoke, leaves, and twigs, and gravel, and earth fill the air. I start up affrighted. It is Webster's great guns above us. Artillery along the line opens up." So again, it had a big psychological impact on these soldiers here. All told, by the end of the fighting, there'd be about 50 cannon from where we're standing down to the river defending Pittsburgh Landing. A lot of noise.
River's down there.
Beg pardon?
River's down there.
River's down there, yes sir. It's a lot of noise and it's a lot of metal being put downrange. This is a formidable position that Webster has established. I'm going to figure out how to get my pictures nice and ordered again. We're going to start heading towards the river. Take a look at the rest of the last line. So the battery that was posted here, Axel Silver Spar's battery, they were part of Grant's army that was untested. They showed up here with 4 20-pounder Parrott rifles. And that's one of the large pictures I have. Not that one, we've seen that already. There we go. These guns, on their own, they weigh about 2,900 pounds apiece. Silver Spar's battery is from Illinois. Is there anybody here from Illinois? Just me. Okay. They were primarily Swedish immigrants. Downstate Illinois is very Swedish. A lot of them came from a little town called Andover, Illinois, which is the next town over from where I grew up. That was kind of interesting reading about them. They didn't really speak a lot of English when they showed up here. Webster knew that they were down at the landing with their 4 guns. They had just the guns. They didn't have anything else with them to shoot the guns. They didn't have horses to move the guns, but Webster wanted them up here in line to help defend Pittsburgh Landing. So he ordered them to drag each of the 4 guns up, 2,900 pounds apiece, by hand, on foot, bring them into position, and he wanted them to start firing at the enemy. They didn't know how to do that. They didn't have the equipment to do it, so he had to send people out to find all the accoutrements they needed. Tube pouches, lanyards, friction primers, ammunition, sponge rammers, everything you need to make a cannon go boom. They're in position. He wants to tell them how to fire their piece. They've never done it before. They can't understand a word Joseph Webster is telling them. But he has to find a translator and start telling them, okay, number 1, you're going to stand here with your rammer. You're going to ram the charge home. You want to make sure you sponge out that barrel after it fires. Otherwise, you're not going to have any arms the next time you put a round down that barrel. Eventually, they do work their way through figuring out how to fire these pieces. And you have to imagine for the soldiers here shooting their cannon, they didn't have a range to practice on. The enemy was over there. That was their practice. And they had to hope that they were accurate enough to keep the enemy away from them. There were a lot of soldiers in this position as Shiloh was fought. The 15th Iowa had showed up on the morning of April 6th. They got off the Minnehaha. They were put into line up here. Grant told them to start forming and stop stragglers from coming through. One of the corporals in that regiment actually wrote about how the Colonel, Reed, of the 15th, didn't actually know who Grant was. This guy walked up to the Colonel and said, after your men have their ammunition and coffee, start stopping stragglers and putting them in line. And the Colonel had to ask, well, who are you to give me an order? And the guy says, well, I'm General Grant. I'm your boss. And eventually they went off towards the front to fight. So between Madison's guns down there, all the other batteries that have filled in, Stone's battery, Nispel's battery, Silver Spar's, we're going to head down towards the river where the last of the guns were put into place. All told, there would be close to 50 some odd guns. I haven't actually found a study of artillery along Grant's last line that tells you exactly how many guns were in place. You know, some people say it was 20. There's a few different places where they say it was 100 guns. I would be surprised if it was 100. In all likelihood, it was about 50. I think earlier in the day, Daniel Ruggles, the Army of the Mississippi, he brought together 53 guns at the Hornets Nest. That was an offensive use of the guns to drive the Union defenders out of that position. Joseph Webster brought in 50 some odd guns to defend this area. You know, just the same thing in reverse. Undoubtedly, he heard what was going on the other side of the field, and perhaps he was inspired by that noise when he established this last line here.
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, considering that they started their firing at the beginning of the battle, I mean, the South was still pretty far to the south.
Mhm.
So how far did they have to shoot?
As far from here?
Yeah.
Well, by the time the Hornets Nest fell, it's just, God, what, 3/4 of a mile that way,
So
perhaps?
they didn't really start firing until that point. Is that
Yeah,
what you're
yeah,
saying?
there were still
oh,
people falling back in this direction.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Really, it's open season though.
Yeah, if you can see the enemy, you open fire on them. As long as your people aren't going to be
Yeah, I
in
thought you
harm's
were
way.
talking much earlier.
No, not much earlier.
Okay.
Thank you. This was after 4 o'clock along here.
Do they have any Parrott guns set up here? Parrott rifles?
There is a 10-pounder in the line where Ruggles Battery was.
Was there?
That's the only one I've found on this battlefield.
There's a rifle piece here. I
Yeah.
noticed the other one's a smoothbore, so I was like, well, maybe they just got what they got.
Yeah, these are James rifles. It'd be great if we could find a 20-pounder to put here, because that's the gun that was here. They are really hard to find. A lot of them, for whatever reason, they were melted down after the war. They were disassembled, sent somewhere else. But you don't see too many of them on battlefields. 30-pounders and 10-pounders. That's mostly what you come across. Any other questions?
How'd they get those cannons up there? They just pushed them, or they put rope around them, or what they do?
Rope by hand.
Put some privates and a rope.
Yeah, you're just putting the people in place of horses. Drag them up. Yeah, don't want to get your foot caught under it if it slips.
40, 50 guys.
Goodbye.
Whatever it took, Think what they did at council.
All right, we're going to head just down around that corner there. That's going to be the river end of Grant's line. That'll be where we turn around.
The last time I was here 2 years ago and got a guy to shoot, they were doing some of the stuff that they were substantial, but I mean,
By the end of the day, command and control, both the Union Army and the Confederate Army, had really broken down. Pretty much what's happened with my pictures by this point. Where we're standing was about the end of the last line, anchored on the river. I'm sure most of you, at least by this point of the day in your visit, you've driven up this road. The edge of the ravine there, it's steep, it's straight up. There's not really going to be a successful assault coming right up against the river to where we're standing. There were 11 guns, Munch's battery and Mark Graf's battery, positioned where we're standing. Like I said earlier, using your imagination and picturing a third less trees in the forest in front of us, they're looking kind of up Dill Branch Ravine. It's the creek that runs in front of us. There's a spit of land we're going to walk out on later where Chalmers' brigade of Confederate soldiers, that's as far as they got. That's across from us. So these 11 guns here, by the end of the day, they were looking at the flank of Chalmers' brigade. This was a good position for these gunners to be in, and it wasn't so good for the soldiers in Chalmers' brigade as they came up the hill. Down on the river below us, though, there were a few more cannon to think about.
I don't even need my glasses for these ones.
No, she went above and beyond in getting me the pictures I didn't ask for. The timberclads, Tyler and Lexington, had been patrolling the river. They had heard the fighting, and of course they came to Pittsburgh Landing to see what was going on. Each of these ships had a timber armor on them, which was great against small arms fire, less effective against artillery. But they weren't going to have to worry about that on April 6th. They show up, and by 1:30, Lieutenant Gwynn, the commander of the Tyler and the senior of the two officers, he decided he was tired of waiting in the river. Nobody had been out to tell him what to do. He wanted to know how the Navy could help the Army. He sends a sailor ashore at 1:30 to find somebody who was in charge that could tell him what to do. He didn't like being out there on the water feeling helpless. That sailor finds Major General Hurlbut over by the peach orchard and asks, "The Navy's here, what can we do?" And Hurlbut says, "Well, the enemy's there in front of me. Start shelling them. I'm going to have to fall back at some point." The sailor heads back to the ships. They steam upriver a little ways. Remember, the river flows south to north here. And about 2:50 p.m., soldiers fighting at the peach orchard in the Hornets Nest hear new guns entering the fight. Each of these timberclads has 6 8-inch guns and one 32-pounder. They're going to be the biggest guns on the battlefield. They're not exactly the most accurate firing from the river towards the peach orchard. They don't have a completely clear field of fire, but they're able to tell from the sounds and the sights of Hurlbut's men falling back pretty much where the Army of the Mississippi is at that time. And they're able to do a little bit of damage. Now, by the time this final assault on Grant's last line starts, they're going to be right down the hill from us on the river. And the whole reason the Union Army decided Pittsburgh Landing was a good spot to fight and to stage themselves was because this is a really high point on the river. The Tennessean March was at flood stage. The water was high. This was the best dry point they could find to unload soldiers and artillery and every other supply they need to attack the rail crossover 22 miles down the way in Corinth. When the battle's happening, Dill Branch, the creek just down the hill, is flooded. Kind of looks like this. I took this a couple of weeks ago when we had some high water. This is looking up the creek. Not the best picture. I didn't have a very good camera with me, but give you an idea of what that area looked like. Chalmers and Jackson, two Confederate brigades that will assault this position we've been walking, are going to have to pass through this. In places, the water is about waist deep. Now, these soldiers have been fighting for the better part of 13 hours. You can imagine how exhausted they are. Now they're going through waist deep water, which slows you down. The surface of that water is the river's surface. And if you, we'll wait for this truck to come by. So if you were one of these soldiers, you're crossing Dill Branch down there, being told to come across and assault this position. If you stopped and looked off to your right towards the river, where that water is on your waist, that's where the gunboats are sitting. They can see right up your flank. And for the time it takes to cross this ravine and start coming up the hill on this side, the Lexington and Tyler are sending canister, grape shot, right up Confederates' right flank. Hurried them across the river, across the creek there. And that would be until after dark. That would be about the last action the two gunboats saw. All through the night, every 10 or 15 minutes, depending on which boat was patrolling the river at the time, they thought, the sailors, that it was a good idea to send shells into the Confederate camps every 10 or 15 minutes. Nobody got a good night's sleep that night. There was a soldier, Edwin Brown, in the 81st Ohio, who wrote in his memoirs after the war that all night, now he would have been not this end of the line, the other end, that every 15 minutes he woke up when these guns fired, and it felt like being lifted 2 feet off the ground and being slammed back down into the earth. Nobody was very happy with the Navy overnight. It wasn't a very popular decision to keep firing, but they did it, and we get to talk about it today. We're going to start moving back the direction that we came. And take a good look as we walk, because this is the right time of year to be here, of what the terrain is really like. Try and put yourself in the shoes of these young men in the Confederate brigades who are attacking this position. Most of them are out of ammunition. They've been fighting for the better part of 13 hours. They haven't eaten. They're exhausted. What would it take for you to come up this hill, cannons to your front and cannons to your right, and assault that position? I don't think I have what it takes, but that's a question each of you can answer for yourself if you think you have what it takes to come up that hill. We're going to start walking back that way and keep an eye on the terrain.
How far down would the Confederate line have been down this way?
At the
Confederate attackers.
Right across there.
Their flank.
So their flank would have been
somewhere in here.
150 yards.
Would have gone down to the river.
Yeah, not all the way to the river. How's everybody doing? Good. 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 Just look at the time, and I kind of judged a group of this size we'd walk slower. We're ahead of schedule. I like that.
We're eager.
Let's go to 7.
Stay out all night. We're lucky it'll downpour like it did 160 years ago.
We're doing good right now.
Just looking at the time, I wanted to stop, point out two points of interest that we're going to pass by. First is one of our War Department markers. Square ones are first day markers. Probably a review for all of you. The round ones are second day markers. This is an Army of the Ohio marker, square, day 1, 6 Ohio. Saw action here at 6 p.m. April 6th, 1862. So they were on the field just as fighting was ending. To your right, those guns represent Stone's battery. We're going to be walking past Stone's campsite on our way into the woods, so keep an eye out for one of those sort of house-shaped metal markers in the woods. Take note of where it is. We'll mention that a little bit later on, so keep an eye out for it on your left. Excellent. Any questions?
Was this the first of Bull Nelson's group to come ashore?
They came across as a mixed group, but yeah,
Okay.
yeah, they would have been some of the first. Yeah, there was an Indiana regiment that came with them.
Okay.
They had 2 killed and 1 wounded, if I remember correctly. So very light casualties compared to everybody else the first day. Excellent. We're going to head into the woods. I was up here a few days ago to just look at what the trail condition was. We had a pretty bad storm about a week ago came through. Unless it's been cleared since Monday, there was 1 tree that fell across the trail. It's not huge, you just have to step over it. It's a little bit of an adventure, or step around it if you like. It doesn't extend too far into the woods, but wanted to make sure you were prepared when we get there for it, not to be surprised that there's a big tree across the path. Excellent, let's head on in. Now, this isn't the most wide open spot we've had all day, so you might have to get a little close with one another or spread out off the trail just a little bit to get into a spot where you're happy. But right here where we're standing, the Chalmers tablet, this is as far forward as that last Confederate assault got. There were, between Chalmers' brigade and Jackson's brigade, which would have been off to my left, your right for most of you, there were about 4,000 soldiers who made this last assault. Braxton Bragg was in command of the Confederate right by this point. Albert Sidney Johnston's plan, as you recall, had been to sever the Union Army's connection with the Tennessee River and push them back into Owl and Snake Creeks. And this would be the last opportunity of April 6th to make that vision a reality. If you want later on, it's a little wet, so I'm not going to try and lead the whole group down there. But if you follow this trail off to that direction, it drops down into the ravine, and the Jackson tablet is down in that direction. If you do feel so inclined, I encourage you to walk that way just to get another look at the terrain. Jackson's assault was pretty short-lived. He was not supported on his left, and Jackson decided that that was going to be it for him. Most of his soldiers were out of ammunition, and heading up the hill to where those siege guns were with just a bayonet on the end of their weapons, he didn't think it was going to be successful and didn't put his soldiers through it. Chalmers does bring his men up here. They cross the ravine in front of you behind me, they wade through that waist-deep water, and they come up to where we are. This is as far as they get, which was pretty heroic. Think about Chalmers' brigade. He has been on the Confederate right all day. How many of you were on the Slaughter in the Ravines program? Quite a few of you. So you know the kind of terrain these soldiers have been moving through all day. Fight their way up a hill, go down a hill, cross a creek, fight their way up another hill. They are doing this all day for the better part of 13 hours. Chalmers admits his men are exhausted by the time they get here. This is their 6th engagement of the day. And he still pushes them up the hill. They still perform. This is going to be as far as they get. And what they really want, what the infantry needs, is artillery support if they're going to have any success moving forward. We walked past Stone's battery. We walked past their campsite. If you're an artilleryman, what do you need to know when you're timing the fuse on a shell to burst it over the enemy's head? Distance. These men have been camped here for a couple of weeks. We walked past their camp. From where they're posted to where we're standing, do you think they have a pretty good idea of what the distance is? Yes. They are the wrong battery to have across if you're General Chalmers here. They know what the distance is, and they're able to drop pretty accurately timed shells on top of his soldiers' heads. Chalmers does have a battery attached to his brigade, Gage's Alabama Battery, and they have a phenomenal day. I'm just in awe of this battery. They managed to keep up with Chalmers throughout the entire day. I think it was hard for the infantry to move up a hill, down a ravine, cross a creek, up another hill, down, across a creek. This battery of 6 guns was able to keep pace with the infantry all day. Their horses were worn out to within an inch of their life to keep pace and keep support for Chalmers throughout the day. And they did their job when they got here. They were pulled up just on the other side of the ravine when Chalmers needed that artillery support. The 6 guns unlimber, and if you're remembering how thin the forest would have been, the Union gunners can see Gage's battery setting up. There are 50 guns over there. And those gunners have to be thinking, they can't be serious setting up over there where they can see us and we can see them. Gage's battery was brave men. They set up, they sighted their pieces. When Chalmers needed that artillery support, they opened fire, and it was the end of the world for Gage's battery. It was the Armageddon over there. The Union line opened up, and immediately one of their guns was gone. The whole carriage was shattered. They spiked the barrel, they rolled it down to the bottom of the ravine. He relimbered his 5 cannon. He took off. He saved his battery to fight another day. That was the only mistake that battery made all day, was doing their job, setting up and supporting this assault here.
Where would they have set up? Just right down here?
Just the other side, top of the hill, right across from us.
What?
Yes, sir. Well within sight.
And the Confederate soldiers here would have been able to see the cannons?
Yeah, they would have been able to see that last line, and knowing that's the last line. The Army of the Tennessee, they can't retreat any farther. They have made it from sunrise where they were told to make it. It had to have been difficult for them to fall back from this position, knowing that they were this close. At least they felt this close, but half of them out of ammunition, 50 guns across from them, Hurlbut's division. Chances were slim they were going to be able to push and break through, especially as the sun was setting. It was really sunset that ended the fighting of April 6th. Beauregard issued orders to call the assaults off, and at the time, nobody really had a problem with that. Chalmers supported it. Bragg, 3 days later, wrote his wife that his soldiers over here were disorganized, demoralized, and exhausted. Later on, he would change his story and say he disagreed with the decision, and you have stories of him snapping his sword over his knee because he was so upset that victory was right there and he wasn't allowed to push through and snatch it. But at the time, he didn't think it was going to work. He had a couple staff officers with him who, one of them wrote that if he disagreed with this order, I'm sure we would have heard about it. Bragg had a temper.
How far from here to the cannon?
To the cannon? I haven't measured. It's going to be a couple hundred yards.
I was trying to figure out how far we actually came.
Yeah, pace it out on your way back. That's something I haven't measured. Beauregard probably made the right choice to call off the assaults here at the end of the day, but probably for the wrong reasons. It was dark, command and control had broken down. Even if he decided to keep fighting after dark, it was going to be even more difficult to keep his soldiers in line than it had been all day. He had intelligence from Ben Hardin-Helm, one of his staffers, who said that the Army of the Ohio was marching into Decatur, Alabama. So they're not going to be here to reinforce Grant's army. But we walked past that first day tablet for Army of the Ohio, they were already here. Prisoner of war Benjamin Prentiss was there and told Beauregard, Grant and Buell will effect a junction, and we're going to whip you tomorrow. I don't know why prisoner of war Prentiss was sharing that information with Beauregard. Maybe he was trying to get better terms for himself as a prisoner, but he shared that, and Beauregard disregarded it, which I'd probably do in his position. So the next morning, the fighting's going to start up about sunrise. If you want to hear about that, you have to show up tomorrow and come to the next programs. As far as playing the what-if game, it's always fun to do on battlefields. Calling off the attacks at the end of the day was probably the right call for Beauregard. But when you come back tomorrow, and I hope you do, to learn about the second day's fighting, everything the Confederate soldiers had to go through to get to this position, to assault this last line, the Union Army could have had to do in reverse going across. Beauregard made no effort to fortify the line on the other side of this ravine. Buell's divisions were going to cross this uncontested. Uncontested, it still took them the better part of 2 hours to get across. So they might not have been able to whip the Union Army on the first day, but if he'd set up a defensive line on the other side, what might that day have looked like? Well, if you do want to walk that way, I encourage it. I'm going to stick around for a while if you want to chat, have questions. Otherwise, you've been a great group. Glad you all came out. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. Did Chalmers just come up the hill and basically see the line of artillery and decide?
He sent, he had skirmishers out ahead, and there was, volleys traded back and forth between the 6th Ohio and his Mississippians. So they did stay here for a while, but it was sunset that really ended the day's fighting.
Okay. All right. So we're going to start. No, nobody got a Lou card. We do have somebody here with the wrong Wallace shirt on.
But Charlie, I just got here and Mona just got here, so we've already reenacting this because Lew Wallace did get here a trifle late, didn't he?
No, not really. Not according to him.
Well, according to everybody else.
Well, we're going to talk about why Lew was late, or was Lew late? That's the question. Okay, Lew was up at Crump's Landing as 3 brigades, one right there at the landing. One at a place called Stony Lonesome, and then Whittlesey's brigade is out at Adamsville, and they're concerned about Confederate activity out in the vicinity of Purdy. There has been some action out that way. When Grant hears the noise of battle, which starts around dawn on April the 6th, he's up at the Cherry Mansion, his headquarters. He's not sure what's going on, but he knows something's happening, so he can hear the noise of a battle. So he gets on his command boat, the Tigress. He goes down to Crump's Landing, where he thinks perhaps Wallace may be under attack. Wallace is in a vulnerable position there. That division is isolated. He yells from his command boat at Wallace when he realizes Wallace is not under attack, and this is probably about 9 o'clock in the morning. And he says, "Get ready, something's happening. I'm not sure what." He arrives here at the landing probably about 9:30 and comes ashore, looks around and sees that his army's in trouble. He's going to need Wallace's support. So he decides, well, I'll send a message. He doesn't write anything down though. He tells Don Rollins to send a message to Wallace to start marching toward the right flank of the army, which would have been Sherman's division. So Rollins goes down to the landing, tells Baxter, the commissary, to take the message. Baxter goes, "Whoa, wait a minute. Don't know if I can remember this properly. Can you write it down?" So Rollins writes it down, gives it to Baxter, and Baxter takes it up the river, probably gets there around sometime 11 to 11:30 at Crump's Landing, gives the instructions to march to the right flank to Wallace. And Wallace hands it to his aide, Colonel Neffler, who puts it under his belt, and somewhere it disappears. So we'll never know exactly what this message wrote, but it wasn't written by Grant. And Wallace's understanding is that he is to reinforce the Union right. Where's the Union right? Near Shiloh Church, near Sherman, right? And he's already got a route to take to do that. He and Sherman have worked out a route along what's called the Shun Pike. So he gets his men organized, lets them eat, starts marching about noon, and they're marching merely down the Shun Pike. They can hear the noise of battle in the distance. They don't know exactly what's going on. Now, the problem is, Grant expected them to take a different route. He expected them to take the river route, which might have brought them in toward the right rear of where the army had been. And he thought that, he assumed, without specifying apparently, that Wallace would take the river route. Now the bridge across the
creek, Snake Creek, had just been improved by the engineers, and it was called Wallace's Bridge because there was a property owner there named Wallace. Now apparently Grant assumes since it's called Wallace's Bridge, Wallace knew about it, but nobody bothered to tell Lew Wallace. So he didn't know that the bridge was repaired and that the road was now accessible, although they didn't do anything to improve the road whatsoever, just the bridge. So Grant begins to wonder, well, where is this guy? Why hasn't he arrived yet? He sends out aides to find him, and they finally locate Wallace marching down the Shunpike, and he continued to go to ride behind Confederate lines. They tell him, don't you realize the army's been pushed back over a mile? By that, and Wallace has no idea. He can hear the noise of battle, but he can't tell. He doesn't have anybody tell him which way it's going, who's winning or anything. But he is warned, and he turns his march completely around. Now, if you're going to a battle, you don't want to start with your wagon train. So he has his best men come to the front, which takes a little time. They have to find somebody to guide them on a connection between the Shunpike and the river road. They finally arrive at the river road, go through horrible, swampy terrain, some of the worst roads you've ever seen, finally arrive on the battlefield. But the battle's basically over by the time he gets here. So Wallace will be later faulted for having been late to the battle, but it's not through any fault of his own. It's through poor communication, and his troops do march 15 miles that day, marching and counter-marching and finally arriving on the battlefield. We will not march 15 miles today. We may go a few miles, but we're not going to go 15 miles. If we go 15 miles, let me know and I'll stop. But at any rate, and Wallace isn't finished yet. He's going to return. He will outlive Grant, and he'll get back to the battlefield. Here he is, older, after he's already written that fine novel that everybody's seen the movie of, called Ben-Hur, and he is visiting right over there, the old cemetery lodge, which the original was destroyed in the 1909 tornado, but Lew Wallace did return. So we're going to go out to where he reached on the night of the 6th, and I'll be driving that white Toyota there. We're going to go out to, if you can carpool, that's great. We'll be driving out toward the entrance where we'll park briefly and talk about Lew Wallace's arrival and the start of the action on April the 7th. Do you have any questions before we get going? All right. Now on up and drive out there. Okay, so this is Wallace's organization here. He's a major general. He's the youngest major general in the Union Army at this point, which is probably part of the problem. He's not a West Pointer. He has not been to West Point. He has been interested in military things, although he's a lawyer from Indiana. And he has been involved in the state militia. And he's also, when the Civil War breaks out, he organizes the 11th Indiana. And one thing unique about the 11th Indiana is that it is a, well, not completely unique for that matter, but it's a Zouave unit. And anybody know what Zouaves are? They were originally from the French army, who had been inspired by some of the units in North Africa, and the Zouaves adopted a sort of unique uniforms with usually baggy pants, sometimes red. They had short coats, usually with some kind of braid or ornamental designs on them. They sometimes had unique headgear, sometimes fezzes, sometimes turbans, but they became popular just before the Civil War, thanks to a man named Elmer Ellsworth, who had a trained group of Zouaves who used what are called Zouave tactics. Zouave tactics meant the men were trained to advance and in prone positions to reload their guns and do a lot of fancy maneuvers that normally green recruits couldn't do. So these became popular. Elmer Ellsworth put on shows with the national Zouaves that he had, and so this was something that became popular at the time. So Wallace organized what's called the 11th, or Wallace's Zouaves, the 11th, and you can see one of their early uniforms here. Anybody notice anything about that? What color is the uniform? It's gray. Now when the war breaks out, nobody's sure what color to wear. Normally the regular army wears blue and the militia or National Guard wear gray. So many units start out with gray uniforms, but they do eventually get blue uniforms, such as this. So they will eventually, that's 76th Ohio, by the way, which was also in Smith's brigade. Smith's brigade is almost entirely made up of Zouaves. Morgan Smith over there, well, as long as he's holding Morgan Smith up, Morgan Smith was in this position, we'll talk a little bit about him. He's a wanderer. He had left home, and he tries teaching school, and he joins the Army under an assumed name. He works on steamboats. He's in St. Louis, and when Fremont, who's in charge briefly there, decides to organize a national Zouave or a national unit, an all-American group, which will be made up of Irish immigrants. Fremont's idea is that, well, we've got so many Germans, it looks like we've got an all-German army, and that may not be a good idea. We need to get some Americans. So Morgan Smith helps him recruit from the docks of New Orleans. I mean, not New Orleans, the docks of St. Louis, and they end up with an Irish Zouave unit, basically. Many of the members are Irish, not all of them by any means. And his brother, Giles Smith, who's out there somewhere, will join him as a captain. Oh, he's got Morgan. He's got Giles. I didn't see. Yeah. Morgan's over there. Don't pay attention to that man. Okay. He's the brother. He's a captain. Okay. You will get your chance.
Well, you said 8th Missouri, and I know.
8th Missouri is correct.
Yeah.
But you've overstepped your rank.
I'm sorry. Hey, look at the shirt I wore, you know.
This is true. You're already confused.
That 8th Missouri right here. Nice uniform.
Okay. And this is the uniform of the 8th Missouri.
All right.
This is Private Bates, and he poses for this picture much later. When he's older, he puts on his old uniform for the benefit of his daughter so she can take a picture of him. This is not what he looked like during the battle. But that is the uniform of the 8th. Now, originally, they were also supposed to have red pantaloons, red pants. They didn't like that. They rejected the red pants, but they kept the Zouave jacket. That's part of Morgan's brigade that was here. So where were we? Oh, we were talking about the organization here. So you've got Morgan Smith's brigade, you've got Thayer's brigade, he'll become the governor of Nebraska, and we've got Charles Whittlesey's brigade. Whittlesey is the only West Pointer, although he didn't spend too much time in the Army because he became a geologist and he became quite interested in Indian mounds. We've got 2 batteries that'll be taking part here, Thurber's battery of Missouri and Thompson's battery from Indiana. And we're going to take a walk there to their monument. All right, if you're part of this brigade, you march from Crump's Landing, and you march probably more than 15 miles through terrible terrain, starting at about noon. You arrive here over the river road, going that way, about toward dusk. And as you move into your position, you're not sure what to expect. You know the Army's been pushed back. You don't know whether you're going to run into Confederates. What you do run into are some strange guys out here with custom-made rifles wearing squirrel tails on their hats. This is a Missouri unit, Burgess sharpshooters, who've been holding off Wharton's and Brewer's cavalry over here across Tillman Branch. This is Tillman Branch here. So that's a barrier between the arriving troops and the Confederates over there. Now, the Confederates have started to withdraw for the night. There's a storm cloud moving in. The gunboats on the river are bombarding them. So Beauregard decides they've done enough, they'll pull back for the night. Preston Pond, though, somebody got Preston Pond? He doesn't get the message. He's from Louisiana, originally, I think the 16th Louisiana, but he has been left there. He has not performed too well at Shiloh so far, but he doesn't get the message to withdraw. So he's left isolated just over here in Jones Field, along with Ketchum's Alabama Battery. So he's not sure what he's supposed to do, but they stay there for the night while everybody else pulls back to camps they've overrun, or in the case of Polk's Corps, all the way back to their startup positions from the day before. So as the Union units start to move in, they comment on how bad the road getting here was. Colonel Valentine Bostonwine of the 58th Ohio says that it was all the afternoon we went through in quick time through ravines and swamps. It was an interminable slough. Went into McGinnis of the 11th, Indiana, he's commander now, said they went into mud and mire and backwater from Snake Creek and the river to the high ground beyond Wallace's Bridge. It has been my fortune to do with many abominations termed roads, but of anything worse than the regiments pulled through that evening, I have no recollections. The condition of Wallace's men upon reaching the front was pitiable. They foundered and wallowed in the mud and water, in which they frequently sank to their hips. With all this, nothing but eagerness was shown by the officers and men to get to the front. So they have arrived, but they've had a miserable time getting here, and they're going to have a miserable night as well. They're going to be, it begins to pour all night. It's an awful night, according to one officer. Had to lie on the ground. It was an impossibility, for the water to lie on the ground was impossible, for the water was flowing in torrents. There were no logs or stone on which to sit all night. I stood or walked about in the pitiless rain, soaked through and through. In front of us were wounded men lying on the ground crying for help. Every 15 minutes there was a heavy explosion from the direction of the river, and then the hurtling the flight of the great shell from the gunboats. After a few moments, an explosion. So, pretty miserable night. One soldier, Durham, decides to he can get some rest. This is Thomas Wise Durham. Somebody have him? Somebody does. But Thomas Wise Durham is here, and he gets in a tent. He thinks, well, this will be a good place to get out of the rain. Puts his head up next to a trunk, an officer's trunk left in that tent. The next thing he knows, there's a giant explosion, apparently a shell possibly fired by, or a round possibly fired by Ketchum's battery has hit that trunk. And he decides, the trunk's destroyed, but he's okay. He decides, I've had enough of this tent, I'll stay out in the rain. So, and the next day, that morning, Wallace's group is lined up, ready to move out. Let's have map number 1. We're right here, Thompson's Battery, 9th Indiana. Morgan Lewis Smith right here. Thayer over that way. A little further over Whittlesey. Also Thurber's Missouri Battery is in position. Across here is what the 8th Texas Cavalry, Brewer's Alabama Cavalry, and Pond's Brigade, as Ketchum's Alabama Battery has been fired. Now, at about dawn, Grant comes over here, tells Wallace, all right, go ahead and move out in that direction. He doesn't bother telling that Buell's here, so Wallace doesn't at first know that Buell has arrived. So his men begin to move out, skirmishers start, the battery starts firing, they're trading shots back and forth. One of the soldiers, I think it's an officer on this battery, gets hit and is killed. And man, one of the soldiers says it's the first dead man he ever saw, and it was rather disturbing. According to Durham, they were ordered to lie down so as to avoid giving the enemy a good mark while the rest of the division was coming into line, advancing across the swamp. I was trying to see the charge of the 11th Indiana when a shell struck the bank in front of me, filling my eyes with dirt. The enemy's fire was sharp and the trees about us suffered. We had to wait here some time. I went to sleep, as did many of our number. So they're so tired they're going to sleep in the while the firing is continuing. And they start advancing down the hill, watching the battery to across the swamp to get a chance for skirmishers to jump over the fence and get into the ravine, which was heavily timbered. I saw the chance to vault over, but as Durham did so, a shell fragment hit him in the right hip and lodged against the bone. Hit by the metal that held the fuse in the shell. It's a shell whirling wind that struck toward a large wound. The boys offered to take him back, but they were ordered forward to get out of the range of the guns. He started crawling back toward the regiment. Some of the men saw him and carried him back to the surgeon, who extracted the piece of shell and asked how I felt. I gave him the answer, by God, and he said, by God, you'll live. You are too game to die. So they had started advancing. Over on the other side, Pond's brigade was outflanked, outgunned. Ketchum's battery some of their guns had been hit, so they're going to start pulling back from this position just on the other side of. So Wallace is starting to move out toward Jones Field. Confederates don't have anything immediately to resist because other than Pond, they've all fallen back to the camps they had overrun. Ruggles is trying to get men into line. Bragg is coming up. They're starting to try to patch together a defensive line. They thought they had a victory the day before, but now they're not so sure because the Union forces are moving out to attack them. And we're going to drive down the road here and we'll turn right and park at the picnic here. You have any questions so far?
Was the terrain at that time pretty much what we see here?
You would have had a better visibility. In other words, in this position, you would have been able to see, there wouldn't have been all these trees in the foreground, there would have been some in the bottom there, but you would have been able to see and fire at the battery on the opposite hill, across this swampy area, right over here.
We're on a hill here, there's a bottom,
yes.
And there's a hill over there.
Jones Field, there's a rise there. So, and you're sweeping across this swampy area. At one point, we don't know exactly when, but they run into some resistance from Wharton's cavalry, the 8th Texas Cavalry, and in that, Wharton will be wounded while he's not in command the next day at Fallen Timbers. Instead, Colonel Forrest takes command of basically the 8th Texas. He has hardly any of his men, but he's the senior colonel at that particular incident.
Where's the field? Will we be
Jones
going to
Field,
that?
we will be going to Jones Field next. It's right across Tillman Branch here. That'll be our next stop.
There's no road here then?
No, the road ran more behind us here. This road wasn't put in until I believe the 60s. Originally the original Highway 22 came in over there and went through the park.
So Wallace's troops spent the night back behind
Back this area, this Morgan here, Thayer and Whittlesey over there along that road that goes down. There's a trail or road actually that goes down to the crossing, the old crossing of Snake and Owl Creek. What was called Wallace's Bridge at that time, not after Lew Wallace, but after the farmer who lived nearby. But Grant assumed that Lew Wallace knew about it since it had his name.
There was no cut here, so that was all straight across.
That would have been, but it would have been a swampy area they had to cross through.
Hey, Charlie?
Yeah.
Was Whittlesey any relation to the Whittlesey of World War I thing?
I have not been able to prove that. Okay. I've often wondered that. In case you're wondering, Whittlesey was the one with the lost battalion in World War I. They did a TNT special about that.
Where would Wallace have came in if he would have stayed on his original path?
He would have come in down where the 142 comes across. He would have come across Owl Creek, would have come in about on the same level with Shiloh Church, which would have been well behind Confederate lines.
that be down by the McDowell marker?
By the McDowell marker, exactly.
Yeah, for everybody.
All right, we will mount up and go to the picnic area now.
Southfield.
You're in Southfield. This is Southfield. It's supposedly one of the Sows was killed here by an accidental shot. At least that's one story. There's some discrepancies in the story, but that's one story. Most of the Sows had left, but apparently I guess George Sow was not feeling well. Came out on the porch and got hit. All right, we're going to be walking along the road, and at one point we'll cross over to Jones Field and go to the northern end of Jones Field. Be very careful of the traffic. I don't want you to get run over. You probably don't want to get run over either. Tablet, although Wallace is no longer alive, representing a unit that was in his division. We're just sharpshooters who are out in advance as skirmishers here. We're with Smith's brigade here. The Thompson's battery, and then later Thurber's battery will come up here. So they move across the swampy area. Pond's brigade would have been over there along with Ketchum's battery, but they're no longer here. They withdrawn. And this will be the end of Pond's military career, because he will not be elected when they reform in May to colonel of his regiment, so he'll go back to Louisiana. So the end of Pond. At any rate, Morgan will move in here. Over across the road is Thayer's brigade. Thayer's from Nebraska. Even though Nebraska is not a state yet, Thayer has got permission to organize a Nebraska regiment, the 1st Nebraska. And a little further over is Whittlesey, the geologist, with his brigade. He won't last too much longer. He's a bit old and not as healthy, although it doesn't stop him from going out in the field and doing geology work afterwards. But at any rate, they move forward to this position and line up here. And meanwhile, the Confederates are trying to muster some kind of opposition. Wallace gets to this position and he's not sure what to do next, because he's sort of out here all alone on the right flank of the Union Army. Where's everybody else? He's waiting for other units, Sherman, McClernand, and other fragments of the Union Army that had been fighting the day before, to come out here on his left. He doesn't want to advance if he's going to be outflanked. So he's been a little cautious, justifiably so. Now, why Sherman and McClernand not here yet? Because they've been told to wait till Buell's people open fire. So there's a bit of a delay. Finally, when Buell's people open fire, they'll move forward, but for now, you're on your own. Now, on the opposite side, Bragg is coming forward. Braxton Bragg, very great hero of the Confederacy, who was disliked by almost everybody. He's the chief of staff for the Confederate Army here. He's been moving people around, ordering attacks against the Union forces. So, and he'll do that throughout his career. He will replace Beauregard later in the year and will be the commander of the Army of Tennessee, as it becomes called under him, for longer than anybody else, until he's finally replaced after his disastrous performance at Missionary Ridge at Chattanooga. And even then he'll be promoted to become Jefferson Davis's personal military advisor. But at any rate, Ruggles and Bragg apparently decide to launch an attack. Unfortunately, they're attacking where the Union forces had been the day before. So out comes Sam Wood's brigade. Sam Wood was a newspaperman and I believe lawyer from Florence, Alabama. Gibson was a young man from Louisiana. Randall Gibson, who had been to Yale along with Johnston's son. One of the last things Johnston said before the battle was, every time I see you, Randall, it reminds me of my son, William. I hope you make it through the day safely. So he knows Gibson. Bragg does not like Gibson, by the way. They don't get along at all. Bragg refuses to promote Gibson beyond colonel.
Gibson, originally the commander of the 13th Louisiana, now commanded by Major Avegno. There he is back there, Major Avegno. Okay, so he had problems on April the 6th because his voice had given out, so he let somebody else give his commands. But he's there with the men, and they charge diagonally across this field that way. Now, what's the problem with that? You're going to get this flank fire, and they will take heavy losses and will accomplish nothing before they pull back to the main line. Avegno is going to be wounded. Seriously, it's a mortal wound in the neck. Anatole Avegno, whose parents are Italian, who had moved to New Orleans, will die. His family will leave New Orleans. His wife will take their small daughter, Virginie, to Paris. They speak French, and she will marry a rich Parisian merchant. And they decide she needs to get her picture painted. And she'll be painted by John Singer Sargent, a famous American painter. In the original painting, she's wearing a dress which exposes her shoulders, and one of the, what do you call those things that hold up your dress? Straps has kind of slipped down. And it's considered a rather risque painting, and it's gets labeled Madam X. So Madam X is in fact there because Anatole Avegno gets killed here. Otherwise, they would have stayed in New Orleans and never would have been a Madam X. This is all for the benefit of Marvin back there. Marvin, where is the painting? Do you know?
The only time I saw it was in Memphis at the local museum.
It may be in the Metropolitan Museum over. I'm not certain.
I think maybe it is.
Yes.
But it's a beautiful painting. It's very large. And when I walked into the gallery, my eyes went to it.
Of course they did.
Because it looks like it was painted on glass with a big light behind it.
Yeah, John Singer Sargent, excellent portrait painter. Unfortunately, he's not around to paint your portrait anymore. But at any rate, okay, so back to the battle. Sherman's and McClernand, some of Hurlbut's men finally arrive and will start to come into the field. So Wallace says, whew, now I don't have to worry about my left flank. My right flank's got swampy ground on it next to Owl Creek, so we can advance against the Confederates who have formed a piecemeal line across the south end of Jones Field here. Before we leave, by the way, if you don't know what this is a Weird rifle, named for Norman Weird, who invented this particular type of rifled artillery, which was fairly good, but the Army chose not to adopt it. It also included, and you'll see these out on the field, a unique gun carriage. This one does not have one, but they had a unique Weird gun carriage which had interchangeable spokes and parts, so it was easier to fix if something became broken in the field. So we're going to advance across the field with Wallace now. Now, actually, if you're part of Morgan's group, you're going to end up going back toward the picnic area. Eventually, Whittlesey, who had been on the right, is going to be brought over here. Thayer will stay where he is. All right, so we have advanced across Jones Field and reached the position where Wallace and other units from Sherman, McClernand, and Hurlbut are filling in. They have crossed Tillman Branch, which circles over that way, isolating this field on the eastern side. So they finally crossed the branch with their artillery and infantry. Here we have a union of the two Wallaces. We got Thompson's battery here, part of Lew Wallace's division, and Willard's battery here, Battery 8, 1st Illinois, part of W.H.L. Wallace. W.H.L. Wallace is mortally wounded by this point, but his division, now under the command of Colonel Tuttle, is over here. So they're in position, and the Confederates are trying to piece together a line right over here. So that's the situation as the battle starts, and the Confederates are desperate. They're trying to, these are parts the brigades have become disjointed. Many of these are just individual regiments that they managed to round up and throw into the battle. So they're having some problems with that. Now back to Pond. I didn't mean to neglect some of his people who did put up a pretty good fight. Not all of them took off. Now some of these guys had unique uniforms. The Native Guard from Louisiana, as the battle starts, has blue uniforms. What kind of problem do you think that would be? Well, they find that they have a problem. They get fired on by fellow Confederate troops, and they will change their uniforms so that they're inside out, so that the white liners are showing instead of the blue, which helps to avoid some of that. Mouton is here with the 18th Louisiana fighting. He'll rally the troops later in the day near Shiloh Church, and he'll be shot in the face. He will survive and lead he'll be promoted to general, and he'll lead troops into battle at the Battle of Mansfield, Louisiana, where he'll be killed leading them in a cavalry charge. Leopold Armont later becomes a colonel. He's a lieutenant in 18th Regiment, and he'll be unhurt. Coming out of Shiloh, he'll be elected captain and eventually colonel. He too will die in the Battle of Mansfield. Corporal Thibodeau, he's in the 18th as well. He'll be wounded here. Later captured. He'll live to the 1928, at the age of 98. Daniel Gober, 16th Louisiana. He's a doctor. He's a attendant at the University of Louisiana. He'll live on to 1889. John M. Sellers, 16th Louisiana as well. Will be wounded at the Battle of Murfreesboro, but he will survive till 1895. Octane Felon, who I believe is out there somewhere, is a member of the Orleans Guard Battalion with that rather unique uniform. He'll be killed here at the Battle of Shiloh. So these are just some of the men with Pond's brigade who were wounded or killed. Now we're going to advance to the Confederate line now, and we're going to see what happens to that line as Wallace begins his move forward. Any questions? Okay, we're going to see if we can find the Confederates. Okay, Sam Wood's brigade, after they're engaged here at 10:30. We only got about 650 men from these regiments, so this is what's stayed together. So often these are much weaker than you might expect. So Wood will be fighting also later in the day with what's left of his brigade back near Shiloh Church at the crossroads. But you'll see as we go along the line here, many of these Confederate units are just partial. They may be just part of a brigade, not the entire brigade. In some cases, they're regiments put together from different brigades. You know, we have to get through the woods here somehow. There's no trail.
But you've got that kind of
Unfortunately,
that's the way
it's not as difficult to get through as it would be in the summer. And we don't have ticks out yet to my... Has anybody had any ticks yet?
Yes, we do.
Did you get some ticks? Wow, they're beginning to come out, but not like they are in the summer. Oh, you're tick bait? Good thing. You go ahead of all of us. You can pick up all the ticks. That'll just be fine. This is part of Russell's brigade. Robert Russell, who leads the 12th Tennessee. He's actually commanded the 12th Tennessee. Actually becomes colonel of the... Yeah, he becomes colonel of the 12th Tennessee. And he eventually became a brigadier general of Confederate cavalry from Lincoln County, Tennessee, and lived to the age of 67, dying in 1893. So he survived the battle. So he manages to rally some troops here. So you can see these are parts of units that get rallied here along this line. Continue along the line. Regiment, the 33rd Tennessee from Stewart's brigade. And one thing you'll notice is that the various corps have become completely separated. We've got units from Hardee's Corps, Pope's Corps, and some from Bragg's Corps fighting here. Also, eventually there'll be some from the Reserve Corps, Breckinridge's, just a few. Most of those will end up going to the right, but some will be left over on the left. Behind us here, Ketchum's battery on a knoll is still fighting, firing at the Union forces, but they are badly outnumbered by Union artillery. Alexander William Campbell commands this particular unit, and he'll be severely wounded leading his regiment at Shiloh. He will, however, recover and live to 1893. All right, this is the end of the Confederate line. We're on the left. This poor Gladden's brigade have been pretty badly chewed up at Spain Field the previous day. At this point, they're probably under D's command. General Gladden's been killed early the first day. By this time, Adams has probably been wounded seriously. D's will eventually be wounded as well. So they've taken quite a beating. They're holding this position. But if we look back over there, that's Blue Tablet. And that's going to be Smith. Beyond that is Thayer. They're in Southfield. And so if they're moving in there, what happens to you in this position? You've been outflanked seriously. So this line starts to pull back. Some of them will pull back toward Crescent Field. Some of them will just flat out pull back, headed toward Shiloh Church and maybe hopefully getting back to Corinth. But this particular line is beginning to disintegrate. Still over here in Crescent Field, there'll be a ridge there, and at least for a while there will be some defense. Burns Battery, at least for a while, forms over there and starts firing. And as I think it's the 24th Indiana, Lieutenant Colonel Gerber is advancing. He gets down to help a wounded soldier who's on the ground. And as he's down there helping the wounded soldier, he's hit by an artillery round from over there and will be instantly killed. So they're still taking, the Union is taking some losses as they move forward. It's not without some losses. Although Wallace's movements have at least limited the losses by waiting, outflanking, and using tactics rather than head-on attacks, as some would do. We're going to cross back over. When we get done, we're going to head down the road here to the next intersection. You'll see the cannonballs at McDowell's headquarters. We'll take a left there. You'll see a brick building, a house. On your right, we'll park across from that brick house. Any questions?
See, if the times are right on these plaques, it seems like those artillery batteries came up awfully close to the Confederate line. Are they just kind of approximate, the 10 a.m. or the 10:30, or you know, you look at that?
I don't think this Confederate line holds very long once Wallace moves forward, because as he's moving, those batteries are moving forward. This outflanking movement is going on as well. So it's happening fairly rapidly.
Okay.
Do we know when Wallace understands he's on the flank?
When he what?
When he understands that he's on the flank.
Oh, immediately as soon as he crosses the, well, he knew before, although when he starts out, he's in a position between Owl Creek and Tillman Branch. He has to cross Tillman Branch, but once he crosses, he's got Tillman Branch off to his left, but his left is vulnerable because he's waiting for Sherman and McClernand to arrive. But his right is fairly secure. Now, it does get attacked briefly by the 8th Texas Cavalry, who are coming up out of the bottoms and basically get ambushed by Union forces and take losses, including their colonel, who's wounded, goes back to Corinth. Eventually, he'll be promoted to general, but then right at the end of the war, he's staying in a hotel in, I believe, Houston, and Colonel Baylor, who's not happy with him, they've had arguments, will go to his room and shoot him.
Seems to be a lot of that.
He assumed that Wharton would have a gun. He did not. So it was basically murder.
So Grant has not told him he's on the flank. Has he gotten intelligence before then that tells him?
He has not been told that Buell is here.
Grant has told him to move forward. Grant knows where he is.
But do they know where the left flank of the Confederate forces
Not
is?
really.
Okay. So he's feeling that out as
Yes.
he's moving forward.
Yeah. Eventually they'll probably tear it down. It serves some use now. Now, some of our fields have to be cut by maintenance, but the larger fields are usually are hay leases. People pay for the hay. Some of them pretty hefty amount, depending on the quality and size of the field. We're going to follow this path over to Lew Wallace's last line of the day, where they put up all their monuments for the most part, and we'll get over there and we'll find out Lew's worried about his left again. His left flank seems to be exposed, so we're going to see what happens there. All right, so we left this area. The Confederates put up some resistance on this rise here. Apparently, Burns Battery, perhaps some of the other from the Orphan Brigade, most of them were over in the center. Here, put up some resistance before pulling back. Takes his position on the left. Taking on over here is Morgan, and then of course Thayer from Nebraska here, and further on Whittlesey. So they're lined up, but there's a problem over here to the left. Wallace sees Confederates near the crossroads right over that way. They look like they're mustering for a counterattack. He's concerned that his left flank is about to be exposed. Sherman and McClernand haven't quite kept up, so there's a bit of a concern there, you can see. He's called one of his, I think it's one of the units, 76 Ohio, over here on the left flank to protect his left flank. And Wood's brigade is what's left of it's over there, along with Rutledge's battery. And in front of him are Confederates. We don't know who they were, but there were Confederates to his front. Alvin Hovey will eventually be promoted to general. He's holding the line here with the 24th Indiana. Next over is 8th Missouri, which doesn't have a monument, but has a tablet. And they're an interesting unit. They were, of course, originally organized by now they're under the command, the brigade commander of, all of a sudden, Lieutenant Colonel Peckham. Lieutenant Colonel Peckham had left the unit. They thought he had resigned. He'd gone back to St. Louis. And then he came back. And Major McDonald, who had been in command of the regiment, was quite upset about this, because he didn't think Peckham should be able to come back and take the regiment again. And they had quite an altercation just before the battle. They had basically a cussing match about this, what had happened on March 25th when McDonald accused him of political maneuvering to unfairly return to his position. Peckham said, "I'm entirely within my rights to be recommissioned." And Peckham said to McDonald, oh no, McDonald said back to him, "You're no gentleman and no white man, you're an SOB. Peckham responded, "You're under arrest. Hand over your sword." McDonald said, "You can kiss my
you can't have my sword, nor can any other SOB. Peckham said then, consider yourself under arrest. McDonald responded, why don't we take off our insignia of rank and I'll whip you with my fists. Peckham said, take McDonald's sword and arrest him. And McDonald responded, I will not give you my sword or any other bad word. I have a leave of absence for 30 days. And McDonald was finally restrained and arrested and was brought up on charges. So there's a little bit of dissension here in the unit. They probably fight pretty well, but afterwards McDonald will be brought up on charges. They'll eventually be dismissed, but he will resign from the service. After the war, he'll become a customs collector in St. Louis, where he'll be involved with the whiskey ring, and he'll be the only one that serves any time in prison for that under Grant's administration. Peckham will be wounded eventually in a number of different battles. Eventually, Giles Smith, who is a captain and the brother of Morgan, will take over the unit. He'll be promoted eventually to general. So the 8th will continue, but without Major McDonald after his...
He never did get his vacation, did he?
What's that?
30-day leave of absence. He never did get that.
No, he just resigned eventually.
Did that conversation take place like right here?
No, it took place back in their camp, probably somewhere in Crump's Landing on the 25th, but you can imagine it still had some reverberations within the unit. We'll go over here to the 58th, which is a German unit from Indiana. This is 58th Ohio, commanded by Valentine Bossevine. It's a German unit, recruited in Ohio, and where did I look at? There. Valentine Bossevine, born in Germany. He helps to form the 58th Ohio, a largely German regiment. He'll be discharged in August of '62 for ill health. Is Lieutenant Colonel Peter Dister, 34-year-old, will take over command, and he will be killed at the Battle of Chickasaw Bayou, shot in the head. David Orbansky, who is a private here, will do things in action. He's a Jewish German from Ohio, and during the Vicksburg campaign, when one of the officers goes down, he'll pick him up and save him from being shot under enemy fire. So Orbansky will be eventually earn the Medal of Honor for that feat, and also for his bravery here at Shiloh. So he's one of our Medal of Honor winners here. A little further over is the 23rd Indiana, and it includes Lieutenant Colonel William P. Davis, who will manufacture cement and woolen goods back in Ohio, or in Indiana. He'll be eventually promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. And then, of course, Whittlesey's brigade. And a little further over, the 20th Ohio under Manning Ferguson Force, who will eventually, he turned down a West Point appointment so he could go to Harvard and study law. He becomes a lawyer, and he'll be leading his unit here. He'll be involved at Vicksburg, the Atlanta campaign. He'll be wounded in the face during the Battle of Atlanta. He'll be promoted to Major General, and he also will eventually receive the Medal of Honor for his activities in the Atlanta campaign. And there are other units that will be over here. The 1st Nebraska here is commanded by McCord, rather than Thayer. He's the lieutenant colonel, or major, I can't remember which, but he eventually leaves and goes back to Nebraska because he's interested in getting ahead in Republican politics there. And he's going to a convention, riding on the steamboat. He drinks a little bit too much what's called tanglefoot. He's sitting on the edge of the steamboat on the Missouri River, and somewhere along the line he falls off into the river and drowns. We don't know whether he was pushed or whether he just was so drunk he couldn't stay there anymore. But at any rate, Lew Wallace's division has done a pretty good job here. Wallace is to be commended for his work, but he's not, because he is, as I say, he's not a West Pointer. He's been promoted rather fast. He has been criticized. He will not get another command in the Western Theater. He will be called up briefly to try to defend Cincinnati later on. He'll be appointed to a position in Maryland to defend Baltimore, and when Jubal Early invades, he will fight him at the Battle of Monocacy, which may have saved Washington from being taken. Early does move on and make a stab at Washington, but is repulsed, and that's where Lincoln comes under fire. Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. says, "Get down, you fool," because he's looking out at the battlefield. But so that's it for Lew Wallace, and he goes to New Mexico. Where's our New Mexico? Ah, yes, they are keepers of the Lew Wallace flame out there in Santa Fe, where he was involved with writing Ben-Hur and trying to deal with Billy the Kid, which he didn't do as successfully as writing the novel. There was a lot of misunderstanding apparently, and Billy really wasn't a very nice guy anyway, but apparently, depending on whose point of view you take.
Lew Wallace didn't write as good a letter as
All right. Well, if you want to know about Lew Wallace in New Mexico, she's the one to ask. And he does come back here after the war and visits the battlefield after it's established. So, time to go back. And where's oh, I'll take that, but where's oh well, I don't see Marvin. Maybe he's gone on to the next program. Oh, there's Marvin. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed it. It was great.
My name is Timothy Arnold, and as I always jokingly say, I am a park ranger here, but if I had to steal this this get up right here, just so I could stand out here and talk to you, I would do it. The real Timothy Arnold's tied up behind a tree somewhere over there. That'd be fun if that was true. But no, anyway, we are going to talk about Crittenden's division here. But before we get started, holes in the ground exist. We need to be wary of that. There's ant piles every once in a while. So if you see something that looks like a little dirt hill, if you're not used to seeing that, that's fire ants. Don't step on that. They swarm you immediately. You don't want that. Snakes could be around maybe. I'm not sure. I don't feel cold. So they may not either. Ticks exist right now. I got one the other day. Oddly enough, right here on my forearm, which doesn't make sense to me, but I got one. So be careful about that. Check yourselves later. And as I always say, take care of the person next to you, just like the soldiers did back then. If you feel like you're going to pass out, let me know. If the person next to you tells you that they feel like they're about to pass out, let me know they said that. And if I tell you I'm about to pass out, grab my radio to my backpack and just start talking to people. All right. Anyway, so welcome to, well, this is Cloud Field behind me right here. This is the United Daughters of the Confederacy Monument. And just to kind of kind of say something cool about it is there just happens to be a lock of Johnston's hair in the cornerstone of that, just so you know, which I think is pretty cool. But I'm not here to talk about that monument. We're going to talk about the fighting that took place starting just a little bit further into the woods there and south all the way to the Hamburg-Purdy Road. So if you look at that map there, let me get us oriented to where we are. If you turn that direction, we're in this triangular area right here at the very top center of the page. You'll see Smith and Boyle, 8 a.m., right at the top center of the page there, and you are oriented that direction. So the way we're going to be walking, we'll be looking at the map upside down. I could not change that for you, I apologize. But we'll be walking the direction, reading it upside down as we head that direction in a little bit. So we're going to be dealing with Crittenden's division, so anytime you see Boyle or Smith on there, which I believe that's the only time you see Smith and Boyle, those are the two brigades in Crittenden's division. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about those commanders, including Crittenden himself, as we get going along. But a lot of people want to know numbers, which I understand, and I'll give you those. One of his brigades only had 3 regiments. Normally it'd be about 4, but one only had 3, and they got help from another regiment that kind of hopped in that was technically a part of Grant's army. And we're dealing with Buell's army today, for the most part, except for this one unit, the 14th Wisconsin, one of the 3 Wisconsin regiments that fought here at the Battle of Shiloh. So without the 14th Wisconsin, Crittenden's division was 3,825 men. With the 730 men of the 14th Wisconsin, we've got 4,555 guys total. So that's what we're dealing with on as far as Crittenden's division goes here, or what is under his command, I should say properly. But the 14th Wisconsin definitely helped them out. That's a pretty decent sized regiment for attrition and such. Because normally if you're going by a book, you're looking at about 1,000 troops or so in a regiment. But by the book is not how things work, especially during the Civil War when it comes to things like that. So 730 is not really that bad. Actually, it's pretty decent. If you have a 730 man regiment, you're doing pretty well off there. Now, just to kind of get us oriented as far as where the river is that direction. Pittsburgh Landing is that way. Now, for those of you who have been here for 2 days, everybody been here for 2 days? There's anybody not here yesterday? Oh wow, so people who were here. Okay, so let me back up real quick. The military objective by the Confederates as they attack in the morning of April 6th is to come in, put their right flank on the Tennessee River and push the Union Army north of Pittsburgh Landing. So taking Pittsburgh Landing is their first military objective. Does anybody remember what that second one is?
Push them into some slough.
Yes, push them into something nasty. The Owl Creek and Snake Creek bottom, you got it there. And give Grant no other option but to surrender, because if you look at a contour map of this battlefield, there are no contour lines the further north you go past Pittsburgh Landing. It's a nasty, swampy, marshy area. So that was the plan. But I'm going to tell you this, because, well, one of the reasons, because they're trying to prevent Buell from landing. Well, by midnight on the 6th, all the division of this particular division was on board steamers or waiting to get on them to head to Pittsburgh Landing, and all of them had arrived by 1 a.m. So Buell's forces are here. As a matter of fact, Buell's forces are landing before that final attack on April the 6th. By the amount of Confederates who were able to push over there across the other field, head down and up Dill Branch Ravine, Buell's guys are already showing up. Now, when Crittenden does show up, he's upset with Grant's forces because there's too many guys around the landing. They don't look ready for fighting, in his opinion. However, I would say that Crittenden's not very aware of what happened on April the 6th, to be super honest there, which, you know, makes sense because he wasn't here. But Buell will place Crittenden on Nelson's right. So Nelson's division is going to be the farmost eastern or left, if you will, of the attack on April the 7th, the morning of April 7th. So Nelson will be the one closest to the river, and then Crittenden is to his immediate right. There we go. All right, so all night long, we've just got rain, rain, rain. Those who were with me on the Hornets Nest hike the other day, just right over there is where W.H.L. Wallace was hit, and he was left all night. And as Crittenden's men moved back through here, or moved through here on the morning of the 7th, they will find W.H.L. Wallace still alive, shot through the head. Just to kind of give you a little connection from this end of it. Now, we're going to walk over here just so we can talk about the different, the two brigades here. So we'll take a short little walk. So to get oriented real quick, we're right in between the Smith and Boyle line there that says 8 a.m. at the top of your page. Boyle's brigade plaque is that yellow one right there, and Smith's brigade plaque is the one that's over here into the woods. And that's going to be the center of each of those brigades. Now the 14th Wisconsin will be, as you can see on the map here, you've got the 26th Kentucky, 13th Ohio, then the 14th Wisconsin, and the 11th Kentucky. I don't know if it was a trust issue or not as far as that goes, but they did stick those Army of the Tennessee guys in between a couple of their regiments. You'll see that in situations like on the Confederate side, when a lot of the men in the 52nd Tennessee took off. Those that were left were intermingled in between some of the other Confederate regiments that didn't take off when they were surprised. Now, let's get some background of these two brigades here. The first brigade, Smith's brigade, is technically 14th Brigade, but they've got the 11th Kentucky with Austrian rifles. That's a 54 caliber rifle. The 26th Kentucky has Enfield, the 58 caliber. The 13th Ohio has 69 caliber rifled muskets, 800 of them, and 190 Enfields. Ohio kept really good records, by the way. But in the 14th Wisconsin has Belgian rifles. It's as far as I know, it's a rifled weapon, but it's a larger round. So we're looking at several different calibers and types. Well, at least not types, but either way, we're looking at different calibers of bullets here. And my phrase for this battle, if I had to sum it up in one thing, is ammunition resupply nightmare. Now, this other brigade, Boyle's brigade, which is technically 11th Brigade, they've got the 9th Kentucky, which has Austrian rifles at 54 caliber. They've got the 13th Kentucky with 1855 Springfields, which is a 5.77 round. 19th Ohio has 660 69 caliber rifle muskets and 200 Enfields. Good record. And all of the 59th Ohio has Enfield rifles. So again, the same problem. We've got all of these different calibers. So resupplying ammunition. If I was an ordnance sergeant, I'd do everything I could to get all the same weapons in the units that I'm in charge of. Now, they also have Bartlett's Battery G of the 1st Ohio Light Artillery. They've got 4 6-pound guns, which is the most common artillery piece at this battle, and 2 12-pound Weird rifles, and they do look weird, but it's W-I-A-R-D, just for spelling. And that unit actually has, Bartlett's battery, actually has a 14-year-old kid named David W. Camp, who even gets mentioned in the official record because his bravery. He's a number 5, which is the person that carries the rounds from the limber chest up to the artillery piece. It just keeps going and going and going. So he's back and forth, but he gets mentioned in the official record, which is kind of a big deal, especially being a private like that. Now, we talked about all night long. It's going to rain. The thing is we've got to think about coming from Pittsburgh Landing. Now, Nelson's division. Nelson is the commander. So the guys on the far Union left of this counterattack, that is day 2, April 7th. Nelson's division is the division that he gets really antsy. He comes over from the Navy. He actually was one of those young people, young kids, if you will, that was brought up in naval service like that, or at least in that sea life kind of thing. So he's kind of been in that regiment of his whole life, of doing what he's told and doing the right thing and all sorts of stuff like that. So Nelson is antsy when he's sitting up in Savannah, Tennessee the day before. He's like, we gotta go. There's a battle going on. I've got to get my guys involved. So he's come over from the Navy and now he's an infantry commander. And he's so antsy and can't sit still that he finds a guide and marches his men on the other side of the Tennessee River and sits across from Pittsburgh Landing and waits for transport boats to take his men across. He is just that ready to go. So Nelson's our earliest guy on the battlefield as far as Buell's men go. He's also antsy in the morning. He takes off before sunlight, or the first sunlight, and he's heading this direction. He gets all the way to Wicker Field. So if you look at that map, and facing that direction upside down, if you look at that map on the, it almost looks like straight down the center, but on the Hamburg-Savannah Road, you've got Wicker Field. He gets all the way to Wicker Field before there is any resistance by the Confederate Army. So the Confederates, who had actually been in this area and across through those woods, down and up Dill Branch Ravine, at the night of the 6th at 6:30, they retreat all the way back to the Hamburg-Purdy Road that you can see on the south side of the old cotton field right there at Sarah Bell's farm. They fell all the way back. So you see right there, 6 to 12 o'clock with Chalmers Brigade and Moore's Brigade, Smith's Brigade, and continuing on. That right there, that 6 to 10 o'clock is the line of the Confederates. That's where they fell back to on the night of April the 6th. So the morning of April the 7th, there they are. 6 o'clock a.m., they fire at Nelson because they can see him up the road there. And that's the very first firing, or the first shots that take place on the morning of April 7th. It's all the way past where we are right now, and Pittsburgh Landing is way over there. So think about that as far as everything that takes place on the 7th. Now, just a little background on these three officers, because we've got Crittenden. If you're thinking Crittenden compromise, yes, that is the guy, because Senator John J. Crittenden is his father. His brother was a Confederate general, George B. Crittenden, but he got in trouble. He was an alcoholic, so that did not lead very well for him as a general. However, the troops that Crittenden will end up fighting against happen to have been under George B. Crittenden, his brother, on the Confederate side. And this is one of those iconic brother against brother stories, and it definitely would have been here at Shiloh, with his brother being a Confederate general and him being a Union general. Their cousin is the Union General Thomas Turpin Crittenden. He was married to a woman named Catherine Todd, who, oddly enough, was the daughter of his father's second wife. Their son, John Jordan Crittenden III, served in the United States Army and died with Lieutenant Colonel George Armstrong Custer at the Battle of Little Bighorn in 1876. His body had been so mutilated that they identified him by his glass eye. Intense stuff. Now, back to Thomas Crittenden, Thomas Leonidas Crittenden. He had served in the United States Army during the Mexican War as a volunteer aide to Zachary Taylor and as a lieutenant colonel of the 3rd Kentucky Volunteer Infantry from 1847 to 48. He also served as the consul in Liverpool, England, before the war, but he had been a major general in Kentucky militia since 1860. So he's already had that rank when the war starts. Now, he had led a division here at the Battle of Shiloh, as we've been talking about, and we may talk more about him later if we have time, about the rest of his service. Now, these two brigade commanders, Colonel William Seay Smith, he graduated from Ohio University with an engineering degree in 1849. He graduated 6th in his class from West Point in 1853. In 61, he joins the 13th Ohio Infantry and is commissioned colonel of that regiment. Jeremiah Tilford Boyle, the other brigade commander, graduated in 1838 from the College of New Jersey, which is now known as Princeton. Then he studied at Transylvania University in Lexington, Kentucky. He was a slave-owning Whig politically, but he argued for a gradual emancipation of slaves as a delegate to the state constitution in 1849. On November 19th, 1861, he is commissioned a brigadier general in the U.S. Army. Now, all that background. So, enough of all that. So, these guys, we talked about the numbers. We're looking at 4,500 men here with Smith's brigade and Boyle's brigade. They catch up, or I say catch up. They get up here with Nelson already being ahead of them. They get into this area and stage. They will gradually start moving forward at 8 o'clock. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, at 8 o'clock he will come up on this, and at 9 o'clock, excuse me, he's going to start gradually moving forward, and he'll become engaged here in the center of the battlefield, if you will, and he'll start pushing forward along the Eastern Corinth Road, which is what we're about to head to right now. So let's walk that way. All right, this is just a brief stop so everybody can catch up, but this next part will be kind of a slow walk because I want to kind of cover the far left of Crittenden's division. At this point, where we are right now, or actually as they're moving up in this direction, Boyle's brigade will be in the area we're in right now, and Smith's brigade, because they were one brigade behind the other. As they come up closer, that's when they're now going to be side by side. So on the rest of the map, you're just going to see Crittenden written down, because now they're a whole division front as they move south from this location. So now they're a united front of a brigade with their 4,555 troops. Now, it is in this area where they start taking fire from the front, or at least this wing does. It's going to be just right through the woods over here. We've got the open Duncan Field you see on your map there. Yeah, it is. You see Joseph Duncan over here on your map. I've got mine upside down for you. It's going to be right here. On this end, you'll see Joseph Duncan written, Duncan Field right there. But we're at that 10 a.m. Crittenden little spot. You see the word Hornets Nest written down. That's Hornets Nest from the previous days fighting. They didn't know it was called that, but at this time, of course. But they're going to be taking fire from, you can see Breckenridge's guys right there, Martin's brigade and Statham's brigade. That's who's shooting in this direction. They're shooting really from just beyond. You see where the cars are there? If you just follow to the right in that direction, that's where they are. They're pretty close to right here. So they're going to start firing back at Crittenden's men, and that's when at Boyle's brigade here, and that's when Smith's is going to come up on the left. Smith's is going to anchor in we talked about Nelson's guys over there. He's going to anchor in with Hazen's brigade. So what we want to do now is we're going to walk the line to kind of get out there to that linking point between Hazen's brigade, which means, yeah.
On the map, like you're talking about broken, are all the dash roads, and that's just like farms?
All the dash roads are old farm roads. Yeah, that's a great question. You see the dash with the X's? Those are the farm field fences that went around the farm field. So you can kind of see the outline of farm fields because of that dash and X line. Which would help if we all had this giant map, which I don't think they sell anymore. So, all right, we're going to follow the path of Smith's brigade. All right, so we've moved down the line, not forward in the line. So we basically just walked all the way to the end of the line there where it says Crittenden. I don't want to critique the map maker on this one, but it would have looked like it's a little closer to Wickerfield, because Wickerfield's just right through past that lighter colored wings of tree down there. And these guys right here, the 13th Ohio, are going to extend out probably halfway between here and as far as we can see down the trail there, give or take. But this is the end of Crittenden's line where they hook in with Hazen's brigade, who's sticking out. Now, there's an artillery battery just a little further over there, you can see it on the map. Eventually, it'll be Mendenhall's battery, so it's just on the other side of Hazen's brigade there. You'll see Mendenhall's battery and Terrell's battery. Those batteries don't belong to Nelson's division. Nelson was so quick, if you will, getting here that he didn't have his artillery with him. So he had to borrow artillery. So that leaves Crittenden with just one artillery battery, that Bartlett's battery. We will go to their position in a second, or at least we'll walk past it as we're heading to our next stop. But let me kind of get us oriented. So we've got the 13th Ohio here. The 26th Kentucky will be next to them, and to their right will be the 14th Wisconsin, back the way that we came. In reserve is the 11th Kentucky, but they will move up online once that firing starts. Now, Frank J. Jones of the 13th Ohio, a first lieutenant, he's the acting assistant adjutant to General Smith, the brigade commander here. He said, at Buell's request, I went forward a short distance to ascertain what flag was then flying in our front left. I had gone but a short distance when I readily discovered the first rebel battle flag I had ever seen, and saw their line of skirmishers creeping slowly through the grass in an open field before us. So, from what it sounds like, from where Smith was, it almost sounds like he's going at least down the road, and he's going to see the Confederates approaching across the field to the south of us. He's going to start falling back real quickly to get back to the guys so he can get that message back, but he does get that message back, and then slowly this brigade's going to start moving forward. So we're gonna move forward, but what he's going to do when he does that, Smith's going to advance against the Confederate skirmishers through the dense thicket, and that's where we're heading to right now, so we can show where that is. But they get stopped because the Washington artillery, which on the map I believe it says Hodgson's battery, the Confederate artillery battery, they're going to shift over to right south of Davis Wheatfield, and they're going to be shooting in our direction here as Smith's brigade starts to proceed through the woods here. Now, a question about the woods, which is a great question. Somebody asked me that a while ago. Where we are right now, this particular part and most of the battlefield, it's an old growth forest. The trees were more spread out. The fences around those farm fields were to keep everyone's livestock out of everyone's crops. Therefore, they were free roaming and they kept things from growing in between those large trees. So we would actually be to see through this bit of trees right here all the way up to the sunken road where the dense thicket begins. And we're going to walk, not through there because I'm nice, we're going to walk back up that trail, and then we're going to walk around there and I'll show you where that is. And we'll head south just like they did on the road there. All right. Woo! All right. This is also a short stop for us, but now. So the fighting that's going to take place, we talked about them entering the Hornets Nest from the day before, the dense thicket. So all the woods behind us are more spread out, but everything here is very, very dense. One of the fellas, I don't know where I have this quote from, but it's in here somewhere. But he talks about only being able to see 10 feet. And this is the guy that was here on the second day of the fighting. And that same type of thing was said about the first day. And there was lots of artillery fire, musket fire, rifle fire going through here on the first day of the fight. And you would have thought you would have been able to see even further through here, but apparently vision did not progress or get any better. So as they push forward in this area, like I said, Frank Jones, that Lieutenant Jones, will push forward through here, and he finds out where they are, and he skedaddles back here a bit. Now Smith's brigade will start moving or advancing on those Confederates. Boyle's brigade does the same thing over in Duncan Field, or starts moving towards Duncan Field through there, pushing those Confederates back. And it's going to be the Washington artillery that I mentioned earlier, that Hodgson's battery. They're going to trade blows with Bartlett's battery. Bartlett's battery is the one we just passed right back here. So they're going to be trading blows with the Confederate battery that's going to be south of here on your map. It's going to be there on the Hamburg-Purdy Road. Right there at Davis Wheatfield, just south of Davis Wheatfield, the Hodgson Battery. So they're going to be trading blows with them. And with this lack of artillery that we talked about, because they had to give some away to Nelson, all he has is this one battery, otherwise he'd have a lot more artillery. Now, some of that artillery will eventually come up and help, but that doesn't happen yet. So, Boyle's brigade is going to be halted on the eastern edge of Duncan Field by Confederates 300 yards to their front, which, just so you know, is the extent of Duncan Field there. But they'll be halted by Confederates. But so now we've got a stand, if you will. Smith's brigade is going to stand firm, supported by them. That's, like I said, is trading blows with that artillery battery. And Statham's brigade is ordered to fall back under Bartlett's fire. So you've got a situation where the artillery fire from Bartlett's battery is actually going to push that Confederate brigade back, which is exactly what they were trying to do. But Statham's going to charge again and create a new line. So we're going to head down south, down the Eastern Corinth Road, and advance just as they had advanced down there. So let's take another trip. We're just stopping here because I always get questions about this. Especially if I don't say something. All right, so I get questions about this tree stump a lot. It's kind of, I would say, famous. It's called Putnam Stump after Private J.D. Putnam. He's one of the guys that had died during this fighting that we've been talking about as Smith's brigade pushes south through this area. The 14th Wisconsin actually is in, I guess you could say, this corridor that the road is, and he is killed here. J.D. Putnam is. He was with Company F, and that's not West Virginia. That's Wisconsin Volunteers. The WV there on that. Because I get that question too if I don't answer it. But J.D. Putnam, he was killed here. He was buried here, and they carved this on this tree stump that was here. And when the 14th Wisconsin decided to do a monument, the survivors, if you will, of the war decided to do a monument. This is what they decided to make as their monument. So I know several guys from Wisconsin, and they just absolutely love this stump. But that's what this is. So I answered that question. So we're going to head down to the next field down there, close to the intersection. Y'all feel free to take pictures of the His body was removed to the National Cemetery. Not bad. It's proper. I keep some. Yeah, I keep some at my desk. Yeah, plenty of it. I don't need it. I'll wait for the weekend. Go wild.
Well, someone almost got stolen, didn't you? Almost got killed.
All right, so we're now at the intersection of the Eastern Corinth Road and the Hamburg-Purdy Road. So this one running this direction, east-west, is the Hamburg-Purdy Road, meaning Purdy, Tennessee, and Hamburg, Tennessee. Hamburg is along the river. Purdy is past Adamsville, between Adamsville and Selmer. Now, the Eastern Corinth Road is the one that we walked on right there, just to get us kind of oriented. So I need to back up in the story a little bit. But so we talked about Statham's brigade falling back and then pushing back forward again, or falling back to create a new line. So there's basically, we've got a counterattack with Statham's brigade at this point. Now this account by Edgar Houghton of the 14th Wisconsin. He said, then for the first time we heard the rebel yell. At first we heard it faintly away, off on our right. It becomes louder as it is taken up by the Rebs along the line until it becomes a pandemonium in our front and echoes away to the left. On they come. You gotta imagine the number of Confederates doing this all along the line. And one guy does it, another guy does it. It's a huge amount of guys. And his description is it becomes a pandemonium. And they're sitting there trying to talk to each other. So we're talking about the rifle fire and the cannon fire. But then you've got these Confederates screaming and yelling at the top of their lungs. Pandemonium is his description. And that's the guy from the 14th Wisconsin. So someone coming down the area we did. So he said he heard it all faintly to the right. So in that direction. As we were coming through there, it would have been to our right front. Now, Smith's brigade will start moving forward, as we said, start moving slowly forward through there earlier. Washington artillery. This is something that's going to happen. The Washington artillery, which is right over here, we talked about them being south of Davis Wheatfield. That is Davis Wheatfield right there. Washington artillery has been trading blows with Bartlett's battery, but it's going to be when Smith's brigade comes out of that dense thicket, which stops right here, but they're going to be at the head, at the northern end of Davis Wheatfield. And when they come out of the wheat field, you've got a situation where they will charge this artillery. Now, everyone takes credit for this. The 14th Wisconsin takes credit for it. Everyone else and their mother seems to take credit for taking this Washington artillery unit, led by Hodgson, as we said. But it's going to be Colonel Marshall J. Smith of the Louisiana Crescent Regiment. Hodgson stated that they gallantly came to our rescue, charging the enemy at the point of the bayonet. Now, it was the 1st Missouri, the Louisiana Crescent Regiment, and the 19th Alabama in that order. So the 1st Missouri being closest to us, and then the Louisiana Crescent Regiment, who all three of those are the one who got it back, but they all charged forward and were able, in a hand-to-hand combat situation, save the Washington artillery. Now, as Breckinridge Corps starts coming around, as Breckinridge Corps, who's to the right, we've got a crossfire situation between Breckinridge and Hardee's Corps. Yeah. So Hardee is going to be, you see with Smith right there. So Hardee starts here, Breckinridge is over here. So now you've got a crossfire situation that's going to take place amongst the Union line there. Smith's brigade will be pushed back by this Confederate counterattack that we talked about taking that. But everyone, it is in that counterattack that crossfire is created by the Confederates, and the pandemonium again takes place. Crittenden will then reorganize his force at about noon. That's when Mendenhall's battery will shift over to the west into the thicket to support Crittenden's division. Mendenhall's batteries H and M of the 4th U.S. Light Artillery had 2 3-inch Rodman rifles, 2 12-pound howitzers. At this time, Smith's brigade will push again along the eastern Corinth Road against Marshal Smith, Stewart, and Colonel Martin's brigades. And Boyle's men then will charge or advance across that open Duncan field and start heading this direction again. Now Crittenden's entire division start wheeling to the left, meaning they'll start curling in this way. Now they've got to be careful because they don't want anyone to get around to their left flank. But they start to wheel around and head towards Barnes Field, which is this one back over here. So they're coming, wheeling in this direction because they're trying to push the Confederates out, basically the way they came in, which is that direction. So they're completing, I guess you could say, their objective. And this is between, I would say somewhere between 1 o'clock or 12 to 1 or so during all of this counterattack by Crittenden's division, as they're swinging around, you've got the rest of Buell's men over there as well doing the same thing. To the point where they place their artillery right here on this crest. In someone's account, they talk about going up over a hill. This is the only hill I can find. So they went up over this hill here. And what will eventually happen is Crittenden's division will go to the south end of Barnes Field there. And if you look at the map, you see them at 2 p.m. Heading across the field. Now it's at 2 o'clock that General Beauregard orders are sent out from him to fall back towards Corinth. So 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock on April the 7th, Beauregard calls for a withdrawal to Corinth. They move a little bit further south, as you can see on the map there, Crittenden's division does, just south of Spain's Field, and that's where they're going to spend Monday night. Now, let me see what time it is. Really? Wow, that's bad. That was short. Normally, it's almost close to the next hour by now. Wow, I talked really fast, and we moved fast.
You're talking fast.
Somebody, whoever was with me in the front was booking it. So, but to kind of close in more about them, I do have pictures of these commanders, and I usually show pictures of all these fellas. But this is, if you haven't ever seen a picture of them, this is Thomas Leonidas Crittenden, the commander of this division here that we've been talking about this whole time. And this is Smith. These are smaller pictures, I'm sorry. But this is William Seay Smith right here. The guy who's been commanding in the area that we've walked, if you will. And then Boyle right here. And this is Boyle right here. So these commanders are I mean, if I'm going to grade them on what they did here with these guys, I think they get an A. But that's just me, my own opinion, and I will say that. But as far as kind of how they viewed and approached this, what their thoughts about it were. One of the Confederate guys that was with Breckinridge Division, he was with the 3rd Kentucky of Trebue's brigade, Conrad Chapman. He talks about as a counterattack through here, just to kind of give more of an idea and more stories. As a counterattack through there, he just talks about a twig grabbing his hat, and he said there was no time. He said, but it's not time to look back. On we moved and kept moving our line as best we could. As far as, I've got a quote from one of the 11th Kentucky, and you notice I said 3rd Kentucky with Breckinridge Division, Confederate. On the other side, we're talking about Smith's brigade, we've got Mr. E.R. Weir, Jr. of the 11th Kentucky U.S. with Smith's brigade. When he's talking about them coming up to support Mendenhall's, he said we were drawn up in his rear and we were ordered to lie down to protect ourselves from the bombs. So we talked about when Mendenhall's comes up, they're going to be trading blows with the Confederate artillery here, and they're having to hit the ground. Now, I won't keep reading these, I could. But I do want to read this one right here. It's a guy, Daniel Ramsdell, the 14th Wisconsin, with Smith's brigade here. He said there was a crash of rattle of musketry, the yip yip of passing bullets, the thunder of cannon, the commands of officers are intermixed with the cheering of men. A man dropped here, another there. Down falls a tent mate and friend. Is he dead or wounded? No time to stop and see, no halting now, no time to show any feeling for comrade or friend. But forward we go, the timber and underbrush so thick we can see scarcely through 10 feet in front of us. That was that account I was looking for earlier. Just to kind of wrap all this up, I'm not going to try to keep us out here just to burn time so it looks like we took that long. I'm not like that. Anyway, so, but I always talk about the numbers and what it means, the 23,746, and I'm not going to harp on that too much because I'll be doing that over at the church at 4:30. That's where the sermon really happens. No, I'm kidding, kind of. But it's just a 30-minute chat talking about the rest of the story, the aftermath of Shiloh. So I won't do that too much right here. But I do think it's important to understand that 23,746, that each one, you know, I hear people say 23,000 plus all the time. I did it my first summer working here, but I couldn't remember 746. off the top of my head. I had so much information going through and it just didn't click. And I felt so horrible because that 746, that 6, not 5, means something to that whole family that was that 6, not the 5 there. So definitely that 746 really meant something. And I made it a promise to myself to never, ever, ever forget that number, 23,746, the killed, wounded, and missing here at the Battle of Shiloh. I'm not expecting you to remember that. 23,000 plus is a big deal, but that 746 absolutely matters. And one of those, the 6, if you will, the 6th man, we'll call him the 23,736 guy, just right over here, because this is a slap in the face and a kick in the gut to our nation. But it hit the White House directly, because a guy named Samuel Todd, just right over here with the Louisiana Crescent Regiment, his sister, the First Lady, his half-sister, Mary Todd Lincoln, he dies just right over here, gut shot, with his guts in his hands, just right over there trying to protect that artillery battery, as we talked earlier. So it hits the White House. Of course it does, because the president, but it hits her deeply because she just lost her half-brother here at the Battle of Shiloh. So the White House feels this on an even more personal level than you would think they would have. Guys, I appreciate you guys coming all the way out down south here with me, all the way to the Hamburg-Purdy Road. As we walk, yeah, you got a question?
Yeah. Was the Widow Bell in residence during this?
No, so that's a good question. The civilians, they have all left by the time of the battle. There's stories of some people hiding in caves and hiding somewhere. I mean, that I don't have like a lot of proof of that or anything, or I don't have anything that says the opposite necessarily, but we don't have like caves around here for someone to hide in. They could be in ravines and such, but they've actually been out for weeks. They've been gone for weeks. It's not like all of a sudden this battle happened and the civilians were running away. They've been gone for a while. The Army's been here, I believe, since March the 17th. And so this is the thing, they're like, all right, we're out of here. Officers are moving into other people's houses, setting up their headquarters and such. So those civilians are gone. Now, if that's kind of taking place, I would say it could have been more on the outskirts of what we refer to as the battlefield now, but all the civilians that we know that were in the area were gone at the time, including Mr. Davis over here and Mr. Barnes over here. So, all right.
What are you patterning your rebel yell after?
Actually, after Colonel Shaver, the Colonel Shaver that was here, and his buddies. They do the rebel yell on an actual video recording, and it is spine chilling.
Was that a veterans reunion?
Yeah, and they talk about barking and howling and whooping and yipping, so I had all of that good stuff in there.
There were several of them that did it. His was really good.
Yeah, Colonel Shaver, a veteran of this battle, who had a lot to do with exactly where the Arkansas Monument is, which we passed a while ago. He's one of those guys. It's just amazing. He lived a pretty long life, and I know in the 1900s.
It was actually fun.
It was, yeah. You can look it up.
6,000 guys doing it at once. That's pretty.
Yeah, but people have gone back and multiplied it and changed the pitches and all that kind of stuff to make it huge, and it's spine chilling. Pandemonium, as I got said. All right, I'm gonna start heading back. If y'all have questions, track me down, throw something at me, get my attention.
As a result of the death of Albert Sidney Johnston, PGD 4 Guards now in command of the Army. And they've had a fairly successful day. On April the 6th, they pushed the Union forces back. He assumes they have a victory. He will send a message, a telegram to Richmond saying we have a great victory here at Shiloh. He probably should have waited a day before he did that, but he didn't. And that night, he goes to sleep over here in Sherman's headquarters tent, and he doesn't reorganize the Army. The Confederate Army, for the most part, falls back to the camps they've overrun, or in the case of Polk's Corps, all the way back to where they started the morning before. So they're not really prepared when the Union launches an offensive, having the benefit of reinforcements on one side, Lew Wallace, the other side, Buell's Corps, or Buell's Army, comes in with 3 divisions advancing, and as a result of the Confederates withdrawing, they get a good start that morning. Nelson's division on the left flank advances early. They will be pushing back. Eventually, Hardee will manage to stabilize the line over there. Meanwhile, Breckinridge is holding the center against a combination of Crittenden's division and McCook's division, which is coming this way. They'll be fighting at Duncan Field against Rousseau's brigade, and they'll gradually be forced back toward the Hamburg-Purdy Road, which is behind us here. The critical crossroads that the Confederates have to hold is right over there where the Hamburg-Purdy Road crosses the main Corinth Road. Now, about noon, Beauregard, who's back over that way near Shiloh Church, feels like they still have a chance. Although they've been pushed back, Lew Wallace has outflanked their position on the left, forced them back. There is a bit of an opportunity here, because as McCook's division is moving forward, there's a bit of a gap, and they're moving a little slower than some of the rest. So it appears that there's an opportunity for a possible counterattack in this area. Lew Wallace, who's over there, is getting a little panicky because he thinks his left is about to be exposed. There's a possible Confederate counterattack. Confederates are gathering here at the crossroads. They've got Rutledge's battery, Wood's brigade, and things are looking like they might get serious. And so he's concerned. Rousseau's brigade has reached this area over here. They've been fighting through the morning. They're getting low on ammunition, so they're getting ready to withdraw and be replaced by Edward Needle Kirk's brigade. So there's a bit of an opportunity here for the Confederates. Perhaps they can regain the initiative. At least that's what they hope. Now, one pond that you see right over here is Water Oaks Pond. It is mentioned by several people in the official records. Unlike Bloody Pond, which isn't mentioned anywhere, this pond is mentioned. Also, they'll mention the point of Water Oaks, which is in this area. So this is a landmark that is mentioned by a number of people in the official records. And we're going to start by going over here to where the area where Rousseau's brigade reaches and where they are having to pull back because of running out of ammunition. Any questions before we advance across the field? All right.
Did Beauregard not believe it? I mean, everything I'd read was like everybody was worried about Buell showing up, and it was a race against getting Buell here.
Well,
and it was like Beauregard didn't seem to.
He doesn't seem to. He didn't. Well, there were. He was getting mixed messages. Nobody knew for sure exactly where Buell was. He does get a message from down around Florence, Alabama, where Benjamin Hardin Helm sends him a report that he sees Buell's army headed that way. In fact, there is one division headed toward northern Alabama. But one of the problems at this point in the Civil War is nobody really knows what a division is versus an army looks like. It's a lot of people. So he's led to believe, at least to some extent, that Buell is not going to be here. He finds out the next day, the 7th, in fact, there's a lot more Union forces than he had anticipated. So it's not quite clear yet on the 6th, in the evening of the 6th, that Buell has arrived. taking position along the line. But the initial push of the Lew Wallace is fuel seeking. Yes. We have had a good bit of rain. As Paul was saying, it doesn't always drain perfectly well. Now, this is all part of McCook's division. Most of the Union forces we'll be talking about are with McCook's division. And there he is right there, Alexander McCook, one of the fighting McCooks from Ohio. His father, Daniel, and 7 of the brothers, plus 5 of their first cousins, will be fighting in the Civil War. A number of them will become generals. McCook is the highest ranking of those generals, graduating from the military academy in 1852. Serving in New Mexico. He's too late for the Mexican War, but when the Civil War breaks out, he'll be appointed the colonel of the 1st Ohio Infantry, and he'll see action at the Battle of Bull Run. Be promoted to brigadier general, and he'll be commanding a division in the Army of Ohio. And he'll be involved here at Shiloh on the 2nd day, and afterwards he'll be promoted to major general. He'll also fight at Perryville, Stones River, and at Chickamauga. He'll be blamed for the catastrophe that occurs there, at least partially, and will be relieved of duty. He will then be involved in the defenses along the Potomac River, but he won't see much action in the rest of the Civil War. He will go back into the Army, regular Army, after the Civil War, serve in Texas, Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, and at the Department of Arizona, up until, so he'll be active in duty up until 1895, and he'll die shortly thereafter. But this is his particular, one of his units, the brigade commanded by Rousseau. You have Rousseau out there somewhere? Okay. Rousseau is from Kentucky originally. His father died of cholera when he was quite young, and he becomes his family's primary breadwinner. He becomes a lawyer, runs for the Indiana House of Representatives. They'll move to Indiana. He'll fight during the Mexican War at the Battle of Buena Vista, relocates to Louisville, Kentucky, and then helps organize what's called the Louisville Legion, becomes colonel of the 5th Kentucky, be promoted to brigadier general. So he'll be fighting here, and he'll also be at Stones River. He will eventually resign November 1865, but then he'll be reappointed. He's an unconditional Unionist, and at one point he'll, as a result, when he's not serving, he'll be in the House of Representatives, where he is against an abolitionist named Josiah Grinnell, who's interested in giving more power to the Freedmen's Bureau at the end of the war. And Grinnell has the audacity to question Rousseau's military record. So what do you suppose he's going to do? He'll attack him. Strikes him repeatedly with the iron handle of his rattan cave until it breaks. And for this he will be reprimanded, but he will be reelected. And he'll be sent to New Orleans, where he'll shortly after die. Okay, so Rousseau has been fighting over at Duncan Field against some of Breckinridge's people, parts of the Kentucky Brigade. The Confederate governor of Kentucky will be killed, probably fighting over there somewhere, and they're advancing forward, but they've used up almost all their ammunition in that fighting, so they're beginning to withdraw. Meanwhile, Edward Needle Kirk and his brigade of Illinois and Indiana troops are getting ready to deploy to the front. But there's a momentary looks like the Confederates getting ready to launch a counterattack. Sherman has come up over here. He's ahead of his troops. And he's concerned as well because there's a gap there. There's a gap over here. Things look like they might get pretty serious. About that time, the 32nd Indiana shows up in the nick of time and will launch an attack across the field led by Colonel August Village. They're part of Gibson's brigade, and they have asked to move ahead. So the rest of the brigade is left behind. Village is eager to get forward. He has an all-German regiment, and they're going to lead an attack here. And we'll see how that results. We'll go to their monument over here for the 32nd Indiana and talk about Village, probably the first, and I don't know if only, but the first communist to become a general in the U.S. Army. That's because we don't know who was there. That's what a question mark means. Oh my goodness. August Village is leading the 32nd Indiana. He was a military officer in the Prussian army earlier, an early proponent of communism. His father had been an officer during the Napoleonic Wars. Died when Village was 3 years old. Village will get involved with liberal politics, let's say, although they're considered Republican at that point. He takes an active part in the Revolution of 1848. Oh, we got August there with his nice little beard. And the problem with being 1848 is they lose. So he will leave. He learns to be a carpenter in England, where he joins the leader of the anti-Karl Marx group of communists that are more left than Marx is. And he will publicly insult Marx and challenge him to a duel. Marx does not respond, but somebody else takes the position, and they will fight a duel in 1855. In the 1850s they fight a duel and nobody's killed, but his opponent is wounded. He comes to the United States in 1853, goes to work in the Brooklyn Navy Yard. Eventually he'll move to Cincinnati, and he'll be editor of the German Republican, a German language paper. And he'll join the 9th Ohio as an adjutant. It's called Deinuner, German name. He'll see action in Western Virginia, and then he'll be appointed colonel of the all-German 32nd Indiana, which he will drill in German. high degrees of professionalism. He is liked by his men. They'll nickname him Papa, and they'll see first action at Rowlett Station, where Lieutenant Colonel Henry von Treble will be fighting off Terry's Texas Rangers. Now, as he gives orders to his men in German, and he has his own bugle, which he plays, which he will also be giving orders with. And this is Village, similar to Village's bugle, which you can see at the Chickamauga Visitor Center. He also has a pet raccoon, which perches on his shoulder from time to time. And here's a painting of him in a camp near Lookout Mountain with his pet raccoon on his shoulder there. This is drawn by one of the men in the 32nd Indiana, who we'll mention here shortly. But here they will be charging forward. Coming against them is a portion of Wood's brigade, and the Rutledge's Tennessee battery over there is firing. And at one point, they'll get a little shaky, and they'll have to withdraw slightly, and he will put them through the manual of arms with the band behind playing the Marseillaise, and then they'll advance with their bayonets, and this will spoil the chances of the Confederates. Lew Wallace will mention how thankful he was that the spectacular charge of the 32nd Indiana saved the day. Sherman also will be commenting on it, so this does make a difference and is commented on by a number of people. It gives Kirk's brigade a chance to deploy in their positions where they will come under fire. Among those also with the 32nd is the man who did that particular drawing, Adolf Metzner, a German-born pharmacist who had joined the 32nd after immigrating to the United States in 1856. He would do a whole series of these sketches of different people in the 32nd Indiana, basically documenting his Civil War experience, and will eventually become a topographical engineer, be promoted, return to civilian life where he runs a pharmacy in Indianapolis, and he'll develop glazes and artwork, and he'll develop the Royal Pottery Company there. So these people go on to other things in life. Village will eventually be promoted to general. He'll be captured by the Confederates at the Battle of Stones River or Murfreesboro. He'll serve in the Atlanta campaign. Well, he'll be very successful in breaking the Confederate line at Missionary Ridge, and he will serve in the Atlanta campaign. He will be wounded severely at the Battle of Resaca, and after the war he'll return to Cincinnati. 1870, he decides he goes back to Germany. He's going to offer his services to the Prussian army for their fighting there, which is sort of ironic since he had been against them earlier, but he's kind of old and they reject that. But at any rate, he has done a good job here of spoiling a possible Confederate counterattack. So this is the situation we have. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, Rousseau is withdrawing, the wind is blowing, and Sam Wood's people are getting ready to launch this counterattack supported by Rutledge's Tennessee battery when Village appears, giving Kirk time to deploy here. Sherman's up here, his men haven't come in yet. So Kirk's brigade is beginning to deploy. We're going to go over to the 35th Illinois and talk about what happens to them as they come under severe fire. Hold on. This is the 34th Illinois. It's going to be Edward Needles Kirk's regiment. Kirk was originally born in Ohio, had become a lawyer, moved to Illinois after having been a Quaker school teacher. Apparently the Quaker part didn't stick because he recruited and organized the 34th Illinois. And here at Shiloh, he's still a colonel, but he would be commanding a brigade of 4 regiments. His Illinois regiment, 3 Indiana regiments in the 77th Pennsylvania, which is deployed over there a little bit on its own over there to the left. And as they move Okay, so Village has done his thing. Meanwhile, Rousseau's battery is preparing to fire at these folks. The 34th Illinois here is in a bad position because they're going to catch a lot of the artillery fire that's coming over from Rutledge's Tennessee Battery, an elite unit out of Nashville. And Major Leavenway, who commands this regiment, will be mounted on his horse, and he'll be hit right in the throat by a piece of a canister round, apparently. And he falls to the ground with his head turned completely around to the back of his head. So it basically wipes out his neck. He's instantly killed. Leaving Captain Bristol in command. The flag bearer will go down. Kirk goes forward to seize the flag, and Kirk will be hit in the shoulder and wounded. So he's temporarily out, and later on Kirk will be in charge of his brigade at Stones River, where he'll receive a mortal wound lodged next to his spine. He'll live several months before he finally dies of that. But Kirk was here leading his brigade, and they come under heavy fire. We're going to go on to the next Indiana unit here and talk about some of the other soldiers who were involved in this fighting. All right, so we've moved down the line from the 34th Illinois to the 30th Indiana here, commanded by Cyan Batts. They'll also come under fire from the Confederate line, and Bass is on his horse leading the unit and will come under fire. He's originally he was born in Kentucky, but had moved to Fort Wayne, Indiana, where the Bass brothers founded an iron company. Helps organize the 30th Indiana, elected its colonel, and we'll see the first action here at Shiloh. And he'll be on his horse, which has become unmanageable because it was wounded. And he dismounts to examine the wound. As he reaches the ground, he's struck in the upper thigh by a musket ball. Managed to soothe his horse. He'll remount. So he's still here on the battlefield even though he's wounded, but eventually he becomes faint from loss of blood. Can no longer sit in the saddle. He'll be carried to a Tennessee River steamer to be transported to Paducah, Kentucky, where he'll pass away there with his wife, mother, and brother present at his bedside. So he dies finally on April the 14th. Taking over this unit will be, we have Cyan Bass out there? Bass, yes, he's the one that was wounded here.
There he is.
Colonel Joseph B. Dodge will take command. He was the lieutenant colonel, and after this he'll be promoted. Once Bass dies, he'll serve at Chickamauga, Nashville, and he'll have, although he remains unwounded, he will have 7 horses shot out from under him during the war. It's said that he was the coolest man under fire that I ever saw. So he'll take over. One of the more interesting people in this brigade is a young lieutenant named Henry Warlott, who will be with a company here. Originally from Ohio, he also moved to Fort Wayne, where he was educated at the Methodist Episcopal Church College, and he had joined the 9th Indiana and saw an action in West Virginia. When the 30th is mustered into service, he'll become the first sergeant and then the first lieutenant in 1861. And he's only 18, but he'll be here at the Battle of Shiloh. The age of 19. We have a picture of Lawton out there somewhere. Okay, that's a picture of him at the age of 19 when he's promoted to captain outside of at Port. He'll serve at Stones River, Chickamauga, and he will earn the Medal of Honor during the Atlanta campaign. And after the Civil War, he'll go to Harvard Law School, but then he'll go back in the Army. And he'll serve in the West under Ranald McKenzie, and he'll be responsible under the command of Nelson Miles for leading the expedition that captures Geronimo. And although Nelson Miles will take credit for it, Lawton's the one that was sent to subdue Geronimo and returning dead or alive. He'll be appointed a brigadier general in 1898. He will serve in the Mexican and the Spanish-American War, along with another general who fought here. He was a colonel also at the time, Colonel Wheeler, who's a little bit older. He'll be fighting at El Caney and San Juan Hill at Cuba. He will come under criticism. Leonard Wood in particular, known as a moralistically intolerant person, will criticize him for drinking too much, stabbing his friend Lawton in the back. He's very popular among his men, and he will be assigned to take charge of forces in the Philippines against the insurrectionists there. And he will be labeled by the first president of the Philippines as the general of the night, which means he liked to attack at night. During the Battle of Seay in the Philippines, he'll be killed by a Filipino sharpshooter. He'll be the highest ranking officer to die during the Spanish-American War period. Ironically, the name of the general he was fighting against was Licerio Geronimo. So he gets his start here in his first battle, well, not his first battle, but one of his first battles here at Shiloh, and he'll go on in his career to become a general. Lawton, Oklahoma is named for him. All right, we'll go on down the road here to the next. This will be the right flank of Kirk's brigade, the 29th Indiana, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel David Dunn. And if you look at the casualty figures there, they're not as much as the other two because they're a little bit more sheltered from the artillery and infantry fire coming from the crossroads. Now, when the battle is over, Union troops will be occupying the camp here. The Confederates have retreated to Corinth. On the field of battle within their camp are a number of dead men, dead mules, dead horses. They will bury the dead. You can see there where the Union forces have buried their men in a trench. Right next to it, they buried a number of the Confederates. This is the largest of the mass graves. There are 5 marked on the battlefield. And that's the first national Confederate flag flying over it, which when the wind doesn't hit it or gets tangled as it is right now, is hard to distinguish from the American flag, which is why the Confederates adopt a number of battle flags so as to not have confusion during the fighting. So they're buried here side by side originally. Eventually the Union forces are removed in 1866 to the National Cemetery. We're going to go over to the crossroads now and talk about the Confederates who are causing this problem for the Union forces. Wood's Brigade and Rutledge's battery. Lewis is over there, across this ravine. Right over there. And he's at Crescent Field, and he's worried because for a while there, it looks like the Confederates are going to turn his left flank with this counterattack, so he's grateful that 32nd Indiana comes in here and spoils that by their charge. And then Kirk occupies this position and comes under fire. And as things go on, World War II is becoming available. The Tennessee Monument, which you were talking about, when did it go up?
Oh, my goodness, yeah, 2005.
That sounds a little better.
2005, yeah.
About the time I
That's
got
right
here.
about the time Mississippi General Guard got open.
Yes, exactly the same year.
Yeah.
All right. So, Woods Brigade is over there. Rutledge's battery has been the last stand of Rutledge's Tennessee battery recruited from the elite of Nashville. But the Woods people are launching counterattacks to try to push back the Union forces. John Herbert Kelly will lead one of those, and he will charge through the Water Oaks Pond with his men, but they will be repulsed and forced back. Later on, he'll be the youngest general to die one of the youngest generals to die during the American Civil War. He'll be die at the Battle of Franklin. Also, here we have Rutledge's battery, commanded by Rutledge, who's from South Carolina. He had moved to Tennessee, and he had gone to West Point. Graduates in 1837 along with Braxton Bragg. After serving in Florida, he resigns. He goes back to his plantation near Nashville. And when they organize a battery, do we have Rutledge? There he is, okay. That's a picture of a number of them taken in Nashville. The battery is actually organized by a Swiss immigrant named Falconet. However, at that point, the Tennessee government requires that anybody commanding a battery, if possible, has to be a West Pointer. And so, rightly is, he gets that position. Battle of Mill Springs, they'll fight, but on the retreat, they're forced to leave their guns behind. So they lose all their guns, but they get re-equipped with, and they'll be assigned to Statham's Brigade, and here they'll be supporting the efforts of Woods Brigade. And they'll be inflicting heavy casualties on Kirk's men just across the field here. However, this will be their last hurrah, because after the retreat to Corinth, there'll be a reorganization, and they'll be merged with McClung's Tennessee battery. So that'll be the end. This is their last chance, and they do a good bit of damage here, but that'll be the end of the battery. Lieutenant Falconet had organized it. He had immigrated to the United States in 1850 with his father from Switzerland, become a railroad engineer, and he had organized Rutledge's battery, and he gets credit for firing one of the last guns here fired by the Confederates during the Battle of Shiloh. He'll eventually end up in the cavalry, become a major, and will go back to the railroad business after the Civil War. And he eventually becomes interested in aerial navigation, designing airships, or what do we call them now? Airplanes, yes. And he builds a model that would have succeeded apparently at the time of his death, and he could probably easily fly it today, as windy as it is. All right, so Sterling Alexander Martin Woods Brigade here. He's a newspaper editor and lawyer from Florence, Alabama, who'll go back there after the Civil War. Eventually, though, the units will begin to come in with the rest of Gibson's brigade coming on line. Pluton's battery, Union battery over here. So they're going to be forced to start withdrawing back towards Shiloh Church. So the Confederates, it looks like they're losing the initiative. They're not going to be able to hold on much longer, although they're still making the effort. And over here past Gibson's people to the 77th Pennsylvania and Colonel Strumbaugh, the only Eastern European, one of the nicest monuments in the park, I think, too. So we'll be going. Here's Gibson's filling in here next to Kirk. Wood is trying to get help. He goes over to some Confederates next door over here and asks their commanding officer, "Can you get your men to help me make a charge and drive the Union forces back?" And the guy says, "No, I can't control my men. They're exhausted." So this is a problem for the Confederates. They've marched from Corinth. They've run out of supplies. They've been fighting all through April the 6th. Now they're fighting April the 7th. The Union troops coming on the field are fresh. Buell's army is seeing their first action, and they've just gotten off the boats, so they're not as exhausted as the Confederates.
and go over to the 77th Pennsylvania now by way of Gibson's brigade. Yeah. Any questions?
What did they, when the Confederates were taking off?
Yes.
Did they leave their cannon behind?
I don't believe Rutledge's did, but in some cases some of their cannons were overrun. There were cannons they had captured on the 6th. They were forced to abandon. Whenever they could, they'd get the guns off if they had the horses to do it. They were forced to abandon some of their caissons.
If they didn't take it with them, did the Union come and turn the guns around, and or that they didn't have the munitions to load them?
They didn't immediately turn the guns around, but they did use the guns later. Did
Rutledge live through the war?
Yes. Let's see if I can tell you when Rutledge died. 1876, at the age of 59. Yeah, he's buried in Nashville at the city cemetery. All right, head over to usually follow the line of battle by the monuments. These monuments here are the Indiana ones. Gibson's brigade. The other ones here are first day. So they're merging here, first day action and second day action. We're beginning to get a little bit of artillery support back here. So Bouton's battery has come in. McAllister's battery is about to arrive as well. So the Union is picking up artillery support, which they haven't had before. Sam Wood's forced to start withdrawing. Will Rutledge's. We have some question marks in it. We know there were Confederates here, but we don't know exactly who. This is part of Breckinridge's brigade, or Breckinridge's reserve over here. They've become somewhat separated, but they're still holding together somewhat. Gibson's brigade is filling in here, and here 77 is part of Kirk's brigade. Another brigade is arriving. Wagner's brigade is about to be deployed. So as the day goes on, more and more Union troops are becoming available to fill in this line. So it's going to become a problem. We're right here in front of the 15th Ohio. We'll have the monuments down there for the 39th Indiana and the 49th Ohio. So the line's beginning to lengthen here. Pressure is building on the Confederates. So Beauregard's about to have a bad day. All right. Only Eastern unit here at Shiloh. There are a couple of small Georgia units, Girardi's Georgia Battery and Avery's Georgia Dragoons. Other than that, it's Midwest, border states, and Southern. Eventually there'll be Tennessee troops on both sides. There are already Kentucky troops on both sides and Missouri troops on both sides. There are some Illinois boys here fighting in the 15th Tennessee, in southern Illinois. This is Colonel Stumbaugh from Pennsylvania. 77th Pennsylvania, they've been engaged with the 20th Tennessee in this area. There's Stumbaugh back there. Stumbaugh has taken over command of this regiment, and as I say, they've been fighting the 20th Tennessee, part of Breckinridge's people, and eventually the 20th will fall back, but not before losing a number of people. And on the side here you can see where Stumbaugh is receiving the sword of the commander of the 20th Tennessee, Joel Battle. Joel Battle from Nashville area, fought in the Second Seminole War, Brigadier General of the Tennessee Militia at one time, organized the Zollicoffer Guards. That's his son. Okay, the older, okay, we're going to get all to this.
I got the young one, I got the young one.
No, there's another one with a beard. We're going to have 3 of these battles here.
I got you.
There's the old Battle back there. All right. So he's leading the battle, the unit 20th Tennessee here at Shiloh. Only as the unit pulls back, it's part of Breckinridge's reserve. He's looking for 2 of his sons.
We're here.
Yeah.
Now one of you is here. He's lost two of his sons, Joel Jr. and William. And the colonel's wounded, and although they said he was too fat to withdraw, in fact he was looking for his sons and in a very sad state. Joel Jr. would be discovered by a Union soldier who has known him back in school, and will bury him in a personal grave, although somehow it's lost over time. His one of his other sons is also killed here, Lewis. Okay, he has two sons, Joel Battle Jr. and William, are both killed here. Another son, Francis Battle, be captured later during the war, and his daughter Fanny will be imprisoned as a Confederate spy.
Ooh, that family's deep.
After the war, he will be superintendent of Tennessee State Prison, where he'll die of severe dysentery. So, kind of a sad story there. Now, this particular unit, the 77th, is going to have a rough time. They'll be overrun and many of them captured at Stone River. At the Battle of Chickamauga on the first day, they're trying to withdraw from their position in the night. They're commanded by Colonel Rose there, and they'll be overrun and many of them captured, including Colonel Rose, but not before they manage to kill a Confederate general in the dark. They'll be imprisoned. Colonel Rose will be imprisoned at Libby Prison in Richmond, and he'll help to lead an escape from the prison there. So the 77th will have a rough time, but they do pretty well here at Shiloh and hold off in a position here sort of on their own. Now, by this time, other Union brigades are arriving. Wagner's brigade comes in over here, and there's Wagner. And also, eventually Garfield's brigade, not in time to really do much fighting, but they'll get credit for being here, and will get to put up monuments for their unit. So, and Garfield, of course, will go on to become a general and a president of the United States. We have two presidents here, Grant and Garfield.
How about Hayes? Oh,
Hayes was not here.
Right.
He was in the Civil War, but those are the only two. There's some others, former Vice President Breckinridge, of course, who had run for president. There's some others who run for presidents on various tickets, but those are the only two that become presidents. Of course, Garfield doesn't last too long. He's like 1980 and assassinated, I think, the next year. So, and all of the presidents from Johnson, who was technically a general, on to McKinley, were all soldiers in the Union Army with one exception. Robert Cleveland, the only he had a substitute or something to go in his place, so he did not serve in the Civil War.
Big old boy.
Well, I don't know that he was that fat at the time, but at any rate, everyone up until Teddy Roosevelt, except for Cleveland, is a veteran of the Civil War. So being a veteran helped you get elected, obviously. Okay, we're going to go over here and pick up the Confederate counterattack as they try to hold back the onslaught of Federal arrivals trying to hold on to their position and save the day somehow. It's beginning to look as though they can't win the Battle of Shiloh. They're probably going to have to consider withdrawing. Although Beauregard's not quite ready to make that decision yet, but it's imminent.
Had a cane in his hand, and all the others be kind of.
Robert Looney. This is Sherman's headquarters, where Beauregard will spend the night after April the 6th, along with Prentice and other people. Probably thinking, wow, he's got a victory here. 24 hours later, he's on his way back to Corinth. Right now, he's still over at Shiloh Church, hoping to somehow do something about it. There's Shiloh Church there where the cross is. Looney, the 38th. Gibson has come in. Kirk's moving forward. 37th Pennsylvania there. So that's the situation. Things are getting desperate. Looney's got the 38th. He's got actually a variety of troops, including part of his own 38th Tennessee. And Looney is originally from Maury County, Tennessee. Interesting enough, he'd become a lawyer just like many people.
He was opposed to secession, but when Tennessee secedes, he helped raise the 38th Illinois. And here at the Battle of Shiloh, he'll lead one of the final charges with probably about 1,000 men he's managed to gather together, and be one of the last charges to try to push the Union forces back from the crossroads. And later on, he'll be captured later in 1863, and he'll go back to his law office in Memphis, and becomes an active member of the Democratic Party. And then he'll be appointed to the commission, Shiloh National Military Park. He's one of the commissioners that helped set up the park. He'll serve from 1895 until his death in 1899. Since he's one of the commissioners, he makes sure that there's a tablet put up for his accomplishments here at Shiloh. So we're going to go back over. We're going to go over to Shiloh Church over there and finish the story there. This is Paul Holloway, and he's going to lead the way, I think, into the woods. So follow him. Yeah, he'll give you a tour later if you want. You'll have to pay him, probably. Everybody get out of the woods.
I think there's still a few down in there. Listen real loud. They can hear us and come to the sound.
You'll find them in a year or two.
Just look for the buzzards. We do have buzzards.
Hopefully not that bad.
So Beauregard's here, and he's desperate. Things haven't been going too well. He's accompanied by his chief of staff, his assistant, Thomas Jordan, who basically follows Beauregard almost everywhere. We have Thomas Jordan. There he is. Yeah, pretty good looking guy. Originally from Virginia. He'd gone to West Point, graduated in 1840. He's fought in the Second Seminole War, the Mexican-American War, and he resigns in 1861. And he's with Beauregard at Manassas, where he's chief of staff for Beauregard. He accompanies Beauregard to the Western Theater. So he's here advising him. After Shiloh will be promoted to brigadier general, he'll serve on the chief of staff of General Braxton Bragg. When Beauregard resigns from the defense of Charleston, he'll join him again. And after the war, he becomes editor of the Memphis Appeal. Eventually, he'll join the revolutionaries in Cuba. He'll become chief of staff, again, of the Cuban rebel army. He'll fight in the 10 Years' War there against Spain. He'll have a victory over the Spanish, but due to lack of supplies, he will resign and go back to, well, settle in New York City, where he dies. And he's buried there, interestingly enough. But he's here with Beauregard. Beauregard's trying to encourage the troops to make another charge. He realizes that things have gotten desperate, so he says, rather than to go, we must tell them to follow. We must lead the way. So he's seizing a flag and helping to lead a charge on the crossroads, hoping to regain what he's lost. He's got some of, got Treview's, part of Treview's brigade here from Breckinridge's corps, putting up a fight. He's got Bankhead's battery, and he's got the battery over there under Marmaduke. I mean the regiment there under Marmaduke, so they're desperately trying to regain the initiative. Also here is the Mouton from the, I think it's the 18th Louisiana, is fighting here. He'll be leading an attack and he'll be shot in the face. He will recover and eventually be shot at the Battle of Mansfield. John Sapling in Marmaduke is an interesting person. He'll be here attacking. He'll be wounded at the Battle of Shiloh, leading the 3rd Confederate Regiment, actually from Arkansas. Marmaduke's originally from Missouri. He had gone to West Point, and he had been on the Utah expedition with Johnston, who knows him, and he will command some Missouri forces until they don't perform very well at Boonesboro and in Missouri, and he will lead a Confederate unit from Arkansas, which becomes the 3rd Confederate. And as I said, he'll be wounded here, but he will return to fight a duel with a fellow Confederate general who he kills. He'll be involved in Missouri and Indian Territory. He will be responsible for the massacre of Union soldiers, apparently United States colored troops at the Battle of Poison Springs, or at least he's blamed for it. He'll be captured right toward the end of the war at the Battle of Mine Springs, or Mine Run in Kansas, the largest battle fought in Kansas. And after the war, he'll become governor of Missouri. But by this time, well, okay, what about Bankhead here? He's firing his, he's originally a Tennessean, and he'll be firing his cannons. Smith Pine Bankhead, originally from South Carolina, is settled in Memphis. He has two brothers on the Union side. One is commander of the USS Monitor at one point. He'd been in the Mexican War, gone on the gold rush, founded the Memphis Whig, and he'll be engaged here. Later on, he'll decide, after he gets a safe conduct pass, he goes back to Memphis, and he'll be involved with a reconstruction government there. And he's labeled a turncoat for these activities, and he will have a mysterious death there in Memphis after the war, where he'll be struck down from behind and beaten to death. And the downtown section of the city, probably that's something that could happen today as well. But at any rate, he is punished for sort of going over to the Union side. But he's fighting here with the Confederacy still at Shiloh. Now, by this time, Beauregard's having a tough day. Things aren't going well. Jordan comes to him, and Claiborne is here. You got Claiborne out there? Somebody's got Patrick Claiborne. Okay, he had started with a full brigade on April the 6th, charging the Sherman's position here at Shiloh Church. The 2nd Tennessee's been shot up over at Ray Field. The 6th Mississippi's been shot up. The second day, the 15th Arkansas gets hammered. So when he's here, he only has 88 men left of his full brigade. Everybody else is either wounded, dead, or is taken off. So things are getting pretty desperate. Jordan comes to Beauregard and he says, the army's like a cube of sugar that's gotten wet. It still holds its form, but much longer and it's going to disintegrate. Beauregard has to admit he's right. He listens to Jordan apparently. He says, I'm getting ready to plan a retreat. We must save the army. We can't let it be completely defeated. We have to start the retreat. He'll order Breckinridge to make a rearguard action on the next rise beyond Shiloh Branch. It'll be Breckinridge's responsibility to hold back the advancing Union forces. Union forces, though, now finally, Kirk's brigade has reached this area. They're pursuing, but they're not going to pursue much longer because the Union forces are equally exhausted. And so the Confederates are allowed on the 6th. Now, Lew Wallace will advance as far as one of the Confederate hospitals, but the Confederates are allowed to start their retreat. Now, Sherman and Wood will start pursuing them the next, not Sam Wood, another one, will start pursuing the next day, and they'll be involved in the Battle of Timbers, and Matt will tell you more about that tomorrow, because he's going to be doing the withdrawal. And Beauregard, of course, is going to retreat back to Corinth. Eventually be surrounded by superior numbers as Halleck brings in more and more and more troops and begins to surround Corinth. Beauregard will abandon Corinth at the end of May, fall back to Tupelo. He goes on sick leave without getting approval from Jefferson Davis. While he's gone, Bragg will replace him, and Beauregard will continue in the army, but he'll be the end of, well, he actually will command briefly in the Western Theater during the Franklin Nashville campaign, although the man leading the army is still not him, it's Hood. But after the war, he'll go back to his home in New Orleans, where he'll be in charge of the Louisiana Lottery and make a lot of money doing that.
No connection. So, no connection.
If you have any questions, I'd be glad to try to answer them for you. Shiloh Church, of course, might have looked something like that log building over there. However, it was badly damaged during and after the battle. It was rebuilt as a wooden structure, and then that one burned down, and they built this one starting in the, I believe, the 1920s, and then finished it in the 50s. They ran out of funds when the Depression hit.
Yeah, you made some comment about one of the people that later on in his life they labeled him turncoat.
That guy right there, Bankhead. The one commanding this battery, Bankhead.
Did that have anything to do with the Confederates that came in blue uniforms?
No.
And had to turn their coats around?
No, this is turncoat is the term often used over many years for traders in general.
But it didn't have anything
to do with them, no. They weren't considered turncoats. They just did it to keep from being shot.
Scallywag
Scallywag is another name for people who cooperated with the Reconstruction government. Now, many Union officers came south, and if they didn't get involved in politics, nobody seemed to mind. They started industries and things, and were welcome as long as they didn't try to tell everybody what to do as politicians.
We'll give everybody time to get up here.
Making their way, Jim's always.
Of course, we got Upper Peninsula Jim in the back, but he is going to make sure we don't lose anybody. I don't think I lost anybody coming up here, did we? Who all was on Charlie Spearman's tour yesterday here? I was going to say, I've recognized a lot of y'all's faces. We're just going to touch a little bit about what he talked about because that's a good place to pick up from where he left off. The big thing is hopefully I'll tell y'all the same information he did. As long as we both tell the same lie, it's okay. If we start straying, that's when you guys are not going to come back ever again and say that we're all drunk or something. All right.
You can ignore him.
I don't know if I can ignore Jim or not. He's got that loud booming voice. He can out-talk Paul Holloway. That's hard to do. All right, so up to this point, we're around 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and the Union forces they have got the momentum, don't they? They have the initiative. They are pushing the Confederates back. You have on the Confederate right flank, General Braxton Bragg, and he is doing his best to assemble some form of a unit and slow down the Union onslaught. Over here on the Confederate left, get over here, there he is. You have Beauregard. We're going to drop the P, he didn't like Pierre. G.T. Beauregard. And he is doing his best to try to figure out how to stop this. When he woke up this morning, he thought victory was assured. And now they are fighting for their lives. How many of you have seen the lovely movie Gettysburg? Just about everybody here. There is one part in it that I actually liked. I'm a little biased. I like Shiloh more than Gettysburg. But one part I really like because it brings out a salient point. And that is when the gentleman that's playing General Hancock is on his horse and the shells are just going everywhere around him. And Ken Burns with that iconic bull haircut comes running up and says, "General, sir, you must get down. We cannot lose you." And he jerks the reins and he goes, "There are times when a corps commander's life does not count." And this is one of those moments. And Beauregard is going to do something that is just unusual, but it was necessary. He sees remnants of the Orphan Brigade, Pond's Brigade, Trebue's Brigade, and they're falling back. He moves forward and grabs one of the regimental colors and begins to personally lead them forward. As he's moving forward, his staff had just put Albert Sidney Johnston's body on a carriage and sending it south to Corinth. They cannot lose another general. One of them approaches him and he says, "The command must be follow, not go." Meaning at this point, I can't tell these men to go. They must follow me. I must set the example. Of course, there's too many Union soldiers up forward. He is going to get pushed back. His aide, Colonel Jordan, is going to approach him and say, "Sirs, should we not retire?" I'm paraphrasing that. Beauregard sees his own Orleans Guard falling back. He seizes their colors, and I'm going to do my best to speak French for y'all today. It ain't going to sound pretty, but we're going to try it. I've got it in my notes on my phone. Allons, mon brave Louisianans, en avant! Let's go, my brave Louisianans! Forward! And again, he leads the men forward. They get pushed back. Now his aide comes back up and says, General Beauregard, the army is like a cube of sugar that is wet. It still holds its form, but it soon shall dissolve. Beauregard looks at him and says, I was getting ready to say, pull out. And he does. He finally gives the order. But we cannot run, can we? The Confederate Army did not deserve to be just broken and run. Those soldiers had fought hard, both sides. And so they are going to have somewhat of an orderly retreat. But they need somebody to provide a covering force. And there is one commander that still has unit integrity for the most part. And that's old Blue Eyes, General Breckinridge. He is going to begin to form a line south of Shiloh Church on the high rise. He is going to be able to assemble 5,000 soldiers. And that's not all his. He's grabbing other elements, isn't he? 12 Confederate cannon will unlimber and set up that position. And once that position is solid, the line here will fall back. Majority of them will join him. It's getting close to evening. The Union Army is almost culminated. I stole my Reed map because I think it's a pretty good one. So this is the Confederate line, and he's going to have it solid by 3 p.m. Now, our good man David W. Reed just called it the Confederate line because it is just a hodgepodge of Confederate units. But is that a fair statement? Was that all it was? I don't think so. I think they actually formed a solid unit back there. And they cover Beauregard and the rest of the Army's retreat. But before they do, Beauregard turns to the cavalry and tells them, have fun. Burn as much as you can. Destroy anything the Union can use. And of course they do well, don't they? I guess the bonfires will keep the Union soldiers warm that night. They will soon fall back. Fighting is going to end. The Union Army has captured all their ground back that they had lost the day prior. You're General Grant. What do you do now? Don't you want to pursue the enemy?
Wore out.
Sweep them from the field and just destroy them. The politicians would probably argue, yes, you've got to do that. You must, because I read it in a book. Once you get done, you'll pursue and chase them down and destroy them. Books are amazing. What they're not taking into account is the man on the ground, that young commander looking his soldiers in the face and knowing, can they continue or are they done? And Grant and Buell both knew at this point, they're done. They're as worn out as the Confederates are. They might be a little better fed, but they're still worn out. So there's no pursuit. Breckinridge is going to, after dark, fall back once again and reform that line. They're going to form it at the jumping off point of April the 5th, over by Bark Road. And that's where they will spend the evening, as they continue to pull as much captured Union equipment and wounded soldiers as they can back to Corinth. They can't take everything. They'd love to take all the cannon they captured, but can they? They don't have enough horses. There are reports that wagons were going by with captured Union rifles almost falling off of them because they were stacked so high. So it's not like they said, okay, let's just run. These guys are doing an orderly retreat. Now, some reports will say, hey, it was a rabble. I don't believe that. And that's because up to this point, it has been what we would deem a soldier's fight, right? And there's no way these guys are going to just be lost, dragging their rifles and looking like, no. And I don't think that the commanders would have allowed that. So let's give these guys some credit, shall we? Are we ready to go to Fallen Timbers?
Yes.
Okay, I will take point with my faithful, trusty guide, and we'll see if we can find it. No, we're going to stay nice and close. If there's anybody that's got room in a vehicle, there's some, and you all want to double up, we can leave some vehicles here. That would be fine. Except for don't ride with Wisconsin Jim. You'll go deaf by the time you're done. All right, let's head out, shall we?
That can happen, but
Yeah, it could happen, yeah.
I didn't know that our other got hit.
Yeah, it got damaged. I drove by. A year or so back. It's been a while, and I don't remember exactly what happened before. They messed it up pretty good. Yeah, well, yeah, and that's what helps.
Make sure we get everybody up together. Where'd you have that? Oh, my top hat is in the car. I was afraid I might get shot out here wearing that. They'd say, that guy looks... in the car, so say, that guy's goofy. Shoot him. Well, everybody, we're now at Fallen Timbers, or the site where Fallen Timbers was. I'm going to try to take you back to 1862 real quick and kind of lay this out to what it looked like. What we're standing in would have been a cotton field, but this is early April, so not much is going on. Now, you're going to have a Confederate hospital in this direction over here, and heading in this direction is going to be Pebble Hill, which was where Mickey's farmhouse used to be. Breckinridge is starting to reform his line on that Pebble Hill area. He is still trying to cover the withdrawal of the army.
How many miles is it from the park to here?
That's a guesstimate.
That's closer to Pebble Hill. It's about 6, I believe,
About
from
6?
here. I think 6 or 7 what Stacy said.
I was thinking about 9, but I was wrong.
We zigzag a lot.
That's why I keep him out here.
It's a straight line.
I got to keep. I have to have somebody keep me straight. So in this situation, it is now the 8th, and General Grant is going to give a very specific order to Sherman. And this is where we start to have problems with our terminology. People will say, Sherman did a pursuit. Sherman did not do a pursuit. If Sherman did a pursuit, it would not have been just two remnants of it would not be remnants of 2 brigades coming after them. If it would have been a pursuit, he would have had his division and a lot more. Instead, this is more of a reconnaissance. A reconnaissance in force is more of a more close description, because what his orders are is simply, you need to locate their line and tell me if they're retreating. And if they're retreating, come home. Do not continue to push them. And that's why I have trouble when people say, oh, Sherman did a pursuit. No, he didn't. Not doctrinally. He went looking for the enemy just to make sure that they were actually withdrawing. Now he is going to stay with one of the brigades, and they're coming forward here. They have a skirmish line set up by the 77th Ohio. The Confederates know they're coming. You have the Texas Rangers cavalry riding around trying to watch them, keep eyes on them, and possibly mess them up if they can. Can't find a good attack point yet. But at the hospital, they run into this guy. Now, you all know this man, Nathan Bedford Forrest. Forrest has got a lot of things going for him. A lot of controversy. And it seems like there's not a whole lot of middle ground with Forrest. Either you love him or you hate him. Let's talk about the man. I don't want to talk about what he did before or after. I want to talk about what he did when he enlisted in the Confederate Army. He was a private. He enlisted in one of the cavalry regiments. And when he got there, as a private, he noticed that they were poorly equipped. Well, Forrest had money. And he went to the governor and said, hey, how about you give me a regiment and I will equip them myself. Out of my own pocket. If you're the governor of Tennessee, you gonna say no? Nah. He lets them form a squadron or a battalion of cavalry. He equips them himself. He's got money. Now, is this man West Point trained? Nope. What type of military training has he had? Well, he showed up as a private. Pulled out his checkbook and said, I can make this happen. So no, he is not formally trained. So he is going to become what we would call a self-made military officer. Now he's commissioned a lieutenant colonel and off to the Battle of Sacramento in Kentucky. He leads his men on a charge that routs the Union Army. But if I had to use one word to describe this man as an officer in the Civil War, it would be uber aggressive. The man wants to fight. Now, he doesn't know cavalry tactics. But then again, not too many of them did. It was pretty much, you got a horse, you're in the cavalry. You don't, you're in the infantry. Can you count to 3? You're in the artillery. And there we're done. His next stop was Fort Donelson in, how did Fort Donelson go for everybody?
Not real well.
Think about it. I want you all to be uber aggressive cavalrymen. And you come to Fort Donelson and you meet Generals Pillow, Floyd, and Buckner. And they say, we're going to break out from Donelson, and they do. And then they turn around and go back. How do you think this man thinks right now? What's running through his mind?
He's ready to
What
kill.
happened?
Who are these idiots?
Time to get out of this command. He's ready to kill.
And then Floyd and Pillow go,
Bye.
we need to surrender this place. But I'm so important, I got to leave. So on the count of 3, 1, 2, not it! And Simon Buckner was waiting for 3. He didn't get his finger up to his nose fast enough. So now he's going to have to surrender Fort Donelson. And they go, all right, everybody, we're leaving. Buckner's going to surrender you guys. What's this man do?
Hasta luego.
I'm not feeling this. I did not join the cavalry. I did not equip a unit. I did not do this to surrender. So he's going to lead his men out. And he's got a bunch of followers. And he escapes Fort Donelson. Now, I want you all to think like him for just a minute. What do you think of Confederate generals at this point? Is he overly happy with them? No. Does he trust them?
No.
I don't think I would. So no, I don't think he's really happy with the generals up to this point. Now he comes to Shiloh. And let's face it, this terrain is not conducive to cavalry operations. Now, is it?
No.
But he still tries. Because the man wants to fight. In front of the man's George Camden in the peach orchard, that thick, god-awful underbrush. He takes his cavalry and charges into it. It's on fire. He turns around and goes, I can't do this. It's not working. He falls back. But you got to give him an E for effort. He tried. So now how happy are you? Are you still even more frustrated than before you started this mess? So now, I'm sure he's just the happiest person in the world, and I would have loved to have been on his staff. Yes, I'm lying. I wouldn't want to be anywhere near this man. So now we come to Fallen Timbers, and those Texas cavalry boys, they ride up, the Texas Rangers, they get off, there's Forrest. He's got 30 of his troopers. And there's 30 from a Mississippi cavalry regiment. And they're standing around. They can see the Union Army. Now, is the Union Army on line, crossing the ground? No. You can't move an army like that. Breckinridge is still trying to get his caravan across Lick Creek. He needs what to make this happen? Time. Yes, whoever said that. Very good. He needs time. And that's when Forrest goes, I'm your ranking officer of this cavalry organization. I will lead it. We're going to do a charge. Now, was he going to defeat this brigade of infantry? No. Did he know he was not going to defeat this brigade of infantry? No. He knew he wasn't going to. But what he wanted to do is to stop them and force them to deploy. And if they deploy, then they're going to get moving again. They're going to climb back up and start walking again and then deploy again. So it's going to buy them time. And plus Breckinridge is still back here trying to consolidate his position. So off they go. Now, if you talk to the Texas Rangers, they said that he didn't even get the word charge out of his mouth, and they took off after those Union boys. Forrest had to gallop to keep up. And now, if that is indeed true, he's probably impressed with the Texas boys, isn't he? Yes. He's thinking, my God, I found somebody that wants to fight as bad as I do. This is all right. They charge into the 77th, who are spread out because they're skirmishes. They empty their shotguns into them. They empty their pistols into them. The melee is over. A lot of them are starting to surrender. But they see that line of infantry that are doing what? They're starting to form a line. Horses, pistols, no shotguns because we're out of ammo against a line of infantry. No, bad idea. Here's the problem though. Again, angry, aggressive. He rides in front of the cavalry. He keeps going. He's all by himself. He charges up to the line. He goes, uh-oh. He turns and tries to leave. He gets shot in the hip, right above the hip. It gets up to his spine. Does he stop?
No.
No! I think the adrenaline's pushing this guy to the point of maximum capacity. And he's still riding and shooting. And he's weaving in and out of trees and whatever he can do to get away from that situation. But it definitely made a point to General Sherman, who was with this brigade, because he goes, we probably should leave. And he, in his words, and his staff, ingloriously retreated. Forrest rides back and talks to Buckner. To Buckner. Of course, why is Buckner back? He's not even here. He's still in he's a POW. He rides back and talks to Breckinridge. And Breckinridge says, talk to the surgeon because there's a hospital right here. They can't get the bullet out. Forrest has done all he needs to do, so he gets on his horse and he rides back to Corinth. Well, his horse is wounded too. And he says, well, I'll get in a carriage and ride in a carriage. Maybe it'll be more comfortable, right? Because who wants to ride in a saddle when you're like this, with a round in you? So he gets in a carriage and he bumps around. He goes, this is not working. So he gets back on his horse and continues to ride to Corinth. He arrives, his horse dies. Whoa. The surgeon goes, we can operate on you. We're going to take you back to Memphis and let you recover. So he goes back to Memphis. And he will come back to war again too soon because why?
He wants to fight.
He wants to fight. Thank you very much. So this guy's he is a mean fellow. If you were to talk to one of his soldiers when they were serving under him in the war, they would have told you he was the meanest person they ever met. It wasn't until after the war they were all like, I rode with Forrest. We loved him. No, they didn't. They hated him. But you know what? They feared him and they respected him. So again, that's Forrest in a nutshell. After this gallant charge and the Texas Rangers go, I'm done, and they ride back, we still have a hospital here. Breckinridge has got all he can. He has formed his line. Does the Union Army stop? Nope. Sherman says, let's keep going. And they're going to go through the hospital. They're going to capture the hospital. Inside, there's about 50 federal troops and a little over a couple of hundred of the Confederate soldiers. They talked to the surgeon in charge, and obviously they have capitulated. They've surrendered, because what's a hospital staff going to do? Throw bedpans at people? They didn't have bedpans, but we're just being hypothetical. No, they're going to have to surrender. But Sherman says, hey, we don't have ambulances here to remove the wounded. So you're going to stay here, we'll get you what we can, and then tomorrow morning we'll move some ambulances in and move the men back to Pittsburgh Landing. And the doctor said, we got this. Because it's a long distance to where Mickey's farmhouse was. Sherman and the brigade is going to continue to move forward. They are going to come into contact with, I almost said it again, Breckinridge's line. I almost said Buckner. Next time I say Buckner, throw a stick at me. He's too ready. No. They run into Breckinridge's line. They realize that the Confederate Army is indeed breaking contact and going back to Corinth. William Tecumseh says, I'm done with this mission. They turn and they head back home. Now during this cavalry melee, the 4th Illinois Cavalry was there. And they saw those boys a-charging, and they did what any good cavalry organization would do. They unloaded their carbines. It was a shame they were too far away to do anything with them, but they unloaded their carbines and said, we have no ammo now, and they left.
That's Illinois.
I know, I'm from Illinois. Good job, guys! Gotta love the 4th Illinois. Oh well, maybe they'll get better at the end of the war. Big point is, the cavalry in this time period, they did not understand cavalry tactics. If you were to sit there and say, who was the best cavalry officer in the Civil War, and actually look at cavalry doctrine, a lot of them would fail miserably, North and South, because they just didn't understand what the mission was. Forrest becomes a great independent commander, doesn't he?
Sure.
He can't play well with other kids, though.
He hated brag.
Oh, yes, he did. But now are you starting to understand why he might not have a whole lot of trust in these other generals? It's like, you guys are really letting me down, man. So that's...
They were trusting him enough to give him this job, right?
I think he just sort of took the job, to be honest with you.
You gotta fill a vacuum, right?
So what we're going to do now is, if you want to spend a couple of minutes to get some good shots of fallen timber, and the reason why it was called fallen timber was there was fallen timber. What happened is, in this area here, and this is the reason why they call it Bark Road, is they were stripping bark off of the trees because there was a local tanner, and a tannery needed the bark.
Panic acid.
And that's, there you go.
Bark Road came out all the way out here? I didn't know that.
So, that's why they called it Bark Road, and that's why we have fallen timber, is because the trees eventually just went. And so I also want you to think about cavalry trying to get through that mess. So they really wanted to fight, didn't they? All right, so let's mount back up, and we're going to head to Pebble Hill and finish this up.
It's waning.
What?
It's waning.
What is?
Go like that.
As long as it's not raining men, we're fine. Let's go.
We go to the infield.
Big fun getting out of here. Yeah, that's why the big rush. Please don't anybody get in a big rush to leave. I promise we'll wrap this up before 11 o'clock.
I just got to talk with somebody, so I'm going to have to hell get out of here.
Out in the middle of the nowhere, I guess you could say.
Yep, that's one of the nice things about Shiloh.
Oh,
We're so far away from civilization.
That's why it's still so preserved.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about McDonald's popping up, and hopefully we never have McDonald's. Nothing against McDonald's. I just
not here.
Yeah, I don't want it here.
That's what happened to here with McDonald's.
Yes. What was it? The site where Claiborne died was on the back of a Pizza Hut, with the back door of a Pizza Hut or something like that. I heard.
In Franklin?
Yeah, Franklin.
we were just there.
It's like, wow, that's sad.
Yeah, that whole area will pop up totally.
Yes.
Did Forrest use a Yankee soldier as a shield?
Excellent question. Can I address that when everybody gets up here?
Yes.
And that is, that's one of the problems with Forrest, and I'm not real I'm not real happy about it because when that book came out talking about that story in particular and a bunch of others, the first biography on Forrest was, I think, by Blythe and Parker. It was written during his lifetime. He actually reviewed it and he said, yeah, this is close. This is good. Didn't mention that. Now, let's just take a typical soldier in that time period, going to weigh around 100 pounds. They're a lot smaller than us back then. They didn't eat nearly as good. You have a bullet lodged in your spine. Yeah, you're going to have an adrenaline rush. That's going to keep you in the saddle, but I do not see how anybody could physically grab a body and lift him up and put him back there.
Never happened.
So, again, that's part of the problem with Forrest, because people think that way, and truth sometimes is stranger than fiction. And frankly, it would take a lesser man could not have stayed in the saddle with a wound like that. So I'm going to embrace the fact that the man was strong enough to stay in the saddle, and yeah, avoid that, because I honestly, in my opinion, think that's a myth.
You know where Mickey Farm is?
Well, it's not here anymore.
Right up there in the hill. That was Mickey Farm. I wouldn't lie to you. Bjorn told me.
Oh, well, it came from him, obviously. I've never met this man, so I will.
You ain't
with
met
a name
the
like
legend?
that.
You were here in November when he was here.
You know, I invited him over for dinner, but he didn't show.
He was at my house. I have a beer tapper.
We digress. We digress. That's the problem with taking him along on a trip.
It's the first one.
Now, the series of ridges that we came across, Breckenridge is going to be in that area. And it's not going to be a nice compacted area because he's got 5,000 soldiers. They're going to be nicely spread out. He also still has some cannon with him. Now, your Sherman, you see his line. What is going to make you think that that's not the Confederates reforming and getting ready to hit you again? What's going to tell you they're done? Breckenridge ain't heading anywhere, but the wagons are. Me personally, if you are a corps commander, you've got 5,000 men, and you see a hodgepodge collection of what used to be a brigade, you have to make a decision, don't you? Do I attack them, wipe them out, or do we just stand firm and hold this line? Sherman's standing there, close enough to be attacked, and he's not attacked.
He's outnumbered massively.
And he's massively outnumbered. So that is an indicator that they're done. They don't want to play anymore.
Rear guard.
So I think we can break contact and go back and, in our mind, tell General Grant, they're gone. We have the field. So finally, we have entered the Battle of Shiloh. A lot of gray area is still being discovered, and we got a lot of great people that are writing books on it, trying to continue to solve all of the issues that surround this battle. Will it ever be done? Will we ever know exactly what happened? No.
They keep pulling stuff out of the attics and finding new stuff.
When the commission was put together and they established this, they got it as close as they possibly could, and we're talking about the ones that actually fought the battle, and they still had some issues. So I don't think we'll ever know truly everything that happened.
And to take the fun out of it.
But what I will say is this. There was a lot of lessons learned at the Battle of Shiloh. Both sides. The generals. You're going to find out who was good and who wasn't. A lot of them are going to break out their notebooks and go, don't do this. And they will go on to do great things. Sherman's march to the sea. Living off the land. Beauregard's defense of Petersburg. Bragg's invasion of Kentucky. Great things. Some of them were just going to disappear. Probably a good thing. The soldiers. They're the ones that really carried this battle, though, didn't they?
Always.
So to sit there and say that the Confederates were an undisciplined rabble when the Union Army was an undisciplined rabble, I don't think so. Because as a soldier, you're taught, this is my company, this is my regiment, this is my brigade. But the Confederates lost that day one, didn't they? Even pieces of regiments were missing. They were in different parts of the battlefield. But they continued to listen to some officers that acted like they might know what they're doing and continued to fight as a cohesive unit as closely as they could. And to me, that shows the mark of a disciplined soldier. The discipline that really counts. Union Army is the same way. Before the battle even took place, Johnston asked Beauregard, how well do you think these guys are going to fight? Think about it. If this was the Army of the Potomac, what would have probably happened? They would have gone on the boats Sunday night, crossed back over the Tennessee and say, we'll get you next time. Because that's what they did. They continued to retreat. This army is a completely different army. Beauregard said they're Westerners. They're not going to run. Think about it. This was the West in that time period. Both sides. And Westerners are used to what?
Hardship.
Hardship, misery, suffering. Scraped out of the land. They're living. They fought the elements. They fought everything. They knew how to fight, and they weren't afraid to. That's another reason why the casualty count was probably so high, is because...
And they were good shots.
Okay, my buddy just died. We got to keep fighting, though, because they're used to it. So yeah, if you ever read the book, McPherson's Two Rebel Armies, that will definitely show you the difference between the two. The men were completely different. We've got one Eastern regiment here, and that was the 77th Pennsylvania. And I think they just got lost. They ended up in Ohio and said, oh man, I should have taken the right turn at Albuquerque.
That was confusing.
So they ended up out here. But the rest of them, there's no New York boys out here. There's no New Jersey boys. There's no South Carolinians. No, it's all Westerners. Boy, do they know how to fight. With or without direction. Are there any questions? Well, thank you all for following me around. And if you would do me a big favor today, we've talked about a lot of generals, didn't we? We talked good and bad about a lot of generals. Good and bad about a lot of people. But what I would like for you all to do if you drive back through the park is give a moment to the ones that actually did the fighting. It's those faceless young farmers, clerks, whatnot, whatever their jobs were. They're the ones that fought this god-awful war. They're the ones that died in mass quantities. Their only hope of ever having a monument to them will be a tombstone in a cemetery. If you walk through our national cemetery, you'll see that over 2/3 of the Civil War dead are unknown. So do me a favor when you're out there today and remembering all the great generals, take your hats off and give them a moment. Both North and South. Big thing is we had Americans killing Americans. And I hope we never do that again. But thank you all for coming.
I wouldn't be able to come down here anymore if you guys get over it.
Next year I'll do better, I promise.
Excuse me, LC.
Thought there was the nematodes now, they tested the soil now, that supposedly it would have interacted with the sulfur from the wounds and caused them to glow. It did not exist, there's no reports. No surgeons document it, no soldiers letters home. And I guarantee you they would have put it. They're talking about the marionette dolls in the Hornets Nest. They were talking about all the wounds, you know, eyeballs hanging out, arms blown off. You know, Gladden has his arm taken off by exploding cannonball. No, they mention it. Some of them, and then some of them were very reserved on what they sent me. But their diaries normally reveal a lot. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Interesting.
So yeah, we get to tell people no all the time.
Right. What
So-
urban myths come up? Yeah.
Yes, lots of urban myths this battle, which is unfortunate because the actual battle is interesting enough. You don't have to create.
You don't have to make stuff up.
You don't have to create or
No.
make it up. No, it's interesting. Let's see. Got about 2 more minutes. We'll be warm. We're gonna be walking through. I wish the sun was out. I had to cut out part of my program because the sun's not here. About the trees. So don't worry about that. I know. It's okay. It was fine. It was gonna be a joke anyways.
Oh, man.
We can cut it out.
You could tell us anyway when we pretend.
Well, it's gonna be about the caretakers not anticipating my program and planting the trees where I needed them to
Oh,
be planted.
gotcha. It
Obviously,
happens.
I don't get to say that because the sun's going out. Summertime is a big deal because when we do the tours through the, it's hot and people want the shade tree. We kind of
Want the
seek
shade
it a little
tree,
bit.
yeah.
And it's harder.
What was the weather those 2 days?
The weather those 2 days, according to their reports, their letters and stuff home, it was warm. They have like especially at night, they only had a thin blanket thrown over them. Of course, these are guys from Iowa, Illinois, It was warm for them, but the Confederates said it was pretty warm for them as well. It also rained. It was very muddy. I'm assuming it's probably very muggy with all the, cannon fire still hanging, smoke all over the battlefield. Yeah. But I guarantee you, after 13 hours of fighting that first day, they didn't care what the weather was like, except for the rain. The Confederates got to go to the abandoned Union camps and got to stay in those, while the Union kind of huddled in this area and was exposed to rain. All those except for W.H.L. Wallace's division, the ones who were not captured in the Hornets Nest or dead from the attack, they could be in their camps because their camps are up here. So I guarantee a lot of them probably snuck in and been like, hey, I don't know you, but let's get in here. All right. We're ready. Okay, so we are going to walk to the gates of the National Cemetery. Be careful as we cross the road. We do have traffic. They should stop, but just be careful as you walk. Obviously, during the battle, they did not create this cemetery. They have a little bit more important things to do. So, after the battle is done, the Union officers are tasked with burying the dead. They are going to bury all in burial trenches. The Confederates are still there to this day. I'll discuss why they are. But the Union are exactly in the same burial trenches. They're just marked Union, and some of them are known, more of them than what we know now, because these guys served with them. That's key. So they knew to write the names. But do you think they knew people from Alabama, from Florida, from Kentucky, Georgia? No, they don't know those guys. So that's why they're unknown Confederates. So for this part, the National Cemetery is Union. Possibly. I will tell you a difference in here. So this is created in 1866. But does anybody know the first National Cemetery created? No, not Arlington. They are burying in Arlington, but it's not actually set aside for National Cemetery. Gettysburg. And he dedicates that November 19th, 1863. Dedicated a portion of the battlefield for the fallen. And we do have the Gettysburg Address on the inside of the gates there. This is created in 1866, and from what my Googling search did, it is the first federally protected area in the state of Tennessee. I looked at all the other national cemeteries, they all come after this one. So I'm gonna call this the first. Sounds good, right? And it comes way before the battlefield. And it sounds odd, right? You're like, well, maybe they should do the battlefield first. No, they're gonna do the cemeteries. Because remember, the veterans are still very young. In 1866. So they buy the 10 acres here along the banks of the Tennessee River, which you can't see now, but we will get to see in just a few minutes. They'll buy the 10 acres and they start disinterring from the battlefield, and also along the banks of the Tennessee River. This covers 156 locations, and it's just a portion from Muscle Shoals up to Fort Henry. So that's the span of the Tennessee River that this cemetery will cover. And you'll notice I'm saying cemetery and not graveyard. I did some more Googling, and graveyards are attached to churches. That's the difference. Just to let you know, in case you didn't know, a little tidbit. So they will dig up and disinter along. A lot of these are from Savannah, because you were going to have wounded who are sent to Savannah. That's where the bigger hospital was at the time. The gates that you see behind me, they're really pretty, right? They were almost part of a 1909 cyclone, which is what we call a tornado. Thankfully though, the government wasn't really fast in putting these up because they did arrive years before. Thankfully they didn't though. We got these nice pretty gates. Those are going to be added in 1919. The stone wall that you see, the original one would have been added in 1867. They're going to have wooden headstones, so you can imagine how faded those are going to get through the years. Thankfully in 1876 and 1877 they're going to replace those with the granite headstones that you see in there now. Now that same cyclone that I mentioned in 1909 will take out the original caretaker house. It takes out the bandstand that used to sit in there. Yes, they had concerts in the cemetery. That's the veterans who do that. It will also take out the flagpole. It will take out the Grant tree, unfortunately. Grant was under a tree the night of April 6th. That's where Sherman will come up to him. That's where he says his famous line, "We'll lick them tomorrow." That tree unfortunately doesn't exist, but we do have a set of cannon that will mark its place. This was originally called Pittsburgh Landing Cemetery. Does anybody know why?
Pittsburgh Landing.
Pittsburgh Landing
right
and
there.
the Union. This is the Battle of Pittsburgh Landing for the Union instead of the Battle of Shiloh. It will have its name changed. Actually, prior to the park being created in 1894, they changed this name to Shiloh National Cemetery. Still had its own separate superintendent when the park is created by the War Department, so you have two superintendents really close to each other. Sounds good for government funds, right? But in 1933, the National Park Service will take over the battlefield. 1943 is when the superintendent of the Shiloh National Military Park will become the superintendent of the Shiloh National Cemetery. It is one of few that is actually run by the National Park Service. Andersonville is another big one, Gettysburg, normally the ones attached to battlefields. If it's not really attached, the Veterans Administration, like the Corinth National Cemetery, is ran by the Veterans Administration. So that's kind of key. This is closed to new burials in the 1980s. Unless there's a pre-arrangement, and that just means your spouse is already buried. So we are going to step inside the gates. I do have a couple of rules. We're not going to be running. I know it's cold. We're not going to be running. You will see me walking kind of weird over one section of these, and it's because my very, very southern mama told me never to step on a grave. That has stayed with me. I will not judge you if you want to step, but you can watch how I step if you want to make sure you don't step on the graves. So follow me inside. And this is the, make sure everybody can hear me. So this is the stack of cannonball that represents where the Grant tree would have stood. We do have pictures of the Grant tree. It's a very unique covered ivy tree, but this is where it would have stood, and it's got the 3 cannon denoting the place. And of course we put the awesome plaque there. So we're going to continue this way, and we're going to round. We'll end up back here, don't worry. We'll stop at certain ones and tell you a little bit about some of these guys. This is James Earp. He was actually a POW. Everybody knows what POW means, right?
Yes.
He's a prisoner of war. Of course, he is buried here. He dies a little bit later, but he is from Ohio, so he's one of our prisoner of wars for this. The number, as you see on top, already got a question. This is just how it is in our record book. That's the new numbering system when they put all the granite in and they reorganize this a little bit. The small square ones, because this has a big section of these, those are unknown. Those are not the only unknowns that we have. During that same cyclone, they're going to pull out some of these headstones, so they'll replace it with a taller one, and I'll show you what those look like for unknowns. Okay, get over there. All right, so this one is A. Pinkerton. When you look up in the burial records, it is Amelia Pinkerton. Yes, it's a woman. She joined the 53rd Illinois, not as a soldier. She actually joins as a laundress. For the Union, they had about 4 laundresses per regiment. You had to be a woman of high moral character, and your husband or your son must be in that same regiment. She is in Savannah, Tennessee, and she'll die on April 10th, so she's not actually here on the battlefield, but remember, they dig them up from Savannah to reinter them here. Cool. But she does die April 10th of disease. It doesn't denote what disease, just that she died. But I think she's really cool because she's one of the few women buried in here who's a Civil War grave. Cool. So these two look very different than this line. These two come to a point. Does anybody know what that point means? These are Confederates. I told you it's a Union cemetery, right? Well, their records, when they disinter them from Savannah, they'll move them here. One is from Alabama, one is from Florida. Alabama could have been, because you have some from Alabama who will join the Union. Florida is definitely Confederate, but they were prisoners of war after the battle, and they actually died in Savannah. So they'll disinter them and move them here. Now the old myth was, at a point, so the Yankees didn't sit on them. It just denotes a Confederate prisoner of war. Now you also see coins on the headstones. We do ask that you don't do this because it does discolor our headstones. These are older. Penny just means you pay your respect all the way up to a quarter. If you see a quarter on here and it's one of the Civil War ones, let us know because that's probably a ghost. That just means they served with them when they were there. They were there when they died. Now you may see some in our newer section. I just joke, some people do put quarters on these. But our grounds crew, like our maintenance department, will go through and clean these off because they do discolor our headstones, and they're very hard to clean because we can't use but a certain type of detergent, and most of the time it's just water, and we have to scrub them. Just know that when you put stuff on there. All right. So for this section, if you will look at this monument over here, you'll notice it's the only monument in this national cemetery versus all the headstones. And that is because it's the 9th Illinois. They have the most casualties for the Union Army, about 61%. So they get 2, they're the only regiment in the entire battlefield that has actually 2 monuments to their troop. The one on the opposite side would be the Confederates, so it's going to be the 6th Mississippi, and they get the Mississippi Monument where they lose most of their guys at Ray Springs. So if you have not seen it, it's Tour Stop 6. We got that in 2015, and they chose that specifically for the casualties of the 6th. So that's the 9th Illinois. And if you look down there, that's the beautiful Tennessee River. It's amazing, right? It's pretty peaceful to be here. That's Pittsburgh Landing down there. All right, so this, and I know you've probably seen these. We passed a couple coming through there. This denotes a regimental burial plot. The 28th Illinois, if any of you have been, especially on car caravans, I definitely talked about the 28th Illinois. They were under Hurlbut's division. They are mostly in the Peach Orchard for April 6th. They will be running out of ammunition. You'll probably heard me talking about the 2 boys, W.P. Price and Elwood Williams. W.P. Price is not buried here. He does die of that wound that I told you about as they get that ammo chest because of Elwood Williams takes him back and he'll die surrounded by his family and friends. So he is not buried here with these guys. Now, I told you it's a regimental burial trench. What they did for these, and they're very unique, their burial trench is actually in one of the Indian mounds. So if you go through the complex, you'll see one that's got a blue sign on the top. That is for the 28th Illinois. It was not a burial mound until they bury inside of it. So that's pretty interesting. In the burial records, it says in the vicinity of Pittsburgh Landing. And if you could see through the trees, like they could, right through the trees behind you, past Grant's last line is where the Indian Mound complex is. So that's vicinity. I guess it's close enough for them. So that's where they are buried. Now this section that we're going to walk through, I want you to look at the headstones, and you will see the differences in the unknown headstones. You will see the newer designs and the older designs, and see how they change, because some of them it's carved into, some of them are raised, some of them are totally flat. So this is the 16th Wisconsin. The actual flagpole used to be here, and the bandstand was there where the flagpole is, but they both got taken out. So the 16th Wisconsin, these were all found in a burial pit. It does say pit in the burial record. In Spainfield, near where Edward Sachs, who was the first officer killed, lived in the Battle of Shiloh. We have a headstone for him. He is not buried here though. So the 16th Wisconsin are color bearers. Now, the color bearer is your bravest person in your regiment. They have a flag. That's it. They don't have a weapon. They do have color guard around you, so the sergeants are normally the ones who carry the flag. And for these guys, they go down pretty quickly because they're killed. It's easy. You shoot for the flag, right? So they go down, according to the records, within minutes of each other. All in that fighting in Spainfield, which is before Hornets Nest and Peach Orchard action. This is Spainfield early morning on April 6th that these guys all go down. And they are buried in the burial pit at the edge of Spainfield. This headstone looks out of place, right? Very much out of place. If you've ever been to Arlington, they're all the same except for that one few section where the senators are buried. What does this headstone make you think compared to the little ones?
They had more money.
They have more money. That they are important. Yeah, it makes you think that they're more important than the soldiers with the regular. So that's one reason why in the national cemeteries there is a standardization of the headstones, because you can't say one is more valuable than the other. They all chose to serve. And you will see as you go up through here. Now you're thinking, well, why are they here? The superintendent of the cemetery, because remember they were separate from the park, allowed some of the families through certain donations to have different headstones, but you can no longer do that. You will have the traditional headstone that the VA provides. And you'll notice on the back it says his wife. On the front side it will have the soldier's name. So just like Arlington, you'll have the soldier's name on the first side and then the wife's on the back. And it's because they share the same grave. They just bury them like Arlington, right on top of each other. And that's one reason to save space.
Why is there no date of death for Robert H. Bale?
They didn't come back and carve it. He's one of the few that don't have the date of death.
He's still alive?
He's still alive. Yeah.
Still alive. That's what it is. They didn't come back and carve.
He leaves.
You know, you got to have them to come back and actually carve on the headstones. Tell them, hey, they're dead. And I think there's one more up there that doesn't have a date of death either. It always kind of freaks us out. We do still have new burials in here. Like I said, it's normally it's the spouse, and they're buried on top of them like Arlington. The newest one, I know we had one buried last year. I don't think we've had one yet this year buried. But it is closed unless you have pre-arrangement. So watch the headstones as we go up, and you will see they look very different. You can see them from a mile away. And then we are going to pass one of our older. He had fought for the Revolutionary War, which will eventually become the Union Army. It's George Ross. His grave, unfortunately, was in Olive Hill, Tennessee, and was being lost to the river. And they will, the Daughters of the American Revolution asked for him to be buried here because he fights for the Union Army, or what will become that. So he'll have a plaque, and you'll see me as I tap it up there, but it's George Ross, and you can kind of read the plaque if you want to. Okay.
That looks like an important section over there.
We'll go over there.
Are we?
What? We're going to go over. Everybody, when you pass by, this is the Revolutionary War with his plaque on the back of it. So it's George Ross. Now I'm going to be crossing in front, and I want you to take note of some of the unknowns, because there's some numbers associated with those unknowns.
3, 2, 3, 9.
Yeah.
Are they all stacked in there?
What's left of them, yeah. So y'all see the different ones. Some of them say 3, some of them say 2. This one says 9. And this is one of the new ones in the 1930s. In 1935 when they found this grave. On the edge of the park boundaries, they recognized there was enough parts that it was 9 different Union soldiers. Obviously there's not enough to make 9 different graves, so they still bury them together how they were buried after the battle. But there were 9, so they determined that there was enough in there to be 9 different people. And same thing with some of the other ones, 3 and 2. It's just, these are the newer of the Civil War. They're found at the edges of park property. Maybe somebody, one of the farmers, tilled up something and called in, recognizing it was going to be probably a Civil War grave. So they'll call them in, and they determine, so this is, like I said, the newer, and then you'll get into the other ones. The actual newer section, and then behind y'all, we'll pass by there in a minute, is the newest section in the entire cemetery. A little less wind over here. I enjoy this. Let me chill over for a minute. So does anybody know where the 12th Iowa was on this battlefield for day 1? Hornets Nest, yes. They were in the Hornets Nest. So the 12th Iowa are part of W.H.L. Wallace's division, who is camped up here at the Visitor Center. They are taking part in probably the fiercest fighting at the end of day 1. For most of day 1 on April 6th, it's piecemeal attacks. They're not really feeling the pressure. But once the flanks will pull back out of the Peach Orchard, out of Jones Field, they'll start putting pressure on the center. So these guys actually fought at Donaldson. Thomas, who here, him and his brother joined the 12th Iowa. His name is David Henderson. David was injured coming over the breastworks at Fort Donelson, so he has to sit out the first day. He finally gets to the battlefield. Do you know the person he's going to go search for? He's going to search for his brother, right? He's going to search for Thomas. Unfortunately, Thomas was with his guys along the sunken road and is killed that first day in action. But thankfully, David does survive the entire war. He will become the Speaker of the House for Iowa, so it's his state. And when he becomes Speaker of the House, it's during a very important time because the veterans are starting to get older and they're starting to want to remember where they served, where they fought. He is the one who will push through the legislation that creates Shiloh National Military Park in 1894. Thankfully, David wanted to remember not only his brother, because he could visit the cemetery. He knew where his brother was buried, but he also wanted to remember his brother in arms. So you have the 12th Iowa, and as they're here, it's normally how they were found. They wanted to, and they, of course, you can see, we knew him. And then some of the other ones are unknown that was in the burial pit. And on the wooden headboards, when they're in the trenches, it would write down their names and where they are in the place. So it'd be starting right to left. This person's name, this person's name. Sometimes it would be just a first name, sometimes it would be just a last name, or sometimes it's just letters. So if you looked at some of the headstones, it may have one letter, space, and then maybe another letter. That's all they could read on those wooden headboards by the time they will disinter them. So that's why some of these headstones, as you go through, are just a fragment of a name. That's all we knew by the time that they would dig them up. And then we're going to go. All right, so behind y'all, you will look, I told you that's our newer section. Some of the newest graves in here. We have Spanish-American War, we have World War I, World War II, we have Korea, Vietnam, and even the Gulf War. That's the newest as far as wars who are buried in this cemetery. And originally, you had to have died in battle. That's how you got buried in the cemetery. They have changed that, thankfully. You have to honorably have served, been discharged. Obviously, if you still die in battle, you still get buried in the National Cemetery, but now you could be older. And they did this, the Veterans Administration, so that people who had served honorably could be buried with their brother in arms. You know, if you wanted to be buried in one of these national cemeteries or Arlington, you had to, like I said, you had to be die in battle. And with the veterans, they're like, hey, I served, can I not be buried there as well? So they had to create more national cemeteries. There's actually a section for each national cemetery that you could choose. One of the ones, if you want to be buried on a Civil War battlefield that is still open, is Andersonville. And they average like 3 burials a day. So they have a lot. It is a huge cemetery. A lot bigger than this. They have a lot more land than we do for this. So that's one of our that's the newest one down there. And then back behind that section is also some of our new ones. Now, fun fact, if you want to go find it, grave 145, and it's going to be one of these little square ones, is the dismembered arms and legs of the soldiers who were here getting chopped off like after the battlefield. So if you want to go find it, and it is in the Roll of Honor, they actually mark that down on what that is. So it's your arms and legs. Do y'all have any questions?
That could be Yankee or Confederate.
It could be Yankee or Confederate if it's a prisoner of war, yes. So that could be some more Confederates. Now, some of the unknowns could be Confederate. We'll never know. We also have a section of our known unknowns, which means we know they're buried here, but we could not tell you what number they are. So it could be if you have an ancestor, you know, died at the Battle of Shiloh, but they do not have a headstone, they could be part of the known unknown. We do have a list of those. Like I said, we'll never know where they are in the cemetery.
You mentioned earlier that the Confederates stayed where they were.
So the reason the Confederates are still in their burial trenches, when they are creating the national park, they asked the veterans and the United Daughters of the Confederacy, so UDC, so those are the ancestors of those, and asked them, do you want us to move them? Because if you've been to Gettysburg, you know there's no Confederates, and I say that because there's unknowns, buried on the battlefields, because they decided to move them. But our veterans said no, they fought together, they died together, let them lie together. So they're still in their burial trenches. We have 5 known marked ones. There are more, we just don't know their locations. They wasn't marked by the original War Department when they came through, and that could be they were being lost to time. Unfortunately, the farmers do come back, start farming their fields, they're hitting bodies. They don't care, it's their fields. It wasn't their fault a battle happened here, unfortunately. They still have to take care of their families. So we do have 5 known marked ones. The largest one does fly the first national flag of the Confederacy, which is what they would have served under here. So if you want to see that flag, it is over the largest burial trench. Yes.
Is the role of the known unknowns, is that available? Can we look at that?
If you are, yes, you can look at it, or we can print it off for you. Or if you go down to our current visitor center, the interpretive center, it is in the research library, and you can just pull it out and start looking. Yep.
On that first engagement down there, I thought the Confederates were at Corinth on the 1st.
You have some, it's March 1st, not April 1st. And they're just up here because they know the Union are coming down. They're in Savannah. So they're pretty much the scouts, if you want to call them that. And they see the gunboat. Huh?
Scouts with artillery?
Yeah. They can have it. You can call them because they were getting the lay of the land, trying to. Unfortunately, their maps weren't as good. But yeah, they see them, and why not fire on the Union going down if you're Confederate? So they fire at Sherman's gunboats. Because Sherman's trying to find a landing above water. That's what he's trying to do.
Were the reinterments done by a private contractor or government employees?
The government, they will reinter them. They'll dig them up off here and then reinter them. Now we do have the CCC, if you're familiar with the Conservation Corps. They will help lay out like the brickwork and stuff here in the cemetery, so they help with that part of it. But yeah, they're gonna come out.
So the War Department just hired guys to do that?
Yeah.
Did the U.S. Color Troops do it here? I know they did at Stones River.
So we have color troops who are buried here. Is that what you're asking?
No.
Oh, if they buried.
I know the U.S. Color Troops buried most of it, went around and disinterred most of the graves at Stones River.
Help, yeah.
Did they do that here?
They would help, yeah. They're not the entire group of them, but they're part, just like Stones River. They're going to have a lot who are going to help with the disinterment because 156 locations.
Yeah.
You got a lot of locations to worry about.
Now you talking about the burial trenches. I've got a book. I don't know where it's at, but I bought here. Said that the 1909, prior to 1909 tornado, they sent a letter to the War Department and said we have 9 mapped burial trenches marked. Well, when the tornado hit,
all the original records leave. Yes.
All that. Well,
unfortunately,
that map got gone. So.
Yes. Because they would house, they don't do that anymore, but you house the originals at the place because the National Archives just wasn't capable of handling originals. So yeah, when that tornado does come through, because not only does it take the original keeper of the cemetery, the superintendent, it does take out the original visitor center area. And we have pictures of all the damage it does. And unfortunately, the papers are there.
Yeah, it took out the Iowa Monument.
Yeah, the top of the Iowa Monument, if you go to Tour Stop 1, that is the only time that eagle has been flying, is during that tornado. And we have a picture, it's laid down on the side, and it took a while for them to actually get it back up because the state of Iowa was in charge of it at the time, to actually get it back to its form. And it was trying to decide, hey, do we put it back up? Do we leave it like this? But thankfully they did. But yeah, that's the only time the eagle's been flying, if you wanted to know that. Anything else? I try not to keep you too long. It is cold. Yes. Oh, do you have?
Thank you so much.
Okay. Well, thank y'all, and hope y'all enjoy your stay at the park.